Let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. For the continuation of the public hearing on the stakeholder consultation on the issues and challenges that the country is facing as a result of and in relation to the ongoing conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran, we'd like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the government agencies, we have the Department of Foreign Affairs, or DFA, Director Lamuel Lopez. From the Department of Energy, we have Undersecretary Felix William Fontebella and Director Rino Abad. From the Department of Migrant Workers, we are waiting for USEC Dominic Rubia Tutay and USEC Bernard Olalia. From the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, we have Deputy Admin Jasmine Ann Gapatan. From the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DEPDev, we have Assistant Secretary Reynaldo Cancio. From the Department of Agriculture, we are waiting for USEC Roger Navarro. From the Department of Transportation, or DOTr, we have Undersecretary Mark Steven Pastor. From the Department of Trade and Industry, or DTI, we have Assistant Secretary Regino Malyari and Assistant Secretary Grace Baluyan. From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, or DSWD, we have Undersecretary Adonis Sulit. From the Department of Budget and Management, or DBM, we have Director Gemma Ilagan, Director Olivia Regner, and Attorney Philip Jeffrey David. From the Department of Finance, or DOF, we have Undersecretary Carlo Fermin Adriano, Director Jolly La Rosa, and Attorney Maria Carla Espinosa. From the Energy Regulatory Commission, or ERC, we have Attorney Krisha Marie Buela. From the National Power Corporation, or NPC, we have Ms. Maria Annabel Versosa. From the Philippine National Oil Company, or PNOC, we have Attorney Antonio Buenviaje. From the Department of National Defense, or DND, we have Assistant Secretary Jeffrey Hechanova. From the National Security Council, or NSC, we have Deputy Director General Nestor Jerico. And from the Philippine Competition Commission, or PCC, we have Attorney Camille Ann Mendizabal. From the stakeholders, we have from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or PCCI, we have the President, Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer. From the Philippine Institute of Petroleum, or PIP, we have Executive Director Rafael Capinpin. From Petron Corporation, we have the General Manager, Mr. Lubin Nepomuceno. From Chevron Philippines Incorporated, or Caltex, we have the President and Country Chairman, Mr. Pong Torntang Manuswong. From the Shell Filipinas Corporation, we have the President and CEO, Ms. Lorelie Kiambao Ochial. Ms. Kiambao Ochial will also be representing the Makati Business Club. From the Independent Philippine Petroleum Companies Association, or IPCA, we have the President, Ms. Tanya Samiliano. From Jetty Petroleum Incorporated, we have Mr. Helvi Collado and Mr. Johan Mark Asioche. From the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, or PICAF, we have Ms. Sara Bales, Chief of the Policy Development and Coordination Division. From the Trade Union Congress of the Philippines, we have the Vice President, Mr. Luis Corral. From the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, we have the President, Dr. Philip Arnold Tuanyo. That's it for now, Mr. Chair, but we are still waiting for other resource persons who have confirmed, like ED Africa of Ibon Foundation, Ms. Estelle Ople Osorio of Blas Ople Policy Center and Training Institute, and Mr. Danilo Fausto of the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food Incorporated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Committee Secretary. I just want to give a brief opening statement. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the second hearing of the Protect Committee on the effects of the Middle East conflict on our country. In the first hearing, we asked whether the nation was prepared for a crisis of this scale. What is clear is this: many efforts are underway, but these are not yet consolidated under a unified, coordinated national contingency plan. We recognize the efforts that have been done. The President recently signed Executive Order 110, declaring a state of national energy emergency and authorizing the unified package for livelihoods, industry, food, and transport. This has led to the creation of the Uplift Committee, which will oversee and coordinate government's response to the crisis. He also signed into law Republic Act No. 12316, which authorizes the President to suspend or reduce the excise tax on petroleum products. The private sector has made steps of its own, with some food firms agreeing to keep prices stable for up to 2 months. Malinaw na maraming ginagawa, pero hindi pa buo ang sistema. Sa ating pagtitipon ngayong araw, bukod sa mga kasama natin sa gobyerno, nandito rin ang mga kinatawan ng mga oil companies, business community, transportation sector, OFWs, at ang sektor ng agrikultura. This gathering of multiple stakeholders represent an end-to-end picture of how the full impact of this crisis is felt. Our mission has not changed. We must ensure that the efforts of all sectors are aligned and that we have a clear picture of what these efforts will look like on the ground, in our communities, at the gas stations, in the supermarkets. The declaration of a national energy emergency makes this goal more urgent than ever, and the consequences will set our nation back for years to come. Sa pinakamalubhang senaryo, maaring bumagsak sa 4 hanggang 3.5% ang GDP ng bansa. Ang inflation ay pwedeng tumaas sa hanggang 8.6% kapag umabot ang presyo ng langis sa $200 per barrel. Kapag nangyari ito, hindi lang babagal ang pag-unlad ng bansa, maraming mawawalan ng hanap buhay at libo-libong Pilipino ang malulugmok sa kahirapan. Sa madaling salita, kailangan natin unahan ang crisis na ito. This is not enough that we know what the worst-case scenario looks like. We must be ready with clear, integrated, and systematic responses for every possible outcome, down to the last peso of funding, the last line of every public recommendation, and the last bullet point of implementation. Nothing must be left to chance. Inaasahan tayo ng ating mga kababayan. Huwag natin silang biguin. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga sa lahat. With that, since our country is experiencing a very complicated time and a very difficult time led by a potential shortage in fuel supply, we will proceed with hearing from our stakeholders from the oil industry. And we've invited, and I thank the members of the oil industry who has joined us today. So we will proceed with a briefing from the different stakeholders from the oil industry. We'd like to hear basic things. Number one, of course, this will not complete the entire picture because we didn't invite the entire oil industry here, but only the companies that have very high market share in the oil sector. So, but we would like to hear, number one, inventory levels. Number two, complications in terms of securing supply, and complications in terms of pricing mechanisms. And number three, your suggestions on how to address this crisis that we are facing, especially in the oil sector. So with that, we will start off with a briefing and comments from the Philippine Institute of Petroleum, represented by their Executive Director, Mr. Rafael Capinpin.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And before, Mr. Capinpin, before you go ahead with your briefing and presentation, if you have any, let me recognize Senator Rodante Marcoleta. Good morning, sir. So go ahead, Mr. Capinpin.
Yeah, okay, good morning, Your Honors. I think for the past few weeks, the members of the Philippine Institute of Petroleum, namely Petron, Shell, Chevron, PTT, and Isla, have been working very hard in trying to secure supply. And then it moved on to securing alternative sources of supply. And then recently, the initiative has been to even consider low specification fuels. And it has been agreed with the Department of Energy that as a last resort, we will bring in, if it is available, low specification fuel. Now, with regards to trading or securing supplies, it is not a secret that it's very hard to secure supplies now. So many of the traders are keeping quiet, especially for deliveries in May. There has been no responses for tenders for May. Now, with regards to the difficulties in ordering it, I'd rather defer the specific questions to the members here because they're the one who is actively involved in trading. For pricing, currently you can buy it, but it's very expensive. But then again, how long we can continue buying is a question. So, yeah. So that's it, Your Honor.
Before I ask questions regarding the situation of our oil sector, let me ask Senator Marcoleta if you have any opening statements, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the last hearing, I waived my right to make an opening statement, but I think today I should make one. Under Article 12, Section 17 of the 1987 Constitution, the state has the power to temporarily take over the operations of privately owned public utilities or businesses affected with public interest in times of national emergency when the public interest requires. Article 7, Section 23 of the same Constitution further provides that in times of national emergency, Congress may grant the President temporary emergency powers. To be a valid delegation, the legislative enactment must authorize the President for a limited period and subject to prescribed restrictions. While Section 14E of RA 8479 authorizes not the President, but the DOE to temporarily take over oil firms in times of emergency, the Supreme Court, in the case of Executive Secretary Leandro Mendoza et al. Versus Filipinas Petroleum Corporation, GR number 2120916, February 21, 2023, ruled that such is a proper delegation consistent with the doctrine of qualified political agency. The court clarified, however, that the department secretaries are not given complete discretion over how to exercise the delegated authority. The doctrine dictates that the President retains control, having the authority to confirm, modify, or reverse the action taken by his department secretaries. Thus, while the language of Section 14, paragraph E, appears to allow an interpretation that permits the DOE Secretary to act independently or without instructions from the President, the doctrine of qualified political agency entails a cabinet secretary, that a cabinet secretary may only exercise such authority acting as President's alter ego. Mr. Chair, the present state of national energy emergency recently declared by the President due to the global petroleum supply disruption arising from the ongoing Iran-US-Israel conflict makes Executive Order number 839, 2009, especially relevant as a practical and constitutional precedent for emergency intervention in the downstream oil industry. At its core, Mr. Chair, Executive Order number 839 demonstrates that the Philippine government may lawfully intervene in the the regulated oil market when an emergency threatens public welfare, fuel accessibility, and economic stability. Although the downstream oil industry is ordinarily governed by the market and the Republic Act number 8479, the law itself recognizes that the regulation is not absolute. Section 14E expressly authorizes the Department of Energy in times of national emergency and when public interest so requires to temporarily take over or direct the operations of any person or entity engaged in the industry. This power becomes highly significant today because the present crisis is not merely a matter of ordinary price fluctuation, but a systemic supply risk involving one, possible disruption of global crude flows and value chains, higher freight and insurance costs, import vulnerability of the Philippines, inflationary pressures on transport, food, power, and basic goods, and opportunities for hoarding, profiteering, supply withholding, and artificial shortages. Executive Order number 839 shows that emergency price intervention is legally possible even under a deregulated regime. EO 839 was issued during the Luzon calamity caused by typhoons Ondoy, Pepeng, and Ramil, when the executive directed oil companies to maintain the retail prices prevailing on October 15, 2009, in order to prevent predatory pricing, unreasonable pricing, and cartel-like conduct during a period of emergency. It was not treated as an abandonment of the regulation, Mr. Chair, but a temporary emergency correction mechanism authorized by law. That same logic is applicable today. If the current global war materially constrains petroleum supply or causes severe domestic dislocation, the government may justify temporary and targeted market controls, not to permanently regulate prices, but to preserve public order, ensure continuity of essential services, and protect consumers from abusive market behavior. In this sense, Mr. Chair, EO number 839 is best understood as a legal template for emergency stabilization measures in the oil sector. The ruling of the Supreme Court in the case of Executive Secretary Mendoza et al. Versus Philippines Shell Corporation is highly relevant to the current crisis. The ruling confirms that the executive does not need to wait helplessly for market self-correction if national welfare is at stake. Rather, the President, acting through the DOE, may lawfully direct emergency measures in the downstream oil sector provided such actions are, number one, temporary, two, necessitated by public interest, three, proportionate to the emergency, and four, subject to presidential control. Thus, if today's emergency worsens, the government may invoke the same legal framework to justify active intervention in the oil industry. Unlike EO number 839, which was primarily a price freeze measure during several disasters affecting a specific geographical area, the current crisis is national in scope and rooted in an international geopolitical shock affecting supply chains and import availability. That means the state's emergency power under Section 14E may be used not only for price stabilization but also for supply assurance and distribution control. EO number 839 was later lifted by EO 845 once the immediate emergency conditions had eased and oil companies agreed to a targeted calamity assistance program. This is important, Mr. Chair, because it shows that emergency intervention need not be indefinite or absolute. It may be phased, adaptive, and responsive to actual conditions on the ground. That principle is highly applicable today. If the current energy emergency persists, the government is not limited to an all-or-nothing response. It may adopt time-bound controls, geographically targeted interventions, sector-specific fuel prioritization, or substituted relief mechanism where direct price controls become unsustainable. Mr. Chair, the oil deregulation law does not leave the government powerless in a crisis. On the contrary, it preserves a built-in emergency override, and EO number 839 shows how that override may be lawfully used when market forces alone are no longer sufficient to protect the public. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Marcoleta. Kaya po natin inimbitahan yung mga stakeholders na ho natin precisely ho para marinig din ho natin sa kanila yung mga possible solutions at kung ano ba ang situation ng ating nararanasan ngayon, especially ng ating mga oil companies. Talagang sa ganitong krisis, hindi lang ho tayo pwedeng nakasalalay sa ating pamahalaan dahil komplikado po itong krisis. Marami ho tayong tinitignan na iba't ibang aspeto. Kaya gusto rin ho natin marinig sa ating mga stakeholders, lalo na sa ating mga oil companies, kung ano yung mga possible solutions na pwede natin gawin at para maiwasan ho natin yung paglala nitong krisis na ito. Ako alam ko na alam rin ng ating mga stakeholders yung mga solutions. No? Whether kung maglalagay ho tayo ng budget, gagawa ho tayo ng batas kaagad, importante na marinig ho rin natin yung kanilang mga suggestion. So nagpapasalamat po ako, Senator Marcoleta, sa inyong intervention at napakahalaga na sa ganitong punto magtulong-tulong po ang pribadong sektor at ang pampublikong sektor para po malampasan natin itong nararanasan nating sitwasyon. So with that, with the permission of Senator Marcoleta, we can continue the briefing and presentations and also suggestions from the oil sector. We'll call first the associations. So we'll call Ms. Tanya Samiliano of the Independent Philippine Petroleum Companies Association.
Morning, sir. For IPCA, our members have already confirmed with the DOE that so far our incoming importations are still arriving, but we haven't received any confirmation for future deliveries beyond April. As for the pricing, it varies, sir, according to each member company on how they implemented the price movement. It can be noted from the past few weeks, it differs between tranches of 2s, 3s, and recently one of our members also offered a discount on their prices. For the replenishments, I still stand similar to what the earlier item was mentioned. Future importations, tenders haven't been confirmed up to now. It's on a wait and see. There is, although there are some offers available in the market, but the price is very, very high. And also, we supported the request. Our request was supported by the DOE when we asked for leniency or relaxation on the standards of fuels that we're bringing in to make our sourcing wider and not limited to Euro 4 fuels. One of the items also we requested, sir, was the tax and cash flow measures. If it's possible for us to delay the payment of our excise tax during that time to relieve the pressure on the finance portion. Because like the motorists, oil companies also suffer from the financial constraint of the prices almost double their original amount. So our financial capacity is also limited. We spoke with the Secretary of Energy and also the Secretary of Finance for this, but we have yet to get a feedback on if it's going to be approved or accommodated.
Thank you. Thank you to the independent Philippine petroleum companies. We'll go to the member companies. And first, we want to thank the oil companies for sending their top executives for today's hearing. It's important to hear it straight from the horse's mouth rather than through other channels. So we will call on Petron Corporation, represented by their General Manager, Mr. Nepomuceno, Lubin Nepomuceno.
Morning to everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. On the issue confronting Petron now with supply and prices, securing crude and finished products continue to become more difficult. Exporting countries, including China, Thailand, and Singapore, have since issued temporary bans to sell finished products to other countries. Replenishment of crude, which Petron primarily sources from the Middle East, has been halted as a result of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Recently, Petron managed, albeit very challenging, to procure additional crude and finished products. Suppliers are bidding out available volume, resulting in higher replacement cost. In addition, other costs, including freight, import premiums, and insurance, have substantially increased. In my mind, the country should prioritize ensuring sufficient supply of fuels. While it is important to look at prices, it is more critical that we maintain sufficient inventory to run our own industries and supply motorist requirement. As well, we have legacy accounts like the military and their allies. And so it is very critical that national security is in place. Supply disruption is more expensive and will be catastrophic consequence for the economy. To this end, the government may need to intervene through facilitation of supply arrangements with other countries. Similar to India's approach, our government may consider securing waiver from the United States to allow importation of crude from Russia. Currently, with the embargo on Russia, we are constrained to procure ESPO crude, which is viable feed for our refinery in Bataan. The Philippines may also explore G2G arrangements with our other fuel exporting countries in the region to give preferential treatment to our oil industry players. I am also the CEO of Malaysia, Petron Malaysia, and the country is a net importer. So some countries also in the region may not be able to help us. There are some recommendations that we would like to submit to the chair. Government to cap the collection of excise tax and VAT at $50 per barrel Dubai crude. Should prices breach the threshold, excise tax and VAT will remain at the level of $50. This is considering that earlier I have mentioned that premiums have increased, particularly for diesel. You will see now in the market, in the trading hubs, specifically in the region, it is Singapore, the premiums are already at $40. So you have the MAPS pricing of the crude plus $40, plus the trader's premium, the increase in freight, so the landed cost will actually be astronomical. Now, consider also the other inputs that are locally purchased, like the biofuels, the increase possibly of secondary transport, which is the vessels, the port charges, the tertiary means of delivering, which are the tank trucks, which will deliver to the customers, the service station, and the different customers. On the proposed re-regulation of the downstream oil industry, this will require government to institutionalize a subsidy mechanism. Using prevailing price of around $150 per barrel Dubai crude, which is the current level, the government will need to allocate 17 billion per year in subsidy to stabilize price at $50 per barrel. This is assuming around 469 million barrels daily demand per DOE report. On strategic petroleum reserve, we'd like to recommend that government put up strategic stockpile, which is a best practice in other countries, to provide buffer stock and stabilize prices during period of supply disruption. In-country crude reserves. For 90 days of crude oil stockpile of about 15 million barrels, we process about 5 million barrels a month and produce about 25 million liters daily. Will require about 54 billion should the government target stockpiling at $60 per barrel. Potential site at the PNOC Petrochem Development Park in Mariveles, Bataan, which is our neighbor about 5 kilometers away. So we can actually install a pipeline. And the refinery can process the crude, particular crude that can be used by the kind of configuration that we have at the refinery, which is typically Middle East crudes. 6 months crude reserve will require investment of around 108 billion should the government target a $60 per barrel crude price to start the crude stockpile. Investment for the strategic crude facility is estimated to be 50 billion, for which the government could provide a soft loan for the interested investor. Petroleum product reserves, specifically gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and LPG. The combined 27 million barrels requires a storage based on DOE's average daily demand for the period April to September 2025, pre-war. 30 days of product imports may be stored somewhere in Cavite, and another 30 days can be stored somewhere in Navotas or Bulacan. The required average daily for Mogas is 23 million, diesel 32 million, jet 6 million, LPG 10 million. The required storage for 60 days will be equivalent to 27 million. And that, if we project a 1 million tank for the 27 million, that will mean 27 tanks. And that is the kind of storage that is required to have a tank farm. What is our stand on price control? If the prices are capped, oil companies will not be able to absorb losses and resort to business stoppage unless the government is willing to subsidize. This will result in fuel shortages, as the oil companies will not be able to procure supply replacements at much higher cost. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Senator Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, before we are overwhelmed by statistics coming from the oil companies, I think we should put some perspectives on today's hearing. You will note, Mr. Chair, that during the last hearing, this representation provided certain data coming from the tanks of Rotterdam Refinery and the tanks of Petronas, Malaysia, also docked in Singapore. May I be allowed to present this data, Mr. Chair, which I updated last night. So these are basic price data as of March 25, 2026.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Marcoleta.
Can you please, can you see it, Mr. Chair? This slide, Mr. Chair, is or provides the data supplied to me by Netherlands Refinery, Rotterdam tanks in Singapore. As of March 25, 2026, on the basis of 100,000 shipment, 100,000 metric tons, which means 118 million liters. And assuming that Philippine peso is 60 pesos per $1, 1 metric ton equals 1,180 liters. The FOB price, as you will see in this slide, Mr. Chair, is 570 US metric ton per metric ton. Okay? Metric ton. Yung shipping cost nito, Mr. Chair, ito, 1,500. Okay. So, yung MOPS niya is $1.71 per liter. Kapag kinumpute natin ito, Mr. Chair, FOB, $570. So, translate na natin $15 per liter. Isama natin ng $15 per liter. And MOPS of 1.71. Multiply that by 60, Mr. Chair, and divided by 1,180. Conversion in liters. Makikita po nyo dyan, the FOB landed cost is 29 pesos 83 centavos. Kapag inad po natin yung mga local add-ons, importation, distribution, and storage deposit to acquire TSA, broker fees, duties, port change charges, SGS survey, wharfage, incidental charges, 12% VAT, excise tax, BIR fuel marking, 2% CME per liter, and VAT differential totaling only 15 pesos and 51 cents. Ang total landed cost, Mr. Chair, is 45 pesos and 35 centavos. So yung SRP po, or passion price, for example, at 55 pesos per liter, meron pa pong tubo na 9.6 pesos. In the last hearing, you will recall, Mr. Chair, I was asking the DOE Secretary kung paano po nangyari 2 weeks ago before the war, the price of diesel is 55 pesos per liter. Bigla pong sumirit ng 125 liters, average of 125 liters after 2 weeks. The difference is 70 pesos, Mr. Chair, or an increase of 127. Ito po verifiable sa paano po. Can you show the second slide? Yan ba yan? Mr. Chair, ito po yung second slide. Yung nauna kanina, FOB price, kaya 570 per metric ton, US dollars. Ito po CIF, $640 per metric ton. So palagay mo, lagyan din natin ng shipping cost of $15 per metric ton. At saka yung MOPS, 1.71. The same computation, FOB landed price, 33 pesos and 39 centavos. So isama po natin yung binanggit ko pong mga add-on, local add-ons, 51.51, 48 pesos and 91 cents. So with the SRP or passion price of 55 per liter, may 6 pesos pa pong tubo eh. So paano po nangyari? Kaya hindi ko po maintindihan. Nagpatulong na po kami sa DOE nung isang hearing. Hindi naman po nila maipaliwanag. And they were asking for my data. Ayan na po yung mga data. Will you show the last? Mr. Chair, ito po yung last slide. CIA po ito. Dito po Petronas, Malaysia Refinery. The tanks are all in Singapore. O ito po makikita nyo, $680 per metric ton, CIF. Maski lagyan pa natin ang shipping cost na $15 at saka yung 1.71 na MAPS. Again, using the same computation translated into liters, 35 pesos and 42 centavos. Plus the local add-ons, 50 pesos 94. Passion price, 55. Meron pa pong tubong 4 pesos per liter. How do we explain this? Sinasabi po ninyo you were importing it from Dubai and you cannot penetrate it because of the closure of the Hormuz Strait of Hormuz. Bakit po yun ang reference natin? I'm talking about the prices now being quoted by the tanks in Singapore. Petronas and Rotterdam tanks in Singapore. This is thanks to vessel transaction. Alam ko po, alam niyo ito. So, yung vessel po lalapit lang sa tanks. Kaya kung gusto niyo CIF, yung tanks na lang lalapit sa inyo. But these are the prices. You can check the prices in Singapore. Nasa akin po eh. I check it with a friend in Singapore. It's very easy naman po eh. We have an embassy in Singapore, I suppose, na maaaring makapagtanong din siya to check this data. Bakit po, the President said 2 weeks ago, we have about 50 to 60 na inventory. Okay. After 2 weeks, bakit po sumirit ng ganun? Inventory pa nyo, meron pa po tayo. During the last hearing, we have 45 days for diesel and 54 days for gasoline as admitted by DOE. So what are we talking about? Prices of Dubai or Argus benchmark analysis or even the MOPS? Why are we using indicators when there are basic prices even quoted by the tanks in Singapore? Bakit po yung reference natin is the MAPS or the Argus benchmark? Why so? These are hard facts, Mr. Chair. I'm showing it to you now. Saan po ninyo kinukuha yung langis ba? Dubai?
May I answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I am not familiar with the data that is being presented. But very clearly also, Dubai price now is 140. You can ask DOE. How can a product be cheaper than $140 per barrel?
Sir, because it is being reference to the Argus benchmark, the Argus data. You're taking it from the maps. You talk about Dubai maps or Singapore Platts. Indicators po ito eh. This is the trading floor, like WESM. Tinetrade po natin yon. Pero kung yung mga tangki na po sa Petronas ang nagsasabi and they're providing this data to us, paano po natin i-reconcile ito? I'm not questioning your indicators po, but I am only showing some figures, hard facts, that are supplied to me.
Your Honor, again, this is the first time that we've seen the numbers. We would love to check it as well. But
Yes, sir.
Yung Argus po kasi is another information provider. Para lang din maps yan eh. Pero dito kasi, plots ang ginagamit.
Yes, sir. Ano po yun eh? Worldwide po yun eh. Let's take the example of WESM sa electricity po. It's a trading floor. Ang WESM po, kapag ka walang bilateral contracts po yung supplier ng kuryente, pupunta sa WESM. Kung bilateral, may mga suppliers po ang Meralco, okay lang po yun. Pupunta lahat sila sa WESM. So yung WESM, the trading floor, ito yung spot market, ididikta niya. Pero hindi lahat ng pagkakataon sa WESM po yun. Kumisan nga eh, sa WESM magtataka kayo eh, 32 pesos pa nga eh, per kilowatt hour, which is impossible. Sa Meralco, siguro 10, 11 pesos per kilowatt hour. Sa electric cooperative, siguro, medyo mataas ng konti, 14 to maybe 18 pesos per kilowatt hour. Yan sinasabi po ninyo is the trading floor. That's the spot market. But I'm telling you, these are the figures. You can check it. Kaya po binigay ko na po rin para makita po ninyong lahat. I can even give you a name of a company in Singapore. Para siya po yung makipag-deal. It will take only the government. Siguro mag-issue po kayong letter of intent. Baka mamaya po, sumagot na po yun eh. And for our country to issue the ICPO. Yusek, meron kang gusto sabihin?
Oh. We'd like to thank, for the record, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. On behalf of the DOE, we asked for the data precisely to validate and also look into the conversion and the computation. So I'd like to thank the Honorable Marcoleta for showing it right now.
For the record, Mr. Chair, may I provide the copies of the 3 slides I have shown?
Yeah, the committee will request for those computation and furnish the Department of Energy those computations as well as the associations of the different oil companies. With
For
your
the record,
permission.
Mr. Chair, I am leaving it with the committee.
Yes.
And for the DOE to just access this particular
Yes,
data.
we will
Thank you very
furnish
much,
the
Mr. Chair.
we will furnish the department, Senator Marcoleta. We'll discuss pricing later on. No? We're also very interested with pricing kasi yan ang dumediretso sa sikmura ng bawat isa. Eh. Pag sinabi natin pricing, talagang literally diretso sa sikmura ng bawat isa, especially ng ating mga PUV drivers. No? So, pag-uusapan ho natin yung mamaya at request ko nga si Senator Marcoleta to provide us with this computation because seems to me na napakalayo naman po yung quotation na nakuha ni Senator Marcoleta, which is just yesterday, versus yung actual pricing na nakikita natin ngayon. But we'll discuss that later on after we finish the comments and the statements. So next will be Chevron, represented by Mr. Tang Manuswong, the President and Country Chairman of Chevron Philippines.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Before addressing the 4 inquiries from Mr. Chair, let me quickly address the point about the pricing. First and foremost, that's our first time seeing this information, so I appreciate if we can get that information for our validation purpose and also to make sure that the unit and the conversion is aligned with the practice here in the Philippines. What I immediately see from the list, what is missing is one of the key cost factor, which is the product premium that we have to pay to the trader. And that's already a big chunk of the cost component coming to the Philippines. Just to give an idea, now we are talking about dollar per barrel unit. Unlike the dollar per liter unit just flashed up earlier, MOPS yesterday for diesel was more than $220 per barrel, while the product premium that we have to pay to the trader in order to get the supply is supposed to be, in normal circumstances, is between $0 to $1 per barrel premium. But as of yesterday, it's more than $40 per barrel. That's the premium that we have to pay to the trader in order to get the supply. Again, after getting the information, that spreadsheet, we are willing to clarify and confirm the information whether the current information that we are using is aligned with that information or not. Now coming back to the 4 inquiries from Mr. Chairman, the first one is the inventory. For Chevron, at this point of time, similar to the information provided by DOE, we have sufficient inventory up until the last week of April. So that's our current inventory situation. But anyway, that's based on the normal level of the demand. Second is on the supply security. Similar to the information provided to DOE, Chevron already secured the shipments in April. Having said that, there are also possible uncontrollable factors coming from the source countries. As Mr. Lubin mentioned earlier, some of the countries already banned the export of fuel product to outside of the country. So those are uncontrollable factors that may impact to the supply security of the company. At the moment, we are in the finalization stage of the May shipment, which is yet to confirm. And talking about the global supply chain, we get the product from refineries in the region, and most of the refineries in Asia got the crude oil from Middle East. Right now, all refineries are still running using the crude oil inventory before the war. That normally lasts for 45 to 60 days. That means at this point of time, refinery can still continue the production, although almost all of them, I would say, most of them already reduced the production capacity. So the supply from the refinery is already tight, and the impact will come to the import countries likely end of April and May, and that's when the refineries will have to secure the crude supply, the new crude supply from Middle East. So right now the issue is pretty much on the pricing. The supply is tight, but for Chevron it's still manageable, at least for March and April. Number 3, talking about the pricing mechanism, I would like to mention again that yes, we import based on the Platts index, which is MOPS in Singapore. On top of that, we also have to compete with other buyers to pay product premium to the trader in order to get the supply. On top of that is the increasing freight and insurance. And because of the ongoing battle in the Middle East, many of the insurance brokers or companies stop providing the insurance to the vessel owner already. So that's adding on top of the difficulty of getting the vessel. After that, then before coming to the country, we also have to handle the forex, the foreign exchange rate, which is peso is weakening, so you have to absorb that. So that's for the pricing. And last but not the least, about the support from the government. I have a few points. First one is the importation process. During this time, the best is we get the product in an effective and timely manner. So we would like to get the support from all relevant authorities to try to simplify the importation process, not to delay the unloading of the product from the international vessel to the terminal. Second is to streamline the activity across all government entities, central government, and also LGUs, because we still continue to experience different treatment or different actions from the central government, namely DOF, DOE, versus the local treatment from the LGU. So that's add on the complexity to our supply operation. And last one is many of the countries, as mentioned earlier, already banned the exportation of the product. So we would like to request for support from the government to have the G2G discussion with the government of other countries to ease their policy and to support the exportation to the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. We recognize the presence of Senator Bam Aquino. Yes, Senator Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we also recognize the presence of Senator Lauren Legarda.
Morning.
Representative from Chevron, we're coming from different perspective. What is the monthly consumption of the Philippines in terms of diesel? Diesel-wise, what is the national consumption?
The daily volume is 33 million a day.
Sir, I'm talking about monthly. How much?
Monthly is 900.
Metric tons or barrels or what?
Million liters.
996,348,000 liters. That's correct. Tama po.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, halimbawa, pag-usapan po natin yung diesel. Sabi po ng President, before the war broke out, we had 50 to 60 days of supply. Tama po. So after 2 weeks po, yung 55, tumaas po ng average sa 125. Kinuha po natin yun sa inventory, yung 125, sir. Tama po. Sir, you have to answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I cannot speak for the others.
Yes, sir. Kayo po yung sumagot kasi tinatanong ko yung Chevron, kayo po yung sumagot eh. Okay?
I have the number kasi.
Yes, sir. So, 996,348,000 liters per month. Yun po yung consumption natin sa diesel. So, nagkaroon po ng increase na 70 pesos per liter after 2 weeks. That's 127%. So, tingnan po ninyo, Mr. Chair. 996,348,000 liters times 70 divided by 30 days. That's 2.32 billion per day, approximately gross income. Is my computation correct, sir? Ulitin ko po, 996,348,000 liters times 70, ito po yung increase, divided by 30, 2.32 billion per day ang approximate gross income. Kasi kinuha nyo po sa inventory. Wala pa naman po yung, di pa naman kayo umaangkat. 2 weeks pa lang po nakaraan eh. Gasoline. It used to be 50 liters per day. pre-war, naging 80 liters po, average, after 2 weeks. So meron pong difference na 30 pesos per liter or an increase of 67%. Sir, ilan po yung consumption natin ng gasoline per month? Four 4,521,000 barrels or 714,318,000 liters. Correct po? Can I get a confirmation? Anybody from? Welcome.
Anyone from the from DOE or from our from
These
the
figures were
stakeholders?
supplied to me by a friend from the oil companies.
I think DOE will be the more appropriate resource person to shed light on this matter.
Mr. Chair, as confirmed kanina, yung diesel is around 32.5 million liters per day. More or less 33
Pinasort
million.
na natin yun,
the gas-
996,348,000.
Yeah,
So yung
gasoline,
gasoline na lang,
gasoline is around 23.3 million liters per day.
or 714,318,000 liters. Tama po?
The 23.3 million is already in liters, Mr. Chair. Daily.
Kaya nga, times 30, ilan? $714,318,000 liters of gasoline. Tama po.
That's correct. Around
Oh,
600.
yan. Ito po, ganito. 714,318,000 liters of gasoline times 30 days. That is 714 million per day. Approximate gross income. So pag pinagsama po natin itong dalawa lamang, Mr. Chair, per day po ito sa diesel po, 2,324,312,812,000 plus 714,318,000. Ang gross income po per day is 3,039,130,000 per day. 3 billion, Mr. Chair. Kinuha po ninyo sa inventaryo ninyo ito. 2 weeks pa lang ang nakakaraan. Alam po ninyo, Mr. Chair, I have to apologize for making this comparison. Yung 18 Marines po, yung kanilang mga dineliver na mga mali-maleta, kinumpute ko rin po Despite the logistical nightmare scenario that was peddled to the public, ganito po yun Approximately, they were delivering 2 billion pesos per day. Based on 33 months times 4 weeks. Average po ng about 42.5 maletas, averaging 40 million each maleta. Ito pong gross income na kinocompute ko, Mr. Chair, mas mataas pa po doon sa maleta na dinala po ng 18 Marines. Allegedly. Wala po akong inaano. I'm just trying to see. I mean, yung analogy lang po. Wala po akong pakialam kung totoo o hindi totoo yung sinasabi po doon sa sworn statement. That has yet to be investigated properly. Ang kwento ko po is 2 billion a day, yung sinasabi nila. Ang sabi ko nga po, I'm not saying that that is correct. That is yet to be investigated properly and in proper time. Pero ito pong sinasabi ko, it's 3 billion pesos per day ang gross income po ng National Oil Company. These are not my figures. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Marcoleta. Again, we'll discuss the pricing later on, and I'm sure our friends from Manibela also have some observation on that. We'll finish the presentations from the oil sector. Next will be Shell Filipinas Corporation, represented by Ms. Lorelie Kiambao Ocial, the President and CEO.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, other senators and members of the committee. Good morning to everyone attending here today. Today is March 26, which is the 26th day of the technical closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And that accounts for 20% of the flows of molecules in the world. And most of that is going through Asia. Therefore, if the conflict continues, then there will really be tightness in the entire world, which is first felt in Asia. So I do echo what Mr. Nepomuceno and Kunbon has mentioned when it comes to the tightness in supply. And it is getting tighter and tighter. And with Asia being the first region, India and then Asia being the first regions impacted. Then you also see like LPG problems in India and in Asia, the tightness. And as a result of that, then you do see a number of the governments declaring export bans, which has resulted to refineries declaring force majeure. Now, global prices for oil and gas are global. Therefore, even Mr. Trump, who has sufficient supply, is not spared from the elevated prices. So that region is not also spared. So when it comes to the supply and inventory of Shell Filipinas Corporation, that is our foremost. I think our priority right now is to ensure that during this time we are able to still get molecules into the country. We want to make sure that we continue to supply reliable, safe, and quality fuel. Now, while we adhere to and maintain what is required by the government when it comes to inventory levels, at times like this, we recognize that is not enough. And therefore, we are exerting best efforts to still go beyond the minimum, making sure that we have enough stock coverage. It is extraordinary times. I think as the other players have mentioned, there are molecules out there, it's still available, but then with the elevated prices, it's really felt. And if you look at, even if you look at MOPS pricing at the end of February, it was 71. It has reached as high as 160 last week, and I think 140-ish yesterday. So that's also a 120% increase. I think it was mentioned on market premium, which is also published. It was hovering around $0 to $2 per barrel at the end of February, and now we are seeing numbers 30, 41. Insurance costs have gone up, freight costs have also gone up, and indeed it is not helped. It is not helped also by where the peso, is. So I think for Shell Filipinas Corporation, we support an all-society approach when it comes to how we work together moving forward to make sure that we are able to help our country. Now, for us, when it comes to resourcing and sourcing of molecules, we do rely on our global trading network. And aside from, for example, the usual routes that we have, then we've really gone into diversification when it comes to sourcing. We've also looked at contingency routing for that matter. And we are making sure that we prevent ourselves from being in a position where we are running short. But again, there is a question on pricing. So in the discussion, indeed, with the DOE, and I think which the DOE is now doing, we did ask for support when it comes to granting security to cargoes that we have already contracted. So we do see some countries exercising an export ban. So our ask has been through the G2G discussions to ensure that our contracts are honored and the cargo that is bound for the Philippines does get loaded and does get shipped and not diverted. We also support, I think, the government's efforts when it comes to targeted subsidies, and therefore we also have programs when it comes to PUVs and TNVS, for example. I think for us, even through this time, then we make sure that we are really compliant, yeah, with all the government requirements. Even when it comes to the schedules, yeah, around pricing increases, for example, and other things. I think on the diversification of supply, I think one thing that is under discussion is to align some of our standards with other countries, such as Australia and Malaysia, because for some of the specifications for the Philippines, then we have higher specifications. Now, if we align with other countries, then that does open up sourcing options for us, and therefore that is also being discussed. I guess with the excise tax suspension, which is now enacted into law, we also are prepared to make sure that that is implemented in a clear and in a coordinated manner, together with the DOE, together with the DOF, the BIR, and the BOC. So I'll leave it there when it comes to the update from Shell Pilipinas Corporation.
Thank you. And lastly, we call on Ms. Jetty. Yes, Senator Marcoleta.
Just a few questions, Madam. Everybody else in the oil industry is pinpointing the Strait of Hormuz as the chief villain. But you said that only 20% of the oil supply is coming through that route, the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. What about the Suez Canal, Madam? Are you assuming that it is closed?
So right now, the Suez Canal is not closed. So
Yes.
you look at three waterways.
No, I'm only asking you if the Suez Canal is closed also.
It is not closed.
It is not, of
Yeah.
course. And you know that the oil of Russia and probably Kazakhstan are being processed by Rotterdam. You know about that?
It is a global business.
Yes,
I will have
madam.
to check
But
that.
what I'm saying is Suez Canal is open. America is not affected by the Strait of Hormuz. Okay.
From a pricing
Petronas of
perspective,
Malaysia
it
is not
impacts the
affected
entire
by
world.
the Petronas of Malaysia is not affected by the Strait of Hormuz. Am I correct?
Everyone is affected by the closure of the Strait
Everyone.
of Hormuz.
Why everyone? I have shown to you
Sir, because
the
of the
data.
pricing, which is global.
that is always the argument. You're always returning back to the argument of a replacement cost, of Argus, of maps, and the plots. But what about the data I have just shown a few minutes ago?
I think, as mentioned by the other members, we have not seen that data, and we would be happy to look at it. Now, if you then look at market dynamics,
As we speak, you
each-
can already check this, madam.
we will have a look at it, sir. I would be happy to have a look at it.
Of course, of
yeah.
course. And this committee awaits for confirmation on your side,
Yes.
if these data are correct or not.
Yes.
That's
Now,
the only issue.
I hear you.
Because this data, as you might have noted, they do not even they even included the VAT and the excise tax and even the biofuel. Earlier, even our committees also took upon ourselves of legislating, let's say, suspending the collection of VAT or even the excise tax, and even suspending or replacing our CME with PME, which is, of course, will be affecting our coconut industry. But in this data that I have just presented, we will preserve all this. That's why it is very important for you to please check on this data, first of all, before we even continue discussing your apprehensions and your world data and the trending and the trading floor and the spot market and blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir, Mr.
So
Chairman.
happy to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Makino.
Mr. Chairman, ang data na binabanggit ni Senator Marcoleta, no, kung totoo po ay mahalaga talaga, can we ask DOE para po, matagal pa po tayo dito, maybe we can talk to the staff of Senator Marcoleta, some of the industry players. We can go on the side and tingnan natin kung option ba talaga to para makita natin kung yung veracity nitong data na to, no, please?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I approached some of the members of the Senate staff.
Yusek, please sit down.
Can you give, Director Abad, can you sit down in this chair so that...
Actually, Mr. Chair, we already approached the Senate staff so that we can compare and check the computation, looking into the details, including but not limited to the conversions.
If this, if the information and the supplier of Senator Marcoleta is true and existing, then I think that will be fantastic for our country kasi mababa yung presyo, no? So I think it's to the best interest of DOE to check it ASAP. Now, we'll give you the materials in a while.
Can we ask for official position from the DOE before the end of the hearing? I mean, matagal-tagal pa naman tayo dito, Yusek Wimpy, no? Can we look at the data, please, maybe with some of our industry players and get a formal answer before the end of the day?
We have an initial position already, but we just want to have it validated. Thank you.
So lastly, we call on Mr. Collado of Jet Petroleum.
I'm sorry, sir. We have an initial position, not official. Initial position already.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Collado. Or Mr. Asioche.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for inviting us here. Insofar as JET is concerned, we also have the same problems with the other oil companies, like the difficulty in procuring the supply. That is our number one focus right now. Now it's been getting tighter and tighter as the war drags on. Fortunately, we have kept all our stations open. They are still adequately supplied. So wala pa po nagsasara sa aming network of stations. Okay. We have about 20 plus days for supply right now. This is on site. It means that what is kept already on our depots. Now we have some orders coming in, and so far only one vessel so far that we can confirm in transit. It's already in transit. Some are still loading, so until that has been loaded and coming in, we cannot still confirm how the volume of that vessel. Okay, so far that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Asioche. Yes.
Saan po kayo nagpapaload?
Sir, good morning. Dito lang po, we only load in sa East Asia. So,
Saan nga po?
Malaysia, China, South Korea mostly. Sir, we only import finished goods po. Finished product.
Kasi po kung bibili pa kayo sa South Korea, siyempre iba-iba ng layer yun. Ang sinasabi ko, dumirekta po kayo sa mga tangke na nandun sa Singapore. Kanina ko pa nga po sinasabi yun. Bakit nga po ayun yung tingnan yun? Kasi po kung doon tayo nakapokus, there is no problem to speak of in the first place. Kapag napatunayan po na tama yung data. Hindi po ba?
Sir, I believe Singapore has ceased all exports.
Ano po?
Singapore has ceased all exports.
Hindi nga po, kung ma-check po ninyo yung data sinasabi ko, I can give you even a name to contact.
Sir, okay. Thank you very much. We would like to get that data.
Yeah, well, we'll request Senator Marcoleta to give us the information of that supplier. Siguro kailangan na natin siya ngayon. No? To be honest about it, after hearing the statements of the oil companies, medyo na-depress po ako dahil parang hanggang May na lang tayo. After May, tama po ba? Hanggang April pala, until end of April. After end of April, parang
For Petron, it's up to the end of May.
end of May for Petron, but the others is until end of April, correct?
We're continuing to work on getting more supply week
Yeah.
in and week
But
out.
what I wanted to hear is certainty na merong supply papasok. No? And after hearing all of the comments, ang narinig ko is uncertainty. No? After April, after May, and it's quite concerning because you cannot run a country with uncertainty of fuel supply. No? You cannot run businesses with uncertainty of fuel supply. No? So with that, we will drill down on those details later on, and we'll allow our senators now to propound their questions. Senator Marcoleta, since you came in early, you have 10 minutes, unless you have already asked all your questions. And then Senator Bamakino after.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko pong i-direct ang tanong ko sa DOE. Kasi po kanina sa opening statement, Mr. Chair, binanggit po natin yung Republic Act 8489. Kakambal na nga po niya yung binanggit po natin na executive order. Magagamit po ba ninyo itong nandiyan ba si Secretary? Wala. Magagamit ba ninyo yung Section 14, Article E, Paragraph E ng 8479?
Yes, it is available, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
po last resort ito eh.
Yes.
Kung ako pong tatanungin nyo, ayoko pong dito tayo humantong. Kasi last resort na po ito, Mr. Chair. Parang napakalaki na ng problema ng ating bansa. Kapag ito po ang ginamit na natin. At ang katambal nga yung Executive Order 839. Ito naman po ay pinangatawanan ng Supreme Court sa kasong binanggit ko kanina.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, kung ganito po yung senaryo ang sinasabi nila, at ito nga pinangangambahan na ng chairman, maski po ako talagang kinakabahan na rin. Baka May, sabi niya, May Day na. Paano ngayon ito? Paano kayo papasok kung ganun halimbawa yung senaryo ang sinasabi nila? Meron po ba kayong nakalaan na mechanism kung paano natin gagamitin ang available na batas na para sa inyo?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chair. Would also like to thank the Senator for bringing out the limitations, because it is important that we emphasize the need for balancing. And even in the local level, we emphasize that balancing. Meaning, pag sobra yung supplies natin sa lokal, mali po yun. Pag kulang naman po, mali din yun. Paano po natin may iwasan yung mga kamalian? Una-una po, yung behavior nating lahat is not only on the supply, but also on the demand. We have to regularly go about with our business, considering that even if we say na hanggang May lang siya, tandaan po natin ang cycle ng pag-order. It's around 2 weeks. At na-emphasize po natin 2 days ago that we have sufficient supply considering na almost puno yung ating mga storage facilities. So, may kailangan ba tayong mangamba? kung nakikita po natin yung nangyayari sa Middle East na wala pang linaw, mangangamba po tayo doon. Pero kung meron po ba tayong solusyon? Meron po tayong solusyon. 14E is indeed extreme, but it always gives, it is the wisdom of Congress and the law to give that strategy as a last resort to government for protection of everyone, not only of the consumers, but also for business. So, yun po yung ine-emphasize ng Department of Energy. Now, with this declaration from the President, we have scenarios precisely to avoid that grim scenario na mas nagkakaroon ng leeway ang Department of Energy. But we can tackle first what happened before that. So, we were talking to the oil companies of trying to see how we can assist them. But we also emphasize the proper behavior on the supply side. There should be no favoritism of gasoline stations in the distribution locally. There should be no hoarding for the gasoline stations so that it will be available for all our consumers. There should also be no hoarding for our consumers because at the end of the day, the balance will be distorted if there will be a problem on the supply, on the behavior of the suppliers, and a problem of the consumers on the demand side. We have also been calling for energy efficiency, and we have called for all these strategies, coordinating with the local chief executives, coordinating with the chiefs of police. Now, when Uplift convenes, we will have...
Mr. Chair, can we be more specific, sir? Because emergency nga ang sinasabi nila eh. Ako naman sabi ko parang wala akong makitang emergency, but the other side is talking about a grim scenario. So kung halimbawa talagang meron ng grim scenario, ano bang gagawin ng DOE? For example, para lang magkaintindihan tayo, can DOE, for example, issue a show cause order?
Yes.
Nag-yes ka kagad, hindi mo pa
Ay, sorry.
tinatanong. For example, can the DOE issue a show cause order to stations, for example, gas stations, that implement price hikes beyond what is qualified or what is justified by maps? Kasi kunyari, tanggapin natin merong maps or Argus averages. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, kanina tinanong ko, wala naman sumagot isa man sa mga oil companies. After 2 weeks, inventaryo pa yung binebenta nila. How come biglang nagtaas ng ganun? Meron ba kayong ginawa para check-in the justification? Reasonable ba yung pagtaas? I already computed 3 billion gross income per day. Do you think that is justified? Do you think that is reasonable? Anong ginawa ng DOE para tingnan yon? Ang inventaryo nila is 50 to 60 days eh. So ang ibig ko sabihin, can DOE also, siguro, short of legislation, kasi sabi naman ng batas eh, in times of emergency, when national interest requires, can you mandate the oil companies, for example, to itemize? The word is unbundle their costs, no? Starting from the base international price, no, the maps, the plots, the Argus, yung freight, yung insurance, and the profit margins. National emergency ito eh. And then can you mandate them to maintain a larger physical stock of buffer against sudden and real global spikes so that we can reduce the immediate replacement cost? Kasi sinasabi natin, Mr. Chair, magbebenta sila 120% more using the replacement cost. Can we justify that? Starting from the DOE, anong gagawin nyo? The oil companies will use the replacement cost kahit hindi naman kailangan because the inventory was still there. The DOE is not doing anything. So the law is very clear. Under emergency situation when the public interest requires it. Ito yung tinatanong namin sa inyo. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you requesting DOE to respond? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Let me clarify. We have heard from the previous meeting and also today that the DOE has done a lot. So can the DOE issue show cause orders? Yes, it can. Because that is the one that triggers the discussion on the reasonableness. Kung merong complaint ang ating mga kababayan, pinapag-explain natin yung ating mga gasolinahan para ma-validate kung meron nga bang profiteering, kung meron nga bang hoarding na nangyayari. So, meron po ba tayong ginawa doon? Yes, and I have mentioned that in the previous hearing. So, this is also to make sure that we are all working together on this to pacify everyone so that even if we see that we have sufficient supply sa May, we're also looking at, do we have the storage capacity for more? And how do we address the uncertainty, including in the strategy of the Department of Energy, aside from those mentioned by the oil companies, is for the government, through its GOCC, to try to address getting other suppliers. And we have PNOC or PNOCEC, if they are here, to provide the updates on that end. We were also able to look into not only the demand side management, but the coordination on the ground. How do we make sure that the balance is not only for the country, but when we pass through San Juan going to Makati, diesel will be available. Kasi meron tayong mga nakukuhang reports that some items are not available in certain gasoline stations. So what is the strategic coordination that we presented earlier? From the local chief executives to the chiefs of police, we also coordinate with the NICA yesterday. And we are doing all these even without the uplift convening already. That's why we also thank the Senate for convening the Protect so that we can have more ideas coming in. So has the DOE done a lot? Yes. So there is the show cause order. From the show cause order, it goes through the scrutiny, and if there will be more explanations that should be written and under oath, it opens up those who will not tell us the truth or those who will not submit that documents that are truthful. It opens up criminal cases, including but not limited to perjury, including but not limited to falsification of documents. So even without using 14E, we have been doing all this under the certificate of compliance. So we are using, in a way, the conditions that we have given out to all those that would engage in the business of selling petroleum products. So we also emphasize that the business of selling petroleum products carries with it a greater responsibility. They were given by the oil deregulation law to have pricing strategies, partnerships with malls, partnerships with credit cards, so that they will be able to compete and enable themselves to expand their network throughout the country. But what the DOE also emphasizes is there should be no abuse of market position or market behavior, especially during times of extraordinary circumstances, which is what we have now. So have the oil companies and the gasoline stations been cooperating? Generally, yes, but we are still looking for those who have not been cooperating. So when we showed our faces on the ground, we were not there to tell everyone that we will close the gasoline stations. No, we were telling everyone that government is present, government will protect not only the business, but especially our consumers. So everyone has a stake here. So that is what we are doing. So 14E, under the oil deregulation law, is available as an extreme scenario, but we will not get there because of the cooperation. And if we see that there are people or gas stations or businessmen that are not cooperating, we will go after them. Because yun po yung mga exercises na gano'n ang pwedeng magpabilis na umabot tayo sa extreme scenario, which we want to avoid. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for those answers. We now recognize Senator Bam Aquino, and you have 10 minutes, sir.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I have numerous questions here, no, for different agencies. But let's begin with the DOE sa excise tax, no? So pirmado na yung batas sa pagsuspindi ng excise tax, and now it is up to the President to actually trigger this or not. May we know if there is a timeline sa pag-trigger ng powers na ito? Meron na ba kayo na pag-usapan?
I have to validate, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, but I know that we already sent the communication whether or not the breach on the $80 was already happened. So yun po, just have to validate. Kasi I think the next step there, I'm assuming that it's the same as the law before. Yung ating DBCC and the economic managers will be the one to recommend upon the submission of the DOE that the trigger was
No, let
was
me clarify with Senator Win, di ba? That was our amendment. We included the $80. We've breached $80 already, no? So that's done. I'm trying to recall, was there a provision on DBCC recommendation?
If I may,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, yes. Sa batas, 30 days kailangan ma-breach yung 80. So, ibig sabihin, kung pirmahan lang kahapon, mag-aantay ng 30 days na na-breach yung 30.
No,
Yung 80.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, if I may, I think we clarified in the interpolation
Oo.
that we don't have to wait for the law to begin. If it is an ongoing above 80, we can look backwards, no?
Pero 30 days. So,
I think we've breached
30 days?
30 days. Okay, because we're already at 120, if I'm not mistaken, no? Nasa $120 na ba tayo?
That's why-
Or higher, it's 130. No, it's much higher. Yes, Mr. Ferrer?
We're at 140.
We're at 140. So we've breached 80. Matagal na natin na-breach yung 80. Yung tanong kung 30-day average. But in the interpolation, we clarified that the count doesn't begin when the law is signed. The count is actually, you can count backwards, no?
Yes.
So I would guess we're practically there already.
That's why I'm validating. I think we already triggered it.
Okay. I think we're already there, no? So that's the first trigger.
So let me validate it. I think
Okay.
we did, but we have to wait
Sige.
for the official position of
Okay,
the department.
so let's assume that we have. I want to clarify, was there a second provision on DBCC recommendation? Could we check nga? Meron, no? Okay, so it's may upon recommendation of the DBCC in coordination with the Secretary of Energy suspend the imposition or reduce excise taxes of fuel when the MOPS reaches or exceeds $80 per barrel for 1 month immediately preceding the issuance of the suspension or reduction order. So klaro na hindi siya nagsisimula when the law begins. It can go backwards. Pangalawa is kailangan ng recommendation ng DBCC in coordination with the Secretary of Energy or DOE. So, Yusek Wimpy, since Secretary Garin is not here and you're the highest here, ikaw ang tatanungin ko, I'm almost sure we can confirm that 30 days average has been done already. Kung hindi pa, it's just a few more days. Aabot na rin tayo dyan.
Sen Bam, if I may, hindi pwedeng hindi alam. DOE yan eh. Kayo ang timon ng gobyerno eh. Hindi pwedeng hindi alam. Sabihin nyo ngayon. Yung petsa.
That's where I'm getting at,
Yes,
Senator
thank you,
Loren.
thank you.
So we will confirm kung umabot na tayo ng 30 days. If not, this price is not gonna go down anytime soon. We can predict when the 30 days is up. So napag-uusapan nyo na po ba to trigger the suspension of excise tax sa DOE? Because mukhang sa inyo nagsisimula eh. It's in coordination with the Secretary of Energy. So sa inyo po nagsisimula yan, Yusek Wimpy.
That's correct. That's why I mentioned earlier that we compute. If it breaches that, we already send a communication to the DBCC. What I'm trying to tell the committee is, nandun sa yung kasama po ng staff niyo yung si director na mas kabisado kung kailan na-send or kung na-send na nga yung trigger. But I know that we already sent it. I just wanted to validate it.
So Sorry, there are two triggers. The first trigger is pag lumampas na sa $80, no?
Yes.
We're finding out kung umabot na tayo sa 30 days average. Okay, mukhang umabot na. The second trigger is Secretary of Energy, DBCC, to recommend to the President to suspend. Have you sent that already? Not yet. Let them answer,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Have we sent that already?
I'm not, that's why I wanted to validate it.
Okay,
because-
sige. I'll get back to you, Yusek Wimpy.
Yes.
Let's go to my other question.
Thank
So,
you.
unang-una, kami po, nagmadali kami para mapasa yung batas na yan. Sana po, madaliin nyo rin yung pag-implement ng batas, no? Si Director Abad is here. Mukhang mayroon siyang information na gustong i-share sa atin. Director Abad,
Mr. Chair,
Yusek Wimpy.
Mr. Chair, if I may
Yes,
provide some
Yusek
update.
Adriano.
I'm from the Department of Finance.
Yes.
So the law was signed yesterday,
Yes.
and I can confirm that there are basically two triggers. One is the 80 USD dollar should be breached, and that has been breached.
Okay.
And then the second is there should be some recommendation from the DBCC.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the timeline po, kasi may 15 days na para publication and effectivity. So the earliest that the President can issue the EO is around April 12 or 13 po, if I'm not mistaken with my numbers. In terms of the update on the DBCC, we will already be meeting on Friday. And then definitely we will come up with recommendation by next week so that as soon as the law is in effect by around April 13,
Okay.
the President can already issue that EO if
Okay.
ever.
We here in the Senate, because we prioritize this measure, no? Prioritize natin to on our own and upon the certification of urgency of the President, we also hope that we will act with urgency. At kung ang pinakamaaga legally ay April 12 or April 13, inaasahan namin na mangyayari nga ito by April 12 or April 13. Yusek Wimpy.
Okay. Now it's clarified by Director Abad. Because I know we sent something, okay? So it was triggered, the first trigger was on the $80 was on March 13. That's why we sent communication to the DOTr and to the DA so that makagalaw na sila doon sa targeted na pagbibigay ng tulong. But not on this po.
Yes, you're talking about yung Pantawid Pasada, no? Iba yan. What we're talking about here is the suspension of excise tax.
Yes, kaya nga not here, not this
And
one.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, ang pinakamaaga dito is April 12, no? Pinakamaaga na pwedeng masuspend ito is April 12. Now, may mga trigger po ito, may mga meeting na kailangan mangyari. Inaasahan namin na ang ekutibo gagawin yung lahat para sa pinakamabilis na oras, mabigay natin to sa taong bayan. Tama ba, Yusek Adriano?
Yes po, we will be already be meeting on Friday, the technical board, and then the main DBCC will be meeting next week, before the Holy Week.
Okay.
So that before the April 13 deadline, the DBCC already has a recommendation for the President's consideration and approval.
Okay, let me move to my other questions. Thank you for that clarification. At least may certainty yung ating mga kababayan kung kailan to pwedeng mangyari. No? Actually, sa totoo lang, the reason why we want to have this hearing is to provide certainty sa mga kababayan natin. Ano yung expectations nila? No? Ano yung expectation? Ano yung expectation ng transport worker? Ano yung expectation ng agricultural worker? Ano yung expectation ng ating mga MSME? That's what we're trying to do here, no? During the hearing on Tuesday, bago pa natapos yung hearing, may binanggit na crisis committee na bubuuin, no? Or hindi rin klaro, nabuo, sabi ni Secretary Rex, pero suddenly nabubuo ulit nung Tuesday. So the crisis committee was formed last Tuesday. Has that crisis committee convened already? Or ito rin ba yung uplift? Ito rin yung uplift, no? Has the uplift committee been convened already, Yusek Wimpy?
As I mentioned earlier, it is yet to convene.
It is yet to convene. So kailan po yung, meron na bang date kung kailan to i-convene?
The indicative date is on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Next week.
As informed on me by Director Abad.
Next week. Next week.
Yeah. Yes.
Next Holy
week.
Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay. Bakit next week? You don't know, of course, di naman ikaw yung nagko-convene. Who is the convening power of this committee? The Executive Secretary? The President? Is it DOE? Is it DEPDev? Sino po ang chairman nito?
Secretariat will be DEPDev.
DEPDev, okay. Sino bang Asekansyo? Secretariat, bakit po next week pa? Bakit hindi ngayon na? I mean, nakakadalawang hearing na tayo dito. Di ba? Yes, Asekansyo.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So the Uplift Committee is chaired by the President himself. Members include the Executive Secretary, DOE, DOTr, DSWD, DOF, DEPDev, and DBM. So we've already had our initial meetings internally. We're coordinating with the Office of the President for the schedule of the President. The initial indication, the intent is to meet either this week or early next week.
Okay, let's meet soon. No?
Yes.
To be fair, nung tinawag yung crisis committee in the middle of the hearing, marami sa amin natuwa. No? That this committee was being convened already. I hope you also include members of the private sector, no? Dito sa crisis committee na ito. But we impress upon you to please move as fast as the price of diesel and gasoline is going up. Move as fast as that. Kung kada linggo, tumataas yung presyo ng diesel at gasolina, dapat kada linggo, nagmi-meet rin kayo para may update kayo sa taong bayan. No? So that's really our main recommendation to please move. I mean, the name is Crisis Committee, so pag crisis, kailangan mabilis tayong gumalaw. Gumalaw na tayo. Now, baka naman po sabihin nyo yung main meeting next week, pero sana po yung mga director, ASEC, USEC, sana nagkikita-kita na, nag-uusap-usap na rin. No? Asekansyo, is that happening already? Are you interacting with, is there an interagency already happening behind the scenes before this formal meeting?
Well, the agents have been coordinating even before this Uplift Committee was created, Mr. Chair.
But you need the Uplift Committee to make decisions. Tama, di ba?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr.
So I hope you're preparing already for all of these decisions to be made. Kung sa Friday, tama ba, Yusek Adriano? Sa Friday, magkikita-kita yung DBCC regarding the excise tax?
Mr. Chair, it's the ETB first. Ito yung technical committee, like the technical committee. And then next week, earliest, the DBCC main principals
So
will meet.
next week rin?
Yes.
Okay, sige. So,
Your Honor, can I just
yes.
ask a question, Senator Bam? As we are discussing the excise tax suspension, the retailers are asking, maybe you can include it in your meeting, Secretary Yusek Adriano, is what happens to those inventory already in the market na bayad na in excise tax? Will they be allowed to draw it down? For that matter, for the oil companies as well, they have inventory na paid na yun excise tax. Or will it be through another refund process? Well, we know that the refund process is very tedious. Is there a proposal for a better refund process for that?
Maybe you can answer quickly, Yusek Adriano.
Mr. Chair, I think our option will be definitely based on the legality of the recommendations. So, but we will discuss this, but it depends on if it's legally possible to actually do this recommendation.
Ang sagot dyan sa kanya is noted at pag-uusapan ninyo.
Yes po.
Okay, but to be fair, Mr. Kapinpin, kung yung presyo natin sa gasolinahan is not the price of our inventory, di ba? Then therefore, kumbaga you can't have it both ways, di ba? Na sometimes yung presyo ay yung future na bibilin, pero yung excise tax na bili na. I'm sure the DOF will take this into consideration. Correct, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to note that in the tax code, I think may isang mechanism lang for refund sa excise under Section 145, if I'm not mistaken. So again, the main constraint here will be the legality.
Oo, but Yusek Adriano, naintindihan ko rin si Mr. Kapinpin, yung refund sa gobyerno, napakahirap talaga. In fact, kung isusuma mo yung mga utang ng gobyerno sa kanila, bilyon-bilyon siguro yan. Tama po ba? Di ba? So, we also need to be fair to the business sector na kapag nagsabi tayo, refund, magre-refund talaga tayo. Baka naman maghintay sila ng alam ko taon-taon yan. Tama ba, sir? No? Tumutungo po sila. Taon-taon yan bago makakuha rin ng refund. No? Okay. So unang-una, please convene the crisis committee para maging malinaw itong mga ibibigay natin sa taong bayan. Please convene the DBCC para matrigger na yung pagbaba ng excise tax. Okay, I have a question. We declared a national energy emergency. Iba ito sa declaration of national emergency. Sorry, Yusek Wimpy, Yusek Fontebella, I'm gonna ask you this question. Iba yung national energy emergency sa national emergency. Correct, di ba?
Yes.
In a national emergency, pwede mag-trigger ang price ceiling. In a national energy emergency, hanggang monitoring lang tayo. Is that correct?
Monitoring in what sense? I'm sorry.
It's in one of the provisions in the EO na kailangan mag-monitor tayo ng pagtaas ng presyo. Pero hindi siya price ceiling. So in a state of calamity or state of national emergency, pwede tayong magkaroon ng price ceiling sa basic commodities and essential goods. Hinahanap ko sa National Energy Emergency EO, yung provision na yon, di ko mahanap. No? So I want to clarify. Ngayon na may national energy emergency, pumapasok na rin ba yung price ceiling natin for basic commodities and essential goods? Will you be able, or will DOF be able to answer this? Kasi yung isang rason kung bakit tayo nagtawag ng national emergency is to put the price ceiling on essential goods and basic commodities. Ang nilabas ninyo is national energy emergency, which I know addresses the supply issues, but I don't think it addresses the concern when it comes to basic goods, basic necessities and basic commodities and essential goods. I want to clarify, meron ba tayo ngayong price ceiling sa essential goods and basic commodities? Meron ba? Yes, Asek Cancio.
No price freeze as of now, Mr.
So,
Chair.
walang price freeze
For
as of
basic
now.
necessities, yes.
So you need to call a full state of national emergency to have a price freeze. At hindi yun ang tinawag natin. Ang tinawag natin, national energy emergency. Is that correct, Asek Malyari?
For now, Mr. Chair, it's specific to the energy sector.
Okay. So, nung Tuesday, marami ko sa amin ang nagbungkahi na magtawag ng state of national emergency primarily for the price freeze on essential goods and basic commodities. Kasi ayaw natin makita na yung merkado magtutuloy-tuloy yung pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin dahil sa pagtaas ng presyo ng diesel at gasolina. So as much as natuwa kami na tinawag na ito para yung supply natin ay magkakaroon ng malaking leeway, no, para sa gobyerno at para sa private companies na makapag-replenish ng supply. Personally, palagay ko po at palagay siguro ng marami ko sa amin, kulang pa dahil ang hinahanap rin ng taong bayan, hindi magtuloy-tuloy yung pagtaas ng presyo sa mga palengke, sa supermarket, sa grocery. Bago pa po nangyari yung gera, pakiramdam na ng maraming tao, mataas na yung presyo ng bilihin. Suddenly, in 1 month's time, ang laki ng tinaas ng presyo ng diesel at gasolina. DA, is DA here? Yung DA nag-present na posibleng tumaas ng 100, yung manok, yung baboy, at kung ano-ano pa, kung hindi tayo aaksyon. So we're looking for this. No? May I know why we stopped short? I know Yusek Adriano, no? I'm sorry to ask you, but nagtaas ka ng kamay, so ikaw tinatanong ko. Do you know the reason why we stopped short of calling for a emergency and therefore a price freeze sa mga basic goods? Do we know why?
Mr. Chair, to be honest, I'm not...
Okay, Yusek Wimpy, do we know why we stopped short of calling for a state of emergency? Kasi pag state of emergency po, pwede tayong mag-price freeze. Hindi tayo nag-price freeze dito, hanggang monitoring lang. No? Do you know why? Maybe there's a wisdom behind it kung ba't hindi tayo nagtawag ng national emergency, Yusek Wimpy? Would you know?
I cannot.
You cannot know. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Sige.
Chair, if I may, Senator Bam.
Go ahead.
This time, I will defend them and those who are here. To be fair to them, the USEC and the ASECs, they would not be in a position to answer why it was limited to an energy emergency. But I join you in that. Kaya nga, we always say, kailangan pinapadala yung cabinet level, especially since we are in a crisis. But they opt to send USEC and ASEC, fine, but thank you for being here. But we cannot force them to answer. Hindi naman sila ang nagbuo ng komite. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, may I have just a few minutes with the indulgence of Senators Loren and Marcoleta? Okay. Kasi I've run out of time. No? So, gusto ko lang po tanungin si Yusek Adriano, napag-usapan niyo po ba yung VAT? Because we had, and maybe later we can ask the energy companies their position on the suspension of VAT. May nagsasabi na magugulo daw yung mga libro ninyo or something, no? Pag na-suspend yung VAT. But in our first hearing on Tuesday, Senator Loren, myself, other senators here, talked about a follow-up measure na hindi lang excise tax, but powers for the President to suspend or lower VAT for petroleum products. Napag-usapan po ito kasi mas malaki ang pwedeng mabawas nito kesa sa excise tax, no? Was this discussed, Yusek Adriano?
Mr. Chair, yes, it was even discussed during the hearing of the excise tax bill. What we mentioned during that hearing is that exempting the fuel, particularly with VAT, may have some counter results to the goal of reducing the prices. Remember, when we have the VAT system is relatively complicated. It has an input and an output VAT. So if the output is exempt and you have inputs wherein you paid the VAT, then you cannot claim your inputs. So for instance, in the case of the oil industry, they have machineries, they have trucks, etc., that are subject to VAT. But since the fuel, the output is not subject to VAT, they cannot claim those input VAT. And hence, what will probably happen is that those input VAT na naipit, ipapass on nila yun doon sa presyo.
Okay, let me ask, does anyone speak for the energy company, for the oil companies, or tag-iisa kayo, no? So maybe very quickly, do you have a position on the suspension of VAT? Kasi kayo po yung binabanggit na mahihirapan daw ang industriya, mahihirapan yung mga kumpanya, masyadong komplikado. Napag-usapan niyo po ba kung mag-suspend o mag-lower ng VAT ang gobyerno? Kung gaano po kalaki ang epekto nito, Mr. Nepomuceno or Ms. Kiambao? Sorry, is Ms. Tanya speaking for the industry here? For the small players. Sige, let's go, small to big ba tayo? O sige, si Ms. Tanya, and then maybe the representatives from Shell and Petron.
Thank you for that time. In our position, when we were discussing it with the DOE and one time in Congress, we mentioned that it's easier for us to implement reduced prices when VAT is removed. Because what we were suggesting is, we don't remove it on the bottom, we remove it upon arrival of the cargo. Hindi na kami magbabayad ng VAT. And then it answers your request for immediate implementation on the pump prices.
So, Ms. Samiliano,
Yes.
so ang sinasabi mo, yung pagtanggal ng VAT dun sa point of importation.
Yes, because once in the point of importation, you don't have the VAT. It's not part of your cost anymore. Whereas when you do the exemption or the suspension on excise, it's part of your cost. So you have to consider your inventory. But if it's VAT, if I don't have the VAT input, I won't have the alternate,
Okay. So,
the VAT output.
Simple
the VAT
question.
output.
Simple question. Kung magtanggal tayo ng VAT at the point of importation, will this mararamdaman ba to ng consumer down the line? Kasi may...
Yes, because it will reduce your cost.
Yes. So, ang VAT ng petroleum is ano ba ngayon? 12?
12%.
So, yung 12%, kunyari, nagtanggal kayo ng 12%.
If it's 100, it's justifiable that in the next movement, you don't increase by 12 pesos.
Will all of that 12% be felt by our consumers?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Shell and Petron?
Yes, so we are in favor. Actually, from a technical point of view, the VAT would be faster to implement, but indeed it should be end-to-end, yeah? So at source until end. Also, the VAT is a percentage. Therefore, the higher the price, the higher the VAT becomes actually. Yeah?
Okay.
So there is actually...
Thank you, Ms. Kiambao Osial. I'm sorry, my eyesight is not that good. Mr. Nepomuceno, do you agree with them?
Yes, we
Okay.
concur.
Okay.
And that is the industry position.
Okay, yun naman pala. So, according to the industry, it can be done. Hindi sila mahihirapan kung magtanggal ng VAT at the point of entry. Clear? Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I'm sure mapag-uusapan natin to sa Mayo, and we ask DOF to also help us compute, no? At makita natin itong posibleng pwedeng tulong ulit sa ating mga kababayan. Okay, let me end with expectations of support. Yung ating transport sector po nandito, in the last hearing, DSWD said, who is the DSWD representative here? Yes, Yusek Sulit. In the last hearing po, sabi ni Secretary Gatchalian, lahat ng jeepney driver, tricycle driver, bus driver, TNVS, PUV, mabibigyan ng tulong. No? Nandito po yung representative ng Manibela at ng iba pang mga transport groups. Ano pong expectation ng transport workers mula po sa gobyerno pagdating sa tulong na ito?
Thank you, Your Honor. As mentioned by Secretary Gatchalian the other day, we will provide subsidy to all drivers of tricycles as referred by LGUs, jeepney drivers, motorcycle taxis, and the other common carriers as referred by LTFRB. They will be provided, everyone will be provided.
Okay. Ang concern ko dito is, sa lahat ng mga programa ng gobyerno, whether for farmers, for drivers, lagi pong may lumalapit nagsasabi, hindi naman kami kasama. Diba? So meaning, yung listahan, napakahalaga, na kumpleto yung listahan natin. In this hearing, Yusek Sulit, can you assure us na yung mga listahan natin, kumpleto talaga? Hindi lang yung mga organized, hindi lang yung mga kaibigan, o hindi lang yung mga malapit sa mga ahensya, pero talagang komprehensibo yung ating listahan. Mamaya, I'll ask Sir Mar to also speak. Yusek Sulit.
Thank you, Your Honor. The guidelines on the cash relief assistance presupposes that there is a group assessment done by the partner agencies of the DSWD. As you know, Your Honor, in the past, it's always the DSWD doing the assessment. So we do it individual. This time, since time is of the essence and the vulnerability is sector-wide, so it's a whole of government, whole of society approach. So we tap the LGU to do the preparation of the list based from their official records.
Okay, so kailangan nakalista ka sa LGU
Yes,
para
sir,
umabot sa inyo yung listahan.
For the tricycle drivers, sir.
Okay.
For the others, covered by the regulatory authority of the DOTr, LTFRB, the list will come from them.
Okay. So pag jeepney, LTFRB.
Yes, sir.
Kapag TNVS, DOTr.
Yes, sir.
Yung TNVS naman kasi may mga kumpanya, kaya hindi mahirap hanapin yung listahan. Yung pinaka mahirap siguro yung tricycle driver. Correct, no? Kasi decentralized yung listahan.
Yeah, sa LGUs po siya, Your Honor.
Okay, so sa mga nakikinig sa ating jeepney driver, tricycle driver, TNVS, dapat may expectation sila na may tulong silang makukuha. Is that fair to say, Yusek Sulit?
That is fair, Your Honor.
Kung hindi sila kasama sa listahan, anong gagawin nila?
Yesterday, in-address po ni Secretary Gatchalian yung mga issue nung wala sa listahan. Ang pangako po ng DSWD at sa utos ng Pangulo, we will provide assistance. We will check whatever fast mechanism we can, conduct in order to provide assistance as well. So yung gagawin po na in-announce kahapon, lalapitan na po ng DSWD at ng DOTr para makita kung bakit wala sa listahan yung mga nagsasabing wala sa listahan.
Okay, Mr. Valbuena, sige po, can you give a comment? Yung tanong ko po kasi, lagi pong may lumalapit pa rin na, Senator, nabigyan yung gantong kaibigan namin pero kami wala, di ba? And this was during the COVID response. No? Meron rin tayong pantawid pasada nung panahon ng COVID at nung umiikot kami nung nakaraang kampanya last year, yun yung sinasabi sa amin ng mga TODA. No? Hindi ho kami kasama sa listahan. So, pwede ho ba kayong magkomento? Yung pagkakompleto ng mga listahan, kailangan po ba ng bagong gawain para mabuo ulit ang mas komprehensibong listahan po para sa ating mga transport workers?
Good day po, distinguished committee and Mr. Chair. Kahapon po, doon pa lang sa ayuda, meron naman po kaming nakuha sama ng loob. Pinapila po maghapon, mainit, gutom, walang tubig, walang maupuan. Meron naman isang tent para doon sa mga senior siguro. Sila na din po nagsabi, 21% lang ang nakatanggap doon sa total na sinubmit. Sa members po namin, sa kabuuan, 8% lang ang nakakuha. Meron pang mga ruta, doon sa ruta namin, 60 na drivers po ang sinubmit namin pero kahit isa wala pong nakatanggap o wala doon sa listahan.
Sir, sa jeep kayo, no?
Sa jeepney po at UV Express. Kasama
Pati UV Express.
TNBS po.
Okay.
Isa po.
Ang Manibela, matagal na hong grupo kayo.
Tama
Matagal na po. Yung mga tinatawag na listahan, meron po ba ang mga ahensya ng listahan ng inyong mga miyembro?
Ang binibigay po namin na listahan dati, ang nagbabase po ang LTFRB per plate number. So doon po nagbabase kung ilan yung bilang ng sasakyan na meron kami na naka-enroll o active sa LTFRB. So yun po dapat yung nabibigyan. Pero this time, ang pinasubmit po sa amin yung pangalan po ng driver. So nag-comply naman kami.
Mas maganda ho yun, di ba? Kasi per plate, sometimes dalawa yung driver po dyan o tatlo, di ba?
Tama po kayo.
So kung yung per name, mas maganda po yun, di ba?
Tama po kayo.
Okay.
So ang nangyari po, wala kaming nakuhang ayuda. Kung meron man, iilan lang. So matagal na naming sinasuggest po sa kanila na fleet card ang ibigay ninyo sa amin. Mas madali siyang gamitin. Hindi na ho kami pipila doon sa mga ayuda na to na lahat madidisrupt yung services natin sa mga mananakay.
Yung araw na namamasada kayo, nawawala rin.
Maghapon din ho kaming nakapila. So kaltas na po kaagad yun. Kung kikita ho sana kami today ng 1,500 pesos na paghahatian po ng driver at operator, nawala din po yun. So magkano na lang ho ang natira doon sa 5,000 pesos? Hindi po ba? Kaya ho, matagal na naming sinasabi, bakit ayaw po gawin ng Land Bank, ng LTFRB, yung ganitong sistema para kahit ilan at sino man yung sumampa doon sa sasakyan, kahit anong klaseng sasakyan, basta intended yung fleet card doon sa plate number na yon, mapapakinabangan. At para siyang coupon na automatic may discount po kada karga po namin. Hindi na, mas malaki po yung madi-discount at pakinabang po nito sa amin at hindi nag-aaway na pumipila. Bakit kami wala? Nag-submit naman kami ng listahan. On a daily basis, ngayon po, 1,500 to 1,600. Ang nawawala po sa amin, 100 to 120% ang itinaas nung krudo. So dati, kung nagkukonsume kami sa average na 30 liters per day na 53 to 55 pesos, ang kinukonsumo po namin ay 1,200 to 1,400, mahigit 3,000 na po ngayon. Yun ang nawawalang kita at ang tanong po namin, kanino at saan po namin ito babawiin itong mga losses na ito?
Dalawa lang naman po yan Sir Mar. Either magtaas ng fare or may suporta sa inyo. Now, ayaw nilang, siyempre yung pagtaas ng fare, marami pong matatamaan. Now, kung ayaw gawin yan ng gobyerno, dapat may suporta po sa inyo. No? Napakasimple, di ba? So, unang kong tanong, I know I've run out of time. Nung COVID ho, di ba may fleet card naman nung panahon ng COVID?
Tawid pasada card po yung ibinibigay sa amin.
Iba ba
pero
yun?
nawi-withdraw po siya. So dapat, kung operator ang nakakuha, hindi po mabibigyan yung driver. Tama rin naman po na driver yung binigyan nila ngayon. Pero yung implementation, hindi ko nakikita na efficient siya.
Okay, kumbaga Sir Mar, ang sinasabi ninyo, pinapapila pa, yung mga driver buong araw, sayang yung oras natin na magnegosyo, magtrabaho, ba't di na lang natin i-automate, no? Yan ang sinasabi po ninyo.
Tama po kayo. Yung sistema pong ginagamit nila ngayon, wala po kaming pinagkaiba doon sa nanlilimos na kailangan ibaba muna yung bintana bago kami bigyan ng limos. Ganun po ang nangyayari sa amin. Ganun kabigat. Kami yung direktang pumasan ng bigat. Meron na po ba rito sa session hall na to na kayang pasanin yung losses na 1,500 pesos a day? 45 to 50,000 pesos on a monthly basis. Meron po ba rito na pwedeng magsakripisyo sa atin noon? Wala. Mamang tsuper lang po ang nakakapagsakripisyo niyan.
Okay. Sir Mar, tatanungin ko lang ang DSWD. Ito pong, alam naman ho natin, no, na pag-uusapan natin ang transport workers, sila ang pinakaunang natatamaan dito. Agricultural workers, MSMEs, susunod-sunod po yan, no? Pero sila po yung pinakauna. Ito pong request nila ay sana mas efficient, mas diretso, no? Yung tulong. Iba pang usapan yung kung magkano. Kasi yung binibigay natin, hindi rin naman yan nagmamatch dun sa losses nila. Diba? Mas maliit yan sa kanilang nawalang income. But I just want to ask this question as my final question. Yung sinasabi po nila, kasi sa palagi ko po, hindi naman to one time eh. Ang expectation natin, this will last 3 to 6 months or more. Kahit matigil yung gera tomorrow, bukas, yung taas ng presyo, nandyan pa rin yan ng ilang buwan eh. So kailangan natin silang matulungan. Ito pong pag-automate or pagkaroon ng fleet card, pwede po ba itong gawin para hindi na po sila kailangan pumila para sa ayuda, mabibigay po yung tulong. At the same time, kung magkano yung nabibigay, na ma-manage nyo rin po. Is that in the plans of DSWD?
Your Honor, gusto lang po namin sanang malaman kung ano yung tinutukoy niyang ayuda. Kasi as you know, dalawa po kami nagbigay ng ayuda. Kami po sa DSWD, cash relief assistance po ang binigay namin. At diretso po yun sa mga drivers.
Cash or diretso sa GCash? Or
Cash po.
Cash talaga, okay.
At base naman po sa mga news reports, napakabilis. Sobrang bilis nga po kasi pupunta ka doon kung ikaw ay na-vet na yung listahan mo. Hindi po dapat pumupunta yung hindi wala sa listahan. Okay? So, kaya po dapat malinaw. Sa amin po, hindi po totoo yung 21% na accomplishment. So sa amin po, pag malinis yung listahan, dumating yung mga kasama natin driver, babayaran po sila. At yan naman po ay matter of judicial notice.
Sige, papaklaro natin kay Mar, no? Ito po bang release ng pondo ay mula sa DSWD, DOTr, LGU? Sino po ba yung nagbigay po ng tulong po sa inyo?
Mr. Chair, nakakatawa po. No? Magkatabi pa po sila eh. Ang DOTr at ang DSWD, hindi po ba sila nag-uusap kung yung ibibigay po sa amin eh, kung saan po ba ito galing? Hiningan po kami ng listahan ng LTFRB. Isinabmit po namin yung mga master list po namin. Yung pala, ibibigay din po pala sa LGU. Doble ang ginawa po nilang pahirap sa amin. Kailangan namin ng ORCR, pipicturean kami, kasama yung jeepney namin, hawak namin yung driver's license, kasama yung prangkisa, kasama pa po kung saan presinto kami bumoboto. Mr. Chair, totoo po yan at may mga ebidensya po kami. Kung saan po kukunin, hindi po dapat kami yung tinatanong. Hindi po ba? Kayo yung nakakaalam kasi kayo yung magbibigay. Tama po
Okay, Mr. Valbuena, but gusto ko lang kasing matukoy ito. No? Of course, alam natin magkaiba rin yung pondo nila eh. And kami yung pumupondo po dyan. Kaya gusto namin malaman kung anong pondo yung nagamit ng maayos. So, yung nangyari pong ayuda o payout, sino po yung namimigay? LGU ba? DSWD ba? Sino po mismo yung nagbibigay sa inyo? Para lang klaro sa amin.
Ang namigay po kahapon, ang kasama ng LGU ang DSWD. Pero una po kaming pinag-submit ng listahan sa LTFRB.
Okay, so ito yung sinasabi namin na kailangan yung response ng gobyerno, iisa lang talaga. No? This is a common theme from Tuesday na alam ko may kanya-kanya kayong mga responsibilidad, pondo at lahat, but we need to have a consolidated approach here. No? Posibleng nagdodoble yung tulong o posibleng akala natin nasa kabilang listahan, yun pala wala sa listahan. We need to have a consolidated approach here. No? So, Mr. Chairman, baka maganda po yung komite, pwedeng i-meet on the side yung mga agencies at yung transport workers natin, maklarify natin yung expectation nila kung ano yung makukuha, magkano yung makukuha, ano yung proseso para malagay sa listahan, ano yung proseso sa pagtanggap ng pera. Kasi kahit yung pagtanggap ng pera, posibleng nakakaantala dun sa pang-araw-araw na pamamasada po nila. So, Mr. Chairman, can the committee convene this on the side?
Ang balak ko talaga namin magkaroon ng mga technical working groups bawat sector. No? Kasi iba-iba yung pangangailangan, we'll get more details. Pero just to comment on that, kaya kailangan ng isang cohesive national contingency plan dahil Nagbibigay yung DSWD ng ayuda, nagbibigay si DOTr, LTFRB ng pantawid pasada, pero parehong tulong yun. No? At ako, kung tatanungin, pinaka-effective pa rin ay yung fuel subsidy na diretso sa card. Kasi gagamitin ng tao yan sa pangkarga ng fuel, hindi gagamitin yan sa ibang bagay. Yung cash nakakatulong pero hindi natin alam kung saan gagastusin. Unlike yung fuel subsidy, diretso na. At yan ang ginagawa na matagal na, ilang dekada na natin ginagawa yan, no? So, but we'll pursue that later on. Go ahead, Mr. Valbuena.
Opo, meron pong 2.5 billion pesos ang DOTr na para sa fuel subsidy. Tama rin po si ASEC o USEC ng DSWD. Alin po doon ang pinagkuhanan po natin. So gusto rin namin malinawan kung makakakuha pa po ba kami sa DOTr doon sa 2.5 billion o doon sa AIC. So ano po ito? Kaya po kami nagtatanong.
Kaya nga dapat ano talaga yan, nag-usap yung gobyerno, no? At yung pantawid pasada, nakadesenyo talaga yan, even yung special provision para sa fuel subsidy, no? At yan ang mas magandang mekanismo dahil diretso yan doon sa fuel card, no? So with that, Senator Lauren, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. Valbuena. Ramdam namin ang iyong mga sinabi at lahat ng mga sabi niyong pumila ng napakainit tapos wala naman natanggap. At inuutos ng komite with the permission of the chair na sagot po ng maayos in a memo form kasi hindi maliwanag. Tama si Mr. Valbuena. Saan nanggaling yung pondo? DOTr ba na 2.5B or DSWD na AIX? Hindi natin alam. Mas malaki yon para malaman nila at bakit hindi yung buong listahan at ilang porsyento lang nakatanggap. Kung hindi kaya ng mga ASEC, USEC director na nandito ngayon, pero kailangan mabigyan natin ng sagot ang grupo ng Manibela from Mr. Valbuena. 12:19, siguro naman bago bumaba ang araw ngayong araw na ito, ay masasagot tayo ng DOTr, LTFRB na nagbigay ng listahan at ng DSWD. Can I ask that, Mr. Chair? Base sa question ni Senator Bam Aquino. I mean, it's not ask, it's a demand kasi hindi siya nasagot ng kompleto dahil hindi sila sigurado sa nanggaling yung pondo. DOTr, DSWD, or LGU at bakit yung iba hindi nakatanggap. Wag muna ito sa time ko dahil kino-continue ko lang yung sinasabi ni Senator Bam Aquino. Pero ramdam po namin ang paghihirap po at yung buod ng inyong mensahe. At bago matapos ang hearing ay dapat may sagot na ang ahensya ng gobyerno na inyong binanggit. Salamat po. Ngayon, bumalik po tayo, nabanggit ni Senator Marcoleta kanina, yung replacement cost. Kung sino man ahensya ng gobyerno ang sasagot nito, it would be perhaps DOE, my friend Yusek Wimpy again, or would it be DOF? Simple. Tama ba na yung replacement cost method in pricing allows the oil companies to impose the current world prices despite their present stocks? Alam ko, ito'y napag-usapan, narinig ko, pero parang hindi ba maliwanag yung sagot? At ano pang ibang mga maaring paraan or viable methods bilang alternatibo dito para yung pass-on sa mga consumers ay hindi immediate or hindi mangyari. So, gusto kong maintindihan yan dahil nung March 9, ang DOE ang nagpaliwanag tungkol dito sa lumang stock. Sabi nga nila, replacement cost. Kahit dumating na dito ang presyo ay hindi price ng date of delivery, pero yung practice daw, kinocompute yung historical average at ina-assume na yung cost sa pagbili ng bagong stock. Yun yung sinabi ng DOE bilang paliwanag sa basis ng replacement cost. So, gusto ko pong maintindihan ito dahil sa pagsaliksik ko naman ay hindi dapat ginagamit ang replacement cost. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, because my Supreme Court decision na nagsabi, na nag-rule na yung replacement cost is an invalid substitute for fair value and is almost meaningless number in the economic and accounting sense. The use of replacement cost as a methodology for computing the value of assets, goods, and services has been shunned by the Supreme Court. So, pakipaliwanag po, babanggitin ko yung GR number, hindi ko na sana, ito, 226443, GR number. Saan yung case? I have the GR 226443.
It's National Association of Electric Consumers for Reforms Incorporated
Yes.
versus ERC.
Yes. So, since Yusek Fuentebalia knows this, paliwanag po nyo yung replacement cost ba? Okay, since you went on the microphone, Yusek Wimpy, you can explain because it was a DOE that explained the replacement cost in behalf or justifying. So in short, yung stocks na bilhin nung hindi nung krisis, ibang presyo. Pero nung dumating yung krisis, may stock na siya sa dating presyo, pero inaakma sa presyo na tumaas sa world prices dahil daw bibili naman nila yung kapalit sa mahal na presyo sa mga darating na linggo. So, ang sagot muna ng DOE, ang gusto ko marinig, tapos DTI or DOF, pwede ba kayong sumagot? At PNOC at ang pribadong sektor. DOE muna. Please answer. Yusek Fuentebalia.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, I'm not certain of the replacement cost as practiced before the electricity and that of the oil companies. But, okay.
Konsepto ito. At saka, I am quoting the DOE, Yusek Wimpy. It was yung secretary mo na wala dito ngayon ang nagsabi, and I quote, kaya nga sinabi ko na hindi namin statement to. It's the replacement cost. Kahit dumating na dito ang crudo, ang presyo niyan ay hindi price ng date of delivery, pero as a practice now, we compute the historical average of the week. Yun ang ina-assume na cost na pagbili ng bagong stock. So, yun po ay quotation po, ayon po sa DOE, kaya kayo po ang pinakamataas na representante dito, my good friend Yusek Wimpy, pakipaliwanag po para maintindihan po naming lahat. Kasi may computation of distribution rates then, and the Supreme Court said, and I quote, it is difficult to justify and almost irrational to use the replacement cost in the valuation of the asset base of utilities. Anyway, alam mo yan, you're a lawyer, you would know this. So, gusto natin maintindihan kung pinagbabawal pa ng Supreme Court yung replacement cost issue, pero yun ang ginawang justification o dahilan po ng DOE sa pagtaas ng presyo.
Yeah.
Oo. DOE first and then DOF.
Okay.
Yeah, then the private sector. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the question, ma'am. So number one, as I mentioned, it's an electricity case that was decided by the Supreme Court. So how it differs from the oil companies, I have to study further. Number two, okay, so second, ma'am, the way I understand the practice, whether or not it is fair that if there will be lower prices at that was purchased, no, yung sabihin natin.
Sorry, you'll answer later. Wait. While the Supreme Court case was on electricity, the DOE position, as I read into the record, was used. Ginamit po yun ng DOE, ang inyong sekretarya, para po ipaliwanag yung replacement cost at presyo ng oil companies. So, yun po ang gusto kong i-address po yung sagot. Hindi po ako nagsasabi
Ayan.
na ito sa kuryente, hindi ito pwedeng ma-apply dito, ginamit na po ng inyong departamento. Thank you.
I recall the answer of the Secretary utilizing the replacement cost as a concept in explaining what is happening. So the way I understand it po, because I'm not the accountant, no? Yung week 1, nag-purchase sila halimbawa ng 100 pesos per item. And then week 2, naging 150 pesos po yun. So, ang binibenta nila on week 2, pero nandun na sa kanila yung stocks. For week 1 na binayaran ng 100, binibenta po nila, basis nila is 150, plus yung may income sila ng konti, no? Or meron silang margin na tinatawag nila. Pero pag bumaba naman po, for week 2, 150, binili naman nila yung pang-replace. Tapos week 3, naging 100. So, bibenta nila yung kanilang produkto sa 100 at week 3 plus marginal cost. So, yun po yung situation during normal business operations. Ang sinasabi po ng Department of Energy, we may need to tweak or have something in the middle because the increase is for gasoline, it went to almost 99% or 100%, and sa diesel po, almost 150%. So yun po yung kakaiba na tinitingnan natin. And yun rin po yung naging basis ng Department of Energy to talk to the oil companies on whether they can give more discounts because of that very high discrepancy. What is probably also hindering them from giving more discounts because mataas nga po talaga, so magbabakbakan sila sa ground kung paano nila gagawin yun, is their uncertainty of getting more supply because the supply from 150 may increase or decrease depending on the statements of the President of the United States or the statements or what's happening on the ground. So there are a lot of speculation by the hour. Yun po.
Ang interpretasyon nyo nung March 9 statement ng inyong kawani. Pero ang tingin ko po, hindi pa to... Hindi ba to unfair sa ating mga consumers? Wala pang pagtaas ng mga binili, pero tinataas at sinisingil na sa consumers. Hindi naman po tayo insurer ng risk ng mga pribadong kumpanya. I just feel it's unfair kasi binili naman yon sa regular na presyo, hindi naman sa panahon ng krisis nung mataas na. Hindi naman tayo insurer ng risk eh. Yun ang risk ng pribadong sektor. Nagkaroon ng February 28 na surprise attack eh. Pero, so, yun ang position ninyo. So in short, sang-ayon po at dinidefend po ng DOE yung pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin na binili ng murang presyo nung wala pa yung gera. So, yes, Yusek Wimpi.
Not necessarily, ma'am. Because what we mentioned is we only explained how business operates under normal circumstances. In fact, the position of the DOE is if we have very extraordinary circumstance, we may have to tweak the oil deregulation law because what the DOE is doing is asking oil companies to have more discounts and the like, no? Yung sinasabing gradual or staggered price increases because we have computed na sobrang laki nga po ng diferensya ng pagbili sa week 1 to week 2. So yun po yung napag-usapan and we submitted that position as well, that we may need to tweak under extraordinary circumstances po.
Meron bang provision, di ba? Anyway, I won't get to that. So, kung ang oil companies, and I will give you a chance to explain, if the oil companies are quick to apply the higher prices due to the so-called concept of replacement cost, ang DOE ba may pag-uugnayan, koordinasyon sa kanila para ganun din kabilis ibaba pag ang world market naman dips in prices, di ba? Ang bilis kasi ginamit yung replacement cost, pag bumaba naman ang world price, hopefully soon, kung mangyayari, anong koordinasyon o mekanismo ang ginagawa ng pamahalaan ng gobyerno to protect naman the consumer? Mabilis pagtaas, pagbaba ng world prices. Ano ang inyong mekanismo?
So under the law right now, yung price is deregulated. Now, ang ginagawa ng Department of Energy on the consumer welfare promotion aspect is to make sure that consumers would compare these prices. So yung number one na paraan dyan is the price board. We require na yung price board ay naka-display sa ating mga gasolinahan, and it is faithful to what is really being implemented doon sa pump. Number two, we emphasize as well that the price board can be digitalized, so there are consumer apps that are available that can compare prices on the app. I mentioned before in some of our conferences with the press that Waze, for example, has that feature na pwedeng pagbiyahe ko from the Senate to the Department of Energy, yung mga gasolinahan doon, pwede ko po siyang makita what are the mas mura and what is mas mahal. And yun po yung paraan para ma-protection natin sila. Because the design under the oil deregulation law is they will be able to compete as to prices, wherein doon naman sa quantity at quality, that's where the regulation of the Department of Energy comes in po. So, under extraordinary circumstances, we may need to have something in the middle before we reach Section 14E of the oil deregulation law. Yun po yung parang mga tweaking and probably triggers na dapat makita natin so that there will be no discretion. Yun po yung sinubmit namin.
Sinubmit nyo? Ito na naman tayo, sinubmit ha?
Hindi, yung po
Baka
yung-
sasabihin na naman yung sinubmit tapos break kami
Sinubmit.
kahit
Hindi naman po.
sinubmit na gusto nyong reforma
No breaks allowed
sa
ngayon, ma'am.
batas.
Oo.
Reforma?
Opo. Yes po. Yung
Nasaan
reforma.
saan nyo sinubmit?
Hindi, yun po yung sa pag-ano natin.
Isasubmit?
Yung po yung talakayan natin 2 days ago. Ganun po siya umikot.
Okay.
Opo.
Pag
Yun
sinabi
po-
nyong sinubmit, pakipaliwanag po
Yeah.
na sinubmit nyo at kanino, sa komite, sa chair, sa... Oo. Submit mo nang officially.
The statements na sinumitin namin
you submit.
during...
Okay, clear. Para maliwanag tayo. Tika, meron daw intervention pero you have my time. Yes. Hello. You said you would intervene. Papayag ako. Konektado po dito.
Thank you, Madam.
Hindi, time ko pa. Pero...
Yes, ma'am.
Opo.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yusek Wimpy, Mr. Chair, I believe I have a fair level of intelligence. But I cannot understand your reasoning when my colleague, Senator Ligardi, is asking you about the concept of replacement cost. Ang sabi mo, it is a practice. Is it a practice or malpractice?
It is the practice during normal circumstances, and we can also ask them to validate.
Now, we are now in an emergency.
Yun.
But the oil companies, as you have heard them, they raise their prices even if the inventory is still there. I already computed it. Hindi ko na uulitin, Mr. Chair. The gross income approximately using this replacement cost is 3 billion pesos per day. Narinig ko yung panaghoy ni Mr. Balbuena. Pasensya ka na, Mr. Balbuena, kung gagamitin ko yung panaghoy. Halos maglupasay na siya. Kaming lahat naniniwala kami doon sa kanilang kinalalagyan ngayon. But unless and until we are able to decipher the problem of whether or not the replacement cost is the answer, 3 billion per day ang kinikita nila amidst the sufferings of our people. Sabi mo kanina, you can use 8479 and the twin executive order. Kaya nga, sabi nyo, you can monitor. You're monitoring. How far do you monitor? Did you even look into this? It's 3 billion pesos per day income of the... Kanina tinanong ko sa kanila, and I computed it based on their own admissions. of the level of consumption per month of diesel and gasoline. So did the DOE check this? How far did you monitor this?
Sagot, if they checked it, and yeah. Please answer, chinek ba ito ng DOE at kailan nyo sinimulang
After
i-check?
2 weeks, ma'am, after 2 weeks, 127% increase per liter in diesel, 67% in gasoline. After 2 weeks, pero ang ginagamit is the inventory. How do you justify that? Tapos sabi ninyo kanina, meron kayong monitoring. How did you monitor?
Pakisagot.
Sabi niyo, you monitor even the abuse of market power. So you have to explain. You have to justify how did they increase their prices using this
please answer
inventory.
That. Sabi rin ng chair, ang minomonitor lang daw nyo ay yung volume, hindi yung price. So pakisagot yung sabi ng chair, volume lang ba, hindi presyo? Nag-monitor kayo ayon kay Senator Marcoleta? Kailan kayo nagsimula? Talaga bang 2 weeks later, noon nandiyan na ang krisis at mataas na? At anong klaseng monitoring ang ginawa nyo? Pinapanood sa kanyang computer. Yun na naman. Oo.
Okay. So, number one, we again stated na under extraordinary circumstances, there's really that gap that we need to address. Because kung presyo ang pag-uusapan, oil deregulation law is there. So we need something in the middle precisely to protect our constituency. That's number one. Number two, yung...
Andali.
Sorry po.
Ito lang ha, rules natin. Ahensya ng gobyerno. Huwag po nyo gagawin dahilan na kailangan ng isang bagong panukulang batas o amendahan ng batas bago tayo makagalaw sa panahon ng emergency para matulungan ang mga tao. Please, favor lang, huwag po niyong gagawin dahilan yan. At maliwanag, binanggit na rin ni Senator Marcoleta, may Section 14 naman ng Oil Deregulation Law. In times of national emergency, when the public interest so requires, a DOE may, during the emergency and under reasonable terms, prescribed by it, temporarily take over. We're not saying take over. Direct the operation of any person or entity engaged in the industry. So, nandyan. So, ayaw naman natin gawin yan. Hindi ko po sinasabing gawin yan. Pero hindi naman nyo kailangan pang isumite ang amendments to the oil deregulation para kayong makagalaw. Hindi po, dahil meron ng itong tawagin na natin extreme measure. So if that is allowed by the law, so the temporary or in between is therefore allowed. So there's no need to use a new law which will take months, if not years, idedebate, wag po niyong gagawing dahilan ang Kongreso. Okay? Having said that, repeat, gusto po namin malaman anong monitoring ang ginawa ng DOE, kailan kayo nagsimula, ito ba lang, ayon sa chair, ay volume lang or presyo? At kung na-monitor nyo yung presyo, anong klaseng koordinasyon o kinonvene nyo lahat ng consumer groups, transport sector, manibela, etc., producers, retailers, etc.? Pakipaliwanag po. Thank you.
So, laying the premise na number two, paano po natin siya minomonitor, no? That's why we mentioned that even if nandun siya sa oil deregulation law and meron tayong section 14E, what we are utilizing is the certificate of compliance na pinapatupad ng ating mga oil companies. And these certificates of compliance have conditions na nandoon. Doon po sinasabi natin why do we have the COC? Kasi merong responsibilidad ang ating mga nagbebento ng petroleum products na mas mataas po, hindi po siya ordinaryong binibenta. So the certificate of compliance is what we used when we went to the ground for them to mention. Even if meron tayong problem sa price na gray area, sabihin na lang natin, we all told them under the show cause order, bakit ganito kataas ang inyong siningil. So yun po yung number one. And they have...
Salamat sa inyong tugon. Kailan po nangyari yung number one na yan? February 28 nangyari yung surprise attack. February 28, no?
Yeah.
Kailan po ginawa ng DOE at ilang pulong na po? Ayan. Ilang pulong na po? Isang buwan na, Kailan po nagsimula?
So yung
2
minention...
weeks later or immediately? Kailan po?
Okay. So, when this was all ongoing, ang monitoring po ng Department of Energy, Oil Industry Management Bureau, headed by Director Abad, is every day on the prices. And then,
Yung monitor, madali mag-monitor sa telepono, sa kwarto. Kasi puwapasok kayo, di ba sabi nyo, once a week lang kayo puwapasok na face-to-face. O sige, yan ang desisyon nyo. Sa buong gobyerno, ha, ang Department of Energy, sa inyo nang galing yon, I work from home, pero once a week kayo puwapasok sa tanggapan. Okay? So, once a week lang daw. Di ba yun ang hearing natin? Minsan lang, hindi si Wimpy. Si Wimpy everyday daw. Okay, masipag yan. Once a week, isang beses lang puwapasok. Sabi nila, kasi yun ang formula nila sa work from home. Sa inyo nang galing yan, hindi sa akin. Natuklasan ko nung hearing. Okay, so sa inyong once a week na work from home, once a week na work face-to-face at yung ibang work from home, mula nung February 28 po pumutok yung gera, kailan po yung inyong koordinasyon sa lahat po ng mga ahensya at pribadong sektor?
okay. So, nung nangyari na po yun, yung gera, ang minention ko also in the last hearing po, is naghati po kami ng mga trabaho. Sa akin na po napunta yung pagko-coordinate sa ground tulad ng DILG, PNP. So, yun po yung messaging natin noong March 4, binanggit ko at 8:06, we already coordinate, ng gabi po. We coordinated with Secretary Remulla and spoke to Yusek Iringan at 8:22 p.m. Yung DILG staff po, March 5, 7:10 a.m., we asked them to organize a meeting with the local chief executives on how we can provide the necessary coordination and monitoring, considering na 1,000 lang po yung mga trabahador ng Department of Energy. It's around 1,000 to 1,200 po. Ngayon po, yung sa mga pulis naman po, kay Chief PNP Nartates, that was March 6, 2026, 9:10 p.m. po yun. So, Director for Operations, nakontak ko po kasi kami muna ni Chief ang nag-exchange ng text messages. March 7, 11 a.m., yun na po yung kay Director Peñones. And then, doon po sa Saturday, instructions rin po ni Secretary na kontakin yung grupo ni Secretary Aguda sa DICT para yung consumers po magkaroon ng...
Yusek, Wimpy, alam namin ikaw nagtatrabaho at yung iba dyan. O, sige. Okay na po muna. Okay na yan. Yes. Okay ka na. Hindi ka pa kumbinsado, no?
Wala ka ng oras eh.
Yes. Hindi, sagot niya yung mahaba eh. Sandali lang.
Ako na.
Wala pa ako naitatanong. Sa oil companies about the replacement cost, thank you, Yusek Wimpy. Paano po nyo ipapaliwanag? Can you answer the question? The government side, they answered it, and they said that to defend the private sector in increasing the prices, even if it was old inventory. May we hear?
Ma'am Senator, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
The business model of Petron is very different. We import crude, we do not import finished products. Only on occasions where there is a sudden increase in the need for products, that is when we respond and import. So our crude deliveries come from the Middle East, and they come according to a laycan when they are supposed to load from the Middle East and shipped here. After about 21 days, they arrive and they are unloaded. So about weekly, we receive parcels of about 2 million barrels a day, or 2 million barrels per load. So that's the business model. Now, as far as pricing is concerned, whatever is the pricing in the market, we have to compete. Because our dealers will not be able to sell if their prices are above the prices of competition. And so we need to position ourselves to be able to sell the products. We are mindful of the requirements of our dealers so that they have a payback for whatever investment they had put into a service station. So that is the model. Thank you, ma'am.
If I may, likewise, I think this replacement costing is the standard practice for all commodity products around the world for 100 years. And there is a reason of doing that. We may imagine if we are the gold seller. We bought the gold last week at $100. Today the gold is $150. What will happen if I sell it at 100? Everyone will come and buy from me. That will generate the peak demand. So the supply or the inventory will be short. Next, if I buy at 100 today, next week is $100. Can I sell at 100? I cannot. Come back to the first scenario. If I sell at 100, which is the acquisition cost of last week, will I have the cash flow to buy the inventory in order to continue the business? I may not. So this is the principle or the practice of all commodity products around the world. This discussion is happening in all markets. There is, what I can say, this is the practice that all markets are doing. And in the case that there is any market try to deviate from that, that may create the imbalance of the supply chain for the whole world.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers.
I'll just ask on round two. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We appreciate your candor and your honesty, but my seatmate is still not content with the answers, but thank you.
Yeah, I also have the same observations, and I'll propound my questions later on. So we'll recognize Senator J.V. Hercito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Anyway, the DOE probably can answer this, or any from the economic team. The President has already declared a state of national energy emergency under Executive Order number 110 under the Oil Deregulation Law. It states that in times of national emergency, when the public interest so requires, the DOE, during the emergency and under reasonable terms prescribed by it, temporarily take over or direct the operation of any person or entity engaged in the industry, Section 14E. So my question, Mr. Chair, is may I ask what is the course of action of DOE with respect to exercising its power under the law?
So even before the declaration of the emergency, we were already using the principles of the second, the lighter, kasi or po siya, di ba? Yung isa, take over. Yung isa, or direct the operation. So nandun po tayo sa gitna, yung direct the operation. Kasi ang ginagamit po natin dyan is the police power, and it's not more on eminent domain. So dun po sa police power na tinabanggit natin, we looked for other legal principles and basis kung paano po ma-address yung objective. The objective is to keep gasoline stations on and make sure that the supply is available and it can be affordable. Yun po yung second issue. So doon po sa Certificate of Compliance, nandun po yung mga conditions that nandoon din na pwede kaming magpadala ng show cause order sa kanila if we see any violation under the Certificate of Compliance. And yung Certificate of Compliance, when I explain this po doon sa ating mga local chief executives, parang kapareho po siya ng business permit po. Ganun po siya. So yun din po yung ginagamit kong legal basis for the local chief executives. Kasi sa DOE, COC, sa kanila, pwedeng business permit. Pagkausap ko naman po yung mga police, ang gagamitin naman po nila, halimbawa nagtanong sa atin, ano yung pwedeng gawin pag naglagay sa container na hindi safe. Fire code po yung ginagamit nila. Putting hazardous materials in unsafe containers. So we are exercising different laws, but we have the same objective. It is to show presence on the ground that government is there. And government is balancing everything so that under extraordinary circumstances, no national emergency yet, we are already showing our faces and telling everybody, we need to calm down, we have sufficient supply, the prices are going up, but we need to work together to keep the supplies flowing. And so it is a very delicate act. So we are in that gray area because in extraordinary circumstances, the Department of Energy believes that we exercise more police power. So nandun po kami sa being aggressive on the ground and being aggressive also in making sure, as mentioned by our guests here, that we are also helping in ensuring the supply. So nandyan rin po yung iba't ibang mga solusyon. Kasi sabi natin, the 1973 experience already taught us a lot. It's not only on the game of supply, but also on demand side management. And we're also emphasizing that the solutions does not only go with supply and demand on petroleum products. We also are looking at what are the impacts on the other fuels and what other technologies are available para magamit po natin yun. So doong panahon, 1973, hindi pa kami pinapanganak ni Senator Win kasi 75. So ang nangyari, ikaw 74. So noon po, hindi available masyado yung tinatawag natin mga induction cooking for LPG. Hindi rin po masyadong available yung electric vehicle. So, what are we saying? Why are we mentioning this? Because yung merkado, para matanggal yung worry natin ng konti. Of course, it's uncertain. It's worrisome. But there are solutions. Yung sinasabi po natin, yung market will adjust. In what way? Pag tumataas po kasi yung presyo at walang subsidy from the government, normally, sabihin natin walang, hindi subsidy, walang taxes, tanggalin natin yung taxes, tanggalin natin yung subsidy. Halimbawa, yun lang yung presyo para patas lahat. Pag nagmamahal yung presyo, umiiba yung behavior. Yung usually gumagamit ng tricycle papunta sa 1 kilometrong pupuntahan, naglalakad or nagbibisikleta. Or nagkakaroon ng ibang mode. Yun po yung diversion or... So, yan po nangyayari sa buong mundo. So, halimbawa po, sabihin ng na-mention kanina, China. Nagsabi ng China, nag-hold temporarily ng kanilang pagbibitaw ng supply. Ano naman ang naging behavior sa China? Marami silang electric vehicle doon. So, magbabawas din ng demand doon. But it takes time for the market to adjust. Doon naman po sa supply, kung demand po yun. So magsasabihin naman China, bukas na naman kami. Sabihin naman natin yung sa supply, hindi lang naman po kasi galing sa Middle East yung ating supply. As mentioned, 16% galing Strait of Hormuz, etc. So nag-a-adjust din po yung ibang pwedeng magbigay ng supply na dadagdagan nila yon. Of course, gusto nating makalaya yung mga na-hostage doon, na na-hostage yung buong mundo. But yung pagka-hostage ng buong mundo, hindi pareho noon sa ngayon. Dahil may teknolohiya tayo. And kung mag-spin off siya sa power, nandun rin po yung mukha ng pamahalaan para masiguro na we ensure supply and price is addressed. Yun po yung tinatawag nating game plan. Although it's not perfect, that's why we really appreciate, protect, we really appreciate the coordinations ongoing. We can still improve as we go along. It's really a matter of getting the right data. That's why we emphasize, if you get a show cause order, please give us the right data because what we want to build here is trust and confidence and fairness. No favoritism, no hoarding because we have sufficient supply. Even if sabihin natin hanggang April lang yan, hanggang May, puno na nga yung tangki. almost puno yung, hindi naman puno, I mean, nandun tayo sa storage capacity, malapit siya dun for gasoline and diesel. Ang sinasabi natin, we're uncertain kung ano yung mangyayari sa next orders natin. So we help each other there. At the same time, the global market po is adjusting po. Yun lang po yung pwede nating maisumiti sa ngayon po.
Yes, thank you, Yusek Montebella. Pero ang tanong ko lang kasi, Mr. Chair, ano po yung epekto doon ng pagkakadeklara ng State of National Energy Emergency, the passage of EO 110 declaring, ayun na, kung ang DOE, parang nabanggit nyo po kasi, parang you're exercising the same measures, no? Prior to the declaration, kasi state of national emergency tayo ngayon, crisis. So what are the extraordinary powers now that can be exercised the President to deal with the present situation? Yun po yung gusto ko malaman. For example, does the President now have the power to dictate on temporary ceilings or control of the retail price of fuel? Ito yung concern ni Senator Marcoleta, Senator Legarda. So what can be immediately be implemented under a state of national energy emergency? Yun lang, siguro yung, what's the difference? Kasi yung nabanggit nyo kanina, I think it's the proper, yun po yung talagang trabaho ng DOE, no? Procedures, to make sure that everything is done right, monitoring, pero yung what we need to know, yung mga kababayan natin, kung ano yung extraordinary powers that can be exercised now by the President and the agencies.
Okay po. So yung ginagawa po namin, tama po yung nabanggit ni Senator Gatchalian, the chair earlier, no? It's now more of agencies more coordinated and working together. And that is the uplift that's organized by the executive.
That's after the
order po.
crisis committee has been formed. No? Meron na tayong uplift. Wow, we should be acting with urgency already. So when is the first meeting of the committee?
As I believe it's scheduled tentatively Tuesday or Wednesday, as I was informed by Director Abad po.
Well, we were talking earlier, nag-uusap kami ni Senator Gatchalian, kasi po kami po yung dating mga local government officials, that in times of emergency or calamity, we should have acted, we act right away. In this case, we should have acted yesterday. Di ba? Sabi, we cannot wait anymore. No? Mamaya may papakita akong video about the current situation ng ating mga tao on the ground. But I know that Yusek Montebella, just like me, you are a rider, you ride to work, no? Although we are not, sabi natin hindi tayo poor, but we also experience the same situation. Alam natin yung init, alam natin yung maulunan, alam natin yung matraffic na yung lahat ng init, yung buga na usok, nararamdaman natin yan. So, sana nga lang kung lahat ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno, ng heads, tulad mo, nararamdaman yung nararamdaman ng na-experience yung ordinaryong tao. No? We are grounded. No? Swerte tayo. No? Sa rider, alam po natin yan. Yan po, kung titignan niyo po yung pictures, no? Yesterday sa Commonwealth, meron pang iba yan, with the lack of transportation, kasi iba nga ayaw ng bumiyahe dahil sa taas ng diesel. Iba-ibang there are other similar images, no? Na ganito. Sabi nga, Mr. Chair, tayo pong mga nasa opisina, tayo pong nasa mga ahensya, maaring pwede tayo mag-antay, pwede tayo magtiis, pero itong mga tao, ilagay po natin ang lugar natin sa kanila, tignan nyo po yung araw-araw na dinadanas sila paghihirap. They cannot wait. That's why, yun nga, we have to act with urgency. Pasensya na po, I'm not hitting the administration, kakampi ho tayo, especially in times of crisis. Kaya lang napansin ko, yung sense of urgency parang kulang sa ibang heads ng ating agencies, no? So sana magbago yung kanilang mindset with that. So siguro tanong ko na lang, Mr. Chair, kasama po ba dito yung pagtataas sa minimum required national fuel inventory? Kasi as the way I understand, ngayon 15 days. But we are already in crisis. We have to make sure that we have enough fuel buffer stock. We were not even sure kung how long this will last. Dapat siguro ang treatment natin dito, Mr. Chair, just like COVID times, that there was uncertainty, we did not know until when, until what extent. yung epekto ng crisis. So, kasama ba rito, dapat yung pag-increase ng yung minimum required national inventory. Kasi 15 days, no? I think now, dapat nasa 60 days or even more.
Thank you very much for bringing that up, Senator JV. No? Yung minimum inventory requirement po nga, wala po yun sa batas. Inimposed lang po talaga yun ng Department of Energy. Kasi ang nakalagay lang po, the DOE shall maintain a periodic schedule of present and future total industry inventory. Yun po yung weakness also, and you have hit it on the nail, on the head, no? Hit the nail on the head. When you mentioned the MIR, that it should be there, it was not there actually po. Kailangan nga po talaga meron siya. At pangalawa, we have to also mention, no, the 15 days, what we have is times 3 of the minimum.
Siguro follow-up lang, Yusek, probably you can answer. Hindi ho ba dapat, based on the 1973 experience, na nagkaroon tayo kahit paano, no? That time, I can remember there is, nagkaroon ng coupon, no? Although malit pa ako nun, 3 years old data ako nun. Naalala ko nun, may rationing nun, may coupons because of the oil crisis. Kumbaga, kinokontrol din yung gamit, no? Yung paggamit. Hindi lang yung supply, but also the disposal of yung ating petroleum. So, in this case, hanbawa, kung 15 days, minimum, ngayon 45 days, sabi nyo, hindi ba dapat merong alert levels yan na kung umabot sa ganito, we will have to have rationing already, coupons, because our aim, I think, Mr. Chair, is to conserve whatever resources or petroleum we have and hope for the best na talaga magkaroon ng resolution itong crisis. Wala sa control natin yan. But if it becomes, kung ito po ay humaba, kung ma-extend po ito na hindi din natin alam hanggang kailan, ilang buwan, ang ano natin is to buy time and conserve whatever we have. Di ba dapat ginagawa na ng DOE yun na pag umabot ng 60 days, 45 days, umabot ng 30 days, kailan tayo dapat magkaroon ng rationing so that we can control whatever resources that we have?
So, we totally agree, Senator JV. No, actually, I'm trying to look for the page in the book of Minister Velasco because we are looking at the 1973 experience, and they have there a rule of thumb. No, at that time, according to Minister Velasco on page 19, confronting the oil crisis on Trailblazing by Jeronimo Velasco, when crude oil prices jumped from $3 to $11 per barrel on January 1, 1974, we, them, required the minimum inventory of 60-day supply of crude and oil products. The rule of thumb was if the total country inventory is less than 60 days but not lower than 45 days, we impose rationing. That's according to him. Okay.
Yes, according to our chairman, sa Europe daw, meron ng nagre-rationing, no? By this time. So, I'm glad that it's nandun kay Secretary Velasco, Minister Velasco.
When you mentioned that,
yes.
you were
So
3
siguro
years
I think
old. Yeah.
the DOE could already dapat may alert levels sa tayo, no?
Yes, bro.
Go ahead.
Okay. And then, if the stocks go below 45 days but higher than 30, we cut the ration in half. Below 30 days, we declare an emergency where only critical activities would be allowed to operate. But those were the conditions before. Kasi, nung panahon po, kaya mas mataas yung mga inventory requirement, mas konti yung players, mas konti yung gasolinahan. Kaya po, nag-strategize din tayo, I guess, kasi sa kinahaba-haba ng history natin, yung mga Congress natin, nag-design din ng oil deregulation law kasi yung risk binibigay natin sa private sector, kailangan meron kayong negosyo dyan na palawakin, padamihin yung network on your own. Kanya-kanya kayong kayod dyan, ito yung rules. Pero yung rules naman, nakalagay lang, DOE shall monitor and publish daily international crude oil price and follow movements of domestic oil prices. Parang ganun lang po yung nandoon sa sa price. Pero nandun po na-maintain yung power sa BP 33, Batas Pambansa 33, na yung quantity and quality is still regulated. The deregulation is to the price, and it gives the leeway for the business sector to invest, whether you want to build a refinery or you have to have a company-owned or dealer-owned. Kanya-kanya po sila ng network na ginagawa. So ganun po yun. I believe that was the journey. And now this one, we may have to be somewhere in the middle in certain circumstances. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Yusek Capdevella. Siguro my concern is just like kay Chairman Wid during the first hearing. Ang worry natin dito yung replenishment no? Yung pag-supply, yun yung very critical, no? Just like to ask the stakeholders, to pong malalaking corporation, are you also trying to helping the government agencies, in particular DOE, in trying to source, naghahanap na rin po kayo ng alternatives, no? Aside from the Middle East. Kasi nga po, talagang problematic yung state of Hormuz. So, are there any developments doon sa paghanap natin ng alternative sources to replenish our supplies? And siguro quickly lang po doon sa mga stakeholders, sa mga kayo po, Ms. Lorely Osal, probably Mr. Luposena, and Mr. Ferrer.
Yeah, so we source our products through CETCO, so it's our global trading network. Because it's a global trading network, then we're looking all around the world. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there are molecules around, but it's the price as well that you have to contend with, because the price are very elevated. I think I also mentioned that there is a proposal which we are discussing with the DOE when it comes to aligning Philippine national standards with other countries. Because if we align with other countries, making some adjustments on PNS, then that opens up more sources for products you could bring into the country.
I think probably sa Petron and Sir Ferrer, whoever can answer sa stakeholders. Any leeway, any development on our possible alternative sources to replenish our buffer stock?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm representing the Philippine Chamber of Commerce. I'll answer your question, Senator. You know, when the war started, or when the conflict started, there was a lot of clamor within our business, our community, you know. Madaming kinabahan agad, especially when the price jumped. So what we did in the chamber is, you know, activated our international partnerships. So to answer your questions, we did find alternative, non-traditional sources of crude, diesel, and other products. So that is available. We've been discussing it earlier if the committee wants. But we just two sources, non-traditional fuel products. So diretso yan sa, as far as I know, wala dito yung mga middle na tao. So hopefully it can help. But today I was listening to Senator Marcoleta, yung sinabi na price. You know, that's music to our ears dito sa chamber, because if we can, it might be silver bullet now. Of course, I'm not an expert, but if it is really, we can drop it down to 55, it solves a lot of problema dito, Senator. And I was speaking with my neighbors here. I'm surrounded by oil companies. Pag makakuha pag na-confirm yung source ni Senator Marcoleta, Senator, bibili daw sila. They're committed to buy it at that price.
Sir, mula kaninang alas 10 ng umaga, it's already 1 o'clock. 3 hours na po ang nakakaraan. Na-check nyo na po ba kung totoo yung data na pinresent ko kanina in the 3 slides?
No, not me personally, Senator, but I was just listening and absorbing. And hopefully, after this, the oil companies, I believe they will check it, Senator.
Yeah, with due respect to Senator JB, kasi po, what I am trying to relate to you, sir, yung tank-to-vessel procedure, are you familiar with this?
No, Senator. I'm in the business sector, not in the oil
Okay, because
industry.
this procedure are very simple. Number one, the buyer issues official ICPO. The seller issues commercial invoice. Seller issues to the buyer the partial proof of product documents, katulad po ng ATSC, yung DTA, ito po yung deep test authorization. Alam na po niyo ito, product passport, statement of product availability, commitment letter to supply, ATB, and so on and so forth. Are you familiar with this? Because this is how it is supposed to be done. Kaya po ganun yung prices. It might be the silver bullet, but if you will not look into this and consider this seriously, kaya po hindi ako pasensya na po, hindi ako masyadong interesado sa pinag-uusapan natin until and unless we're able to verify the data that I have presented. Kasi po, kung totoo yung sinasabi ko and you were able to verify this, wala po tayong problema from the beginning. Ang nangyari nga po, nagtaasan ng bigla. Yun po yung tinatanong. Mamaya na po ako magtatanong kasi hindi ko pa po panahon ngayon. So, yun lamang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Marcoleta. I was reassured by the oil companies na titignan nila and meron silang kopya ng document nyo. But from the Philippine Chamber side, tinignan namin ang mga relationships namin with our international chambers. At meron kami nakitang dalawang source ng fuel, whether it's the crude oil, diesel, or LNG. So meron tayong alternative sources and maybe we can discuss it in a different session. But gusto ko lang ipakita yung epekto ng increase ng fuel sources. And I really relate to sa mga jeepney drivers tumataas. But the ayuda that is given to the jeepneys and tricycles only answer one portion of the transportation. There is the other portion na nagdi-deliver sa mga factories, yung maliliit. Yun, napakalaki at naipapasa na yung increase ng fuel dito sa mga factory, whether large. Ang nababahala kami is doon sa MSMEs. We have 1.2 million MSMEs na nagdi-deliver ng mga gulay, groceries. Ayun ang tinatamaan at yung mga delivery trucks na yun, walang ayuda as of now. The second is on the manufacturing side. Mr. Chair, sa manufacturing, globally, meron concern on all this fuel and all these sources. So, the larger companies here, this is what's happening. The larger companies who are located in the Philippines, the multinationals, their headquarters now are comparing what is the Philippine government doing, supporting, or how is the Philippine government reacting to all this crisis. So they're comparing our neighbors. So yun, tinatanong kami, do we have enough fuel supply? The answer is yes. There is supply. Ang problema ata natin sa Pilipinas, yung storage. The supply is there. The source is there. Yung storage, I think we only have 30 or 35 days worth of storage and narinig natin sa DOE na puno ang storage natin pero nire-replenish ito every 15 days. So we reassured our members, large, small, medium, that the supply of fuel is safe except yung presyo. Doon na nagkakatalo. So in the manufacturing, the multinationals, tinitignan ngayon nila what is the Philippine government looking or reacting and how to manage this crisis.
Sorry to cut you, Mr.
Yes,
Ferrer. But how do they look, how do the multinationals view us as compared to our ASEAN neighbors? Are we at par? Are we doing enough? Or are we lagging behind?
I believe there are laws in place. We just have to implement it. We passed the EO 110. And I heard earlier, and thank you to the committee, let's act fast. The sense of urgency. Yun ang gusto makita ng mga tao. Yun ang gusto makita ng mga kumpanya na may crisis, itong action. Itong action agad. Yes. Now, putting together, and ang gusto makita ng mga international on the business sector, that the government is working with the private sector. Kasi hindi lang naman gobyerno may problema, hindi lang private sector. Para pag nagsama yan at they have one committee, one solution, then they know the nation is one. At sabay-sabay tayong we'll get over this one. So,
Siguro, Mr. Chair, last point, no? Sayang wala na si Yusek Adriano, but Director Jolly of DOF. I know that DOF, yung pong pag-suspend ng excise taxes, siguro it's a balancing act, no? We have to give up a lot of revenues which may sacrifice some of our programs, no? Kasi ilang billion din po yun, no? Ang mawawala. But yung pong makukuha po natin, yung magagamit po natin to absorb the shock or mitigate the shock brought about by the high petroleum products. Would you agree with me? Siguro, dito na rin yung PCCI, no? Kasi business sector to, na sana po ang magbenepisyo dito po sa pag-suspend ng excise taxes. We just have to keep the industries moving, operating, and the transport sector para hindi ho ma-paralyze yung ating pong ekonomiya. Diba? Dapat sana doon mapunta yung benepisyo ng pag-suspend ng excise taxes para hindi mawalan ng trabaho. And also to mention, I just mentioned also, yung MSMEs. Yung po ang nagdedelikado, lalo pag krisis, magbenepisyo rin. Would you agree that dapat ang target natin, bottom line, the industries and the transport sectors has to keep on operating para at least po yung ating pong ekonomiya tuloy-tuloy kahit na in the midst of this crisis?
We agree, Senator, Mr. Chair, we agree on the comment. That is why the root cause of this is the fuel. The fuel really has a snowball effect and a domino effect. Kaya kami dito sa Philippine Chamber of Commerce, even nung early March, tumingin na kami ng sources para makatulong. At I'm happy to say, like I mentioned earlier, meron kami nahanap na 2 source sa bansa. So, I cannot share it now, but in a private session, meron. And we can work directly with the government of these countries. And it doesn't pass through the Middle East. It passes through the eastern part and also in the Baltic. So the source is there. But we cannot wait long dahil madami rin kumukuha. So, but through our relationship with the chamber, our international chamber relations, that window is open. Kaya ang inihiling lang namin is, like what was said earlier, yung strategic petroleum reserve na sabi, please, hopefully we learn from this crisis. And I know the storage capacity of the Philippines is not ideal, which we have seen. So it takes investment to expand it from 35 days to 60 or 90, which we heard it's 54 billion just on the fuel. So saka yung domestic petroleum and gas exploration. We are rich in that. I know it is medium term, pero kung magamit natin ang crudo na ine-extract natin sa Pilipinas, and I know sa Petron, the Petron refinery is tuned to the Middle East oil.
Sir,
so hopefully in the future.
Sir,
yes,
excuse me,
Senator.
you're trying to insinuate two alternatives, but you're willing to discuss it privately, right? Anong route po yung sinasabi ninyo? Hindi po yung Strait of Hormuz. Hindi rin ang Suez Canal, di ba? You're saying about the eastern route.
Yeah, there is one through the Baltic Basin and the Black Sea.
Yes, are you referring to the strait between China and Korea and then we'll go up to the Arctic Ocean?
No, sir. It's a different route. Malapit sa atin. So the two routes. And it's available, sir. So, yun na pag-uusapan ngayon, we feel it dito sa mga drivers. Pero please also consider yung mga nagdi-deliver ng mga goods, yung mga small truckers. Yun, kailangan rin ng tulong kasi magkakarga sila. Ipapasa lang yan sa mga MSME, which is the 1.2 million businesses here in the Philippines. pag yun, very vulnerable dahil they have very little resources, unlike the larger companies. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, President Ferrer. And before we go into the second round of questions, allow the chair, with the indulgence of our colleagues, allow the chair to propound some questions. I'll follow the 10-minute rule that we have imposed on this committee. My first question is, kung ang PCCI nakahanap ng dalawang sources, non-traditional sources, bakit ang DOE hindi nakahanap ng non-traditional sources? Bakit ang private sector nakahanap? And can PCCI already talk to DOE para ma-secure na yung non-traditional sources na yon? Can you disclose those countries?
Maybe,
President Ferrer, are you allowed to disclose those countries? Or those
Mr. Chair,
suppliers?
maybe on a private matter because they don't want to be disclosed in public. So,
Pero ano yan, mayroong firm supply, they can commit firmly that they can supply the needs of our country.
that's correct.
On a
And they will-
reasonable price. Hindi naman yung presyong tatagain tayo lahat.
That's correct. And it will be government to government. Our role sa Philippine Chamber and our organization is to make the connection. Then, kayo na yun. So it's however you discuss and negotiate. But what I can mention is, alisin natin yun sa gitna, the traders or the middleman.
G2G, diretso na yan eh.
Yes.
So for the sake of every Filipino in this country, bigay nyo naman yung supplier
Mr. Chair?
sa DOE dahil wala na tayong oras eh.
Mr.
Ang,
Chair?
60 days, tingin natin mahaba pero mabilis lang yan. Isang tulugan, 60 days na tayo. No? So
Yes, yes.
after this or within the meeting, please network with DOE para mabigay nyo yung connections nyo sa kanila.
Ipapakilala namin
Yeah.
and up to you.
Yeah. You want to respond?
Yes, we have 22 million liters coming in this Saturday from Japan. This was PNOC and maglaland sa Sea Oil La Union na mga terminal storage tanks.
All right. But,
So we have sources also that we are looking at outside of the common sources. That is why we also have PNOC here.
Yeah, we'll go into that in detail. But my point here is, tumutulong ang private sector, tumutulong ang mga negosyante natin. Let's embrace it.
Yes,
At this
definitely,
time,
sir.
wala naman tayong choice kung hindi magtulungan eh. Kung hindi, pare-pareho tayo lulubog dito. No?
Yes,
So-
and also the embassies, Mr. Chair.
Correct. So I'll take advantage of the presence of our friends from the oil sector. And in this room, ang market share ng Petron, Shell, Jetty, and Chevron is about 48%. So kalahati ng petrolyo in terms of market share nandito sa kwartong to. And importante na marinig natin, narinig ko na kanina, no? That supply varies. Tama ho ba, Mr. Nepomuceno, sa Petron until May ang ating inventory?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then for Shell is until April? Is that correct?
So it's April, May.
Until May also?
April, May. depending
April,
on-
May, okay. And then for Caltex is until April, if I heard it correctly earlier?
End of April.
End of April. And then for Jetty is the same, no? End of April.
Yes po.
Correct. So we're looking at the window between end of April to end of May. And then after that, we're into the abyss. Hindi na natin alam kung anong mangyayari. But I would like to understand from the oil companies, and you mentioned earlier that you've been trying to negotiate for supplies post-April, post-May. And what is the market scenario right now? No? I would assume that companies like yourselves have long-term contracts, long-term suppliers. But bakit ho hindi tayo nakaka-secure ngayon? I'd like to understand. No? Of course, alam natin yung nangyari sa Strait of Hormuz, alam natin nangyari sa Iran, but you are big companies. We're talking about Shell is a multinational company. No? Caltex is a multinational company. Petron has been there for 100 years. Tama po ba? Or more. No? So, bakit hindi ho tayo with your vast international network, bakit hindi tayo nakakakuha ng firm commitment post-April, post-May? Anyone can answer.
I'll briefly explain the business model of Petron. As I said, we refine crude. When the refinery was built, it was configured for Middle East crude because that is the area that had the most number of exportable crudes. And as far as distances are concerned, this is the very sustainable area and also very friendly since the past owners also of Petron was Saudi Aramco. Now, we have a situation that they have been affected. The Strait of Hormuz, which has their biggest port operations, have been affected. They cannot allow, or they do not have vessels coming in and going out. But fortunately for Saudi Aramco, they have another port that crosses the land, and this is in the area of Yambu. But that is scaled about 50% of the capacity of the Ras Tanura ports. So that is the only amount that can really be the source of your supply. Now, there are other crudes that you may be able to use, but it depends on the processability. Every crude that you try to use, you run the refinery and try to find out whether how much of it you can blend. Why? Because there are impurities like mercury, which is predominant in the Asia region. There is very high acid, which we call total acid number, TAN. There is also chlorides. So there are a lot of impurities that when you try now to select, you have to try to run it and find out whether you can use the crude at a particular processability rate. Now, given the situation where Middle East does not have the capability now, we have been looking for crudes. We have been looking as well for products because at the onset, when this happened, 4 million barrels were absent for delivery. So that is practically a month's requirement. So we had to source from elsewhere. And probably everybody knows already well where we got our crude. And this was cleared by agencies of our government.
Close where that came from? I think at least kung clear naman ng government yan. And
It was Russian crude.
yeah, and it's all over the news that the U.S. lifted the sanctions so that
Well,
countries can go.
the
can go.
U.S. lifted the sanction, but that is only up to April 11.
Correct. I know.
So that was a deal where we sought the government's help.
The point I'm
And-
trying
and
to,
to
Mr.
me-
Pomoceno, the point
Yes.
I'm trying to make, no, is with your vast network, how come that the oil companies cannot get supply from non-traditional sources? But I understand it that you got supply from a non-traditional source, meaning outside of the Middle East. But I'm trying to understand, bakit hindi tayo makakuha sa Latin America, sa United States, sa Canada? No?
It depends on the crude.
Or
When I
even
also
refined-
talk about Middle East crudes, we know that it is more like sour and heavy. Okay. The configuration of the refinery was built so that it could handle the fluid flow. Let me explain a little bit on the technical side. If you are pumping water, you have a very small pump. If you are pumping a slurry or you're pumping heavy viscous material, you have to build a bigger pump. And so in the whole structure of what is the configuration of a refinery, it is supposed to handle that. So blends also, if you talk about light crudes, the output will be gasoline. If you talk about mid-heavy or lighter crudes, light crudes, medium heavy, they will produce diesel. And when we configured the refinery after the upgrade that we did, we looked at the market, and the market was diesel. And so that is how it is configured, and that is why Middle East is a staple. And in most countries, they look at the same. What is the product that they would like? Now, there is a scenario where perhaps I do not want to debunk the claims, no? But you have a situation in the Middle East where one of the refineries, the bigger refineries, which was 900,000 barrels a day, was damaged. That crude supplies Europe. That refinery supplies Europe. You have the Qatar South Pars, North Pars, that was also damaged, LNG. So there is already a deficit as far as Europe is concerned. So there is going to be an arbitrage coming from wherever source of diesel that will have to go to Europe. And so here you are seeing a situation where the premiums that are being asked are exorbitant, unchartered, never been experienced. We have never seen a crude priced at $160 per barrel. You put the premium of $40 on diesel now, that gives you about $200 already. The freight cost has definitely gone up, so everything has gone up. Insurance, if you cannot insure the vessel will not go to the Middle East. Much less, even the Yanbu area, which is the Red Sea, because it is Saudi Arabia is at its south part of the country has Yemen, which has the Houthis. So there are geopolitical events that are happening that are very difficult to analyze. Very difficult. These geopolitical events are getting to be difficult really to... And I mentioned the Pars, the South Pars and the North Pars of Qatar. These are heating LNG gas, mainly for power and heating. If that is not present, the alternative is diesel. And that is why you are seeing diesel at these very high prices. So these are some of the things that are happening. And mind you, sir, it is a very complex business. It is not very easy to explain. There is a need for understanding crude supply balancing. And that is what is happening now. What countries can add more to what has been inadequate? The deficit of the Strait of Hormuz is 20 million. The demand is about 100 million. The prices were good because there was 3 million barrels in excess. But you now had a situation, some reports are saying, that 10 million barrels equivalent of ports and storage tanks that have been damaged. So that will leave you at a situation where that 20 million is now 10 million, and most of that goes to Asia is going to be an issue.
The point I'm trying to make is because I heard from the oil sector, the oil companies, repeatedly earlier to already trigger or explore government-to-government mechanisms. No? I heard that from the different oil companies. What are the government-to-government mechanisms that you think we should already undertake ASAP? Kasi ang punto ko, ano yung pwedeng gawin ng gobyerno o ano yung hindi magawa ng private companies na kaya gawin ng gobyerno in order to extend the supply beyond May? No? I repeatedly heard you earlier to undertake government to G2G transactions. Ano yung mga G2G transactions?
There are governments that have strategic petroleum reserves. They can operate. They may be willing to have their extra capacity or products to be available. So, if that is the case, maybe perhaps there could be a G2G. So, in this case, I think the successful discussion with Japan, since they have SPRs, would be one G2G country that we can take on. You have another country that has a very big SPR, but have declared that they will not export, and that is China. Now, we say G2G because we do not know how to approach. And whether government is willing to approach. So that's why we mention G2G. Now, as far as the area is concerned in Asia, they are all net importers. So,
and this is where our diplomatic relationships will play a role. And I think we have to use all of our relationship building at this point. No? We have invested in that, and that should be triggered and maximized at this point of this crisis. Ms. Laurelie, do you have a comment? You also mentioned G2G, and we're again, no, this is in aid of getting solutions, no? And the more solutions that we can put on the table, the better. Whether that will be successful or not, of course, it's another discussion. But we want to lay it down. No? The committee is looking for solutions, especially coming from practitioners and companies.
Yeah, so what I was referring to earlier, so when it comes to procurement, then we can do it ourselves. But indeed, some countries have already declared an export ban. And in doing so, they're really disallowing even contracted molecules to exit the country. In some cases, we are hearing rumors where some of the ministers are indicating a future or upcoming ban, for example. So that is also the type of G2G to already have that discussion, so that whatever we have procured, whether short-term or long-term contracts, as you mentioned, they continue to be honored by the because what will happen is that the seller declares force majeure, citing the reason that they're no longer able to supply because of the export ban declared by the government.
To go around that, the government negotiation can come in.
Correct, because some countries put in a list to say, okay, we do an export ban, but we're willing to consider exceptions to certain countries if the cargo is going to certain countries.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask DOE, can you list down to us, ano na ba yung mga government-to-government negotiations? Kasi based on our first hearing, I think the companies, the private oil companies, have already exhausted everything that they can. No? So kaya tayo papasok ngayon sa government intervention. Pakilatag nga sa amin, one by one, kung ano ba yung mga government negotiations na ginagawa natin.
So, naghatian kami ng work, and yung sa supply side na kay Yusek Sales, and also the secretary also assigned PNOC and PNOC-EC to specifically source it. Ngayon po, they can provide the details kasi some of them are still under negotiations. But every time I get somebody that can say that they have something from Kazakhstan, they have something from Russia, they have something from Japan, binabato ko lang po dun sa group nila.
So sino
we
ngayon
have-
ang head of
Yeah,
the
si Yusek
government-to-government negotiations?
Yusek Sales and the secretary with PNOC EC. And
PNOC is here. Can PNOC answer that? Gusto namin malaman ngayon, ano na yung naka-line up? No? At sino ang in charge for government? Kung sinasabi kasi ng private sector, gobyerno na lang ang pag-asa natin, sino ngayon ang gumagawa ng hakbang? At mayroon na bang nakalatag?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So far, the PNOC is coordinating with the Indian government. That is the most advanced India government in India. That's I think the most advanced negotiation that being conducted. And I think this morning they are talking with the U.S. Embassy regarding the possible supply of fuels, Mr. Chair.
Dalawa lang?
There are other countries that being looked into, but I don't think the negotiations are.
Don't we need to negotiate with everyone who has, sabi nga, strategic petroleum reserves as of this point?
Yes, we are looking into that, Mr. Chair.
Pero dalawa pa lang kausap niyo.
In the meantime, sir, only two.
Can, si Yusek Sales is not here, no? Can before the committee ends, please submit, before the hearing ends, submit to the committee kung ano yung mga nini-negotiate na ng DOE. Because we want to be assured na merong negotiation. Baka, these are just lip service or we want to be assured. Yun ang aking punto.
Mr. Chair, we've been constantly sending endorsements to the embassies of the supplier countries, and the natural tendency that we've observed is that these embassies still endorses to the private sectors, the suppliers in their country. So what were closed by PNOC is in fact through the Japan engagement, but the actual supplier was a private supplier. Now, what they did is it's easy to facilitate if, like, you use Vitol, Trifigura, but in any case, if there's an issue, we always go to the embassy to seek.
But to date, after
facilitation.
26 days, meron na bang successful
Yes,
G2G
yes,
negotiation?
Mr.
What are those?
2 contracts, around 22 million liters of diesel. Soon to arrive, March, this Saturday.
22 million liters will last us how many days?
If no supply at all, that will just be around one day supply.
22 million liters
Opo,
is
mga-
only one, correct,
Yeah,
it's only
yeah.
one day. No? So,
Yes, but if it's
na-extend mo
totally
yung
dry.
60 days to 61 days.
But it, Mr. Chair, it's around 132,000 barrels at $200 per barrel.
So, ano yung mga na-successful negotiation?
But ito yung confirmed.
This is itong from
Yeah.
Japan. This is from Japan?
Yeah, but I think PNOC has not stopped. So mas maganda siguro, Mr.
And
Chair,
then
that
kanina
they can
nasabi ni
submit.
Mr. Nepomuceno from Russia, I think I heard that that's also
Yes, so there's now a
G2G.
notification to us from Petron, and that's around 700, more or less
And then that's also G2G
755,000 barrels. This one, they tried to approach us, but it appears that they were able to get the supply directly.
The point I'm trying to make, Director Rino, kasi sinasabi na ng private sector, kailangan namin ng tulong.
Yeah.
No? So hinahanap ko, anong tulong ang ginagawa ng DOE at PNOC.
Yeah.
Yun ang aking punto. No? Kaya parang wala akong nakikitang nakalatag na gagawin ng gobyerno para magkaroon tayo ng additional supply. No? Lahat ito mga plano pa lang, nag-send out tayo ng letters. I want to see firm negotiations or advanced negotiations.
Mr. Chair, what we've done in the past 2 weeks until this week is that to tabulate all the different types of contract status. For example, there is those with issues, a few of them, and those with contracted without issues, lots of them now. So, and then for contracting, and today we have the second endorsement was given to the embassies.
So if you compute all of those you mentioned, how many additional supply are we going to get with all of those G2G negotiations?
For contracted without issues, for example, on May, around May deliveries, we have diesel supply of an additional 23 days without issues. Without issues. Opo.
So
New entry.
Confirm na ito.
For
Additional
now,
to.
these are considered without issues as reported by
Yes.
the oil companies. Without issues.
No,
So,
this is G2G. This is their G2G
hindi
negotiations.
po. Diretso po yan sa mga suppliers, private suppliers. Backup lang ho ang DOE kasi yung pinapatutukan ni Secretary is any of those that be transferred to the with issues, inuuna kaagad sa mga embassies. So, may summary ho kami palagi and very few of them ang may issues.
But itong sinasabi yung without issues are contracted by the oil companies.
Oh, of course. Bulk of them are contracted by the private
Yun,
sector pa rin.
ang gusto ko, contracted or negotiated by government.
Okay.
Kasi yun ang sinasabi nila eh. No, na kailangan namin ng tulong. Ang gusto kong malaman, anong tulong ang ginagawa ng gobyerno? Yun ang gusto kong malaman.
Mr. Chair, sino ba ang lead? DOE,
DOE.
PNOC? Yes, so maybe, kasi it's been minutes, no?
Yeah.
Several minutes, pinoprobe kayo ng chair. Simple, what G2G ongoing negotiations or contracted service supply has the DOE, PNOC generated, and where are you in the status of talks? Yun
Kasi ang dulo nito, Madam, what I'm trying to make is, magkano ba ang na-secure ng gobyerno through a G2G arrangement? Because if the private sector is saying that di na namin kaya, kailangan namin ng tulong ng gobyerno, ano na ang nagawa ng gobyerno? Para meron kami as consumers, constituents, kampante kami na merong naka-line up na ginawa ng gobyerno. That is the point I'm trying to make. Pero I'm getting very vague answers.
Kung vague yung answers po nyo, paki-clarify. And we're asking now the DOE and PNOC. Pakisagot po, on your level, kung anong alam nyo na G2G negotiations and firm contracts and dates of delivery and volume. Thank you.
For the G2G negotiations, there is none finalized yet. But for the transaction with the private sector, the PNOC EC has already ordered at least one batch for this. I think it will come this week or next week.
Sagutin po muna sana yung sa chair. Government to government, nababasa rin naman sa balita, sinasabi daw ng crisis committee, maraming ahensya ng gobyerno, no, sa press release, no? Press release. Gaya ng sinabi namin nung unang hearing, ayaw namin makakita lang ng curated PowerPoints or press release. Humiling na po ng tulong ang pribadong sektor. Nandito po ang DOE at ang PNOC at lahat ng ahensya represented. Meron na ba hong nagaganap na pag-uusap na government to government? Ano yung status po ng pag-uusap? Ano ang firm contracts na kung meron at kung wala pa, nasaan estado na po ang pag-uusap? May we hear from DOE and from PNOC. Thank you.
For the DOE, the strategy is for us to help the private companies, considering that if they need representation from the Philippine government, that's where we come in. So parang we back them up. So minsan they experience something that there's an export ban, as mentioned, then we come in and make representations. The reason also is on the practical end, the government does not have the storage facilities on their own. So if we're able to get something as well, we will utilize the partnership with the private sector for that aspect also.
Okay naman yun. And we appreciate DOE for taking a proactive stance so that we won't belabor this topic. Wala si Sexales, but before the hearing ends, submit to this committee kung ano yung mga naka-line up na G2G negotiations, whether G to private negotiation to help them, but all initiated by government. Because the message I'm getting from our oil companies, kailangan nila ng tulong. And this is where relationship will come in. Yun ang aking punto, no, to assure supply. Alright? So, para hindi tayo paikot-ikot. And ang message ko sa DOE and PNOC, wag na kayong matulog. Wag na kayong matulog. Correct. Wag na kayo matulog. Kasi nasa inyo na, humingi sila ng tulong sa inyo eh. No? So, kailangan na talagang mag-double time tayo dito. Kasi kung sinasabi nga ng oil company, hirap kami, then it's up to government to move. No? But like I said, 60 days will fly by so fast. Kung hindi tayo magsisecure ngayon, pagdating ng panahon, problema tayong malaki.
Mr. Chair, we would like to discuss this again with the private sector because their report seems to be conflicting also of their statement.
We won't discuss that here, no? Kayo nang,
Yes, we will be discussing that.
That's your job to discuss with them. No?
For
Kami,
example,
we're looking for solutions. No? To debate whatever they discuss with you is your job. And trabaho ng committee is look for solution and recommend. No? So, I'll leave that to you. All right? So, with that, we'll go to the second round. And okay. Senator
Salamat, Chair. Ako po ang pinakamahirap ang kalagayan dito eh. Hindi ko malaman paano ko makapagpa-participate kung pinag-uusapan ang laki-laki na ng problema. Ang sinasabi ko naman, merong recourse kasi kamukha nung ibinigay kong mga slides. Kung paniniwalaan po ninyo yung mga data na yun, wala tayong pinag-uusapan ngayon eh. Yun ang problema eh. Ang isa pong irony, Mr. Chair, yung binanggit ng aking kumare, yung replacement cost. Okay? So, gusto kong balikan yun. I want to belabor that kasi yung pong nakaraang hearing natin last Tuesday, maliwanag po na sabi ninyo, DOE, meron tayong 46 days for diesel at that time. Tuesday po ito. Sa kerosene naman, meron tayong 53 days. Ang pinag-uusapan natin doon, after 15 days, mula nung sabihin ng Pangulo na meron tayong 50 to 60 days inventory, biglang pumalo sa 110 pesos per liter. Ngayon, sabi nyo kanina, meron kayong monitoring function under RA 8479. Pwede rin yung gamitin yung EO 839. Meron kayong pwedeng gawin na mag-issue ng show cause order. Ano po yung una nyong ginawa? Tinignan nyo ba kung anong basis ng 110? Iyon po yung gusto kong balikan eh. O bigla na lang kayong naniwala, hindi kayo nag-validate, dati po nilang inventaryo yun eh. Paano po magiging 110 from 55? So kung ginamit po ninyo yung tungkulin nyo under the law, like kayo nagmo-monitor, ini-screen ninyo lahat, did you ask them to present, for example, documents na to validate na kailangan 110 na per liter? Kinuha nyo ba yung mga dokumento sa kanila na bumili na ba on the replacement cost ang basis? Paano po nangyari yun? Inventaryo po ang pinag-uusapan natin. Wala pa naman eh. Ang problema kasi sa replacement cost kasi, Mr. Chair, kahit na wala pa yung ibibili nila sa susunod na kanilang pagbili, ay dapat nando na yung cost na dinidictate nung Argus at saka nung MAPS. Yun ang problema eh. Ito pong replacement cost, Mr. Chair, konektado po doon sa sinasabi nating rackets and feathers irony. Ano po ibig sabihin nun? Ito pong rackets and feathers irony focuses on the asymmetry of pricing. Where prices shoot like rockets when the global prices rise, but they fall like feathers when they drop. Ganun po eh. Sino po yung tinatamaan, di ba? Yung taong bayan. Can you explain that? Paano po naging 110 nang hindi nyo man lang nababalidate? Oh.
Thank you very much. I mentioned to the director of the Oil Industry Management Bureau is to submit how the OIMB does its monitoring. But to answer it precisely, we can
Hindi
have...
po, after 2 weeks, naging 110. So did you confirm that? Did you validate that? Na talagang bumili sila at 110 pesos per liter? O ginamit pa lang nila yung kanilang inventory? Because at that time, meron pa silang 46 days for diesel and 53 days for gasoline.
Mr. Chair, because we always have the cyclic differential cost
Mahihirapan ka dyan
application.
pagka dyan ka tumira eh. Ganito sinasabi ko, meron pa silang inventaryo. You take note, 46 days pa. Last hearing ito eh. Ibig sabihin, andun pa yung binili nila sa dating
Correct.
presyo. Ngayon, after 2 weeks, bigla nilang sumirit. Sabi nga nila. 110. Na ngayon, nag-a-average na ng 126. Paano nyo minonitor? Paano nyo binalidate na totoo yun? Samantalang ang ginagamit pa nila ay inventaryo pa nila na binili doon sa dating presyo.
Mr. Chair, because basically it's like saying that the diesel we consume is around 33 million liters per day. So mga 7 days po yan at pag yan ho ang nabenta, they always, the industry always...
After 2 weeks ba, naubos na yung kagad ng inventaryo? 45...
Yung dumadating pagka next week.
Hindi, teka mo, ang puntahan muna natin yung inventaryo nila. After 2 weeks ba naubos ang inventaryo? Is that the assumption of DOE?
No, it's around 7 days.
Saan binasa yung 110? That is the question.
So, Mr. Chair, because they have to replenish again the 7 days.
Yusek, hindi ka director. After 2 weeks, nandun pa yung inventaryo. Yes. Okay. Pero after 2 weeks, 110 na nga ang ginamit eh. So, inventaryo pa rin ang ginamit. How did you justify that?
Because, Mr. Chair, yung binenta kasi na yun will have to be replaced right after next week. So, kinolekta ho yung amount.
So, ang nangyari, ang nag-finance ang taong bayan. Hindi, sabihin mo, hindi yung...
That's the way...
Ulitin mo, yung sinabi mo.
So,
hindi, ulitin mo yung sinabi mo.
yes, it's really...
Hindi, yung exactly.
It's passed on to
Yan na nga
the
eh.
consumers.
Paano yung mga shareholders nila? Hindi sila gumagalaw? Ang taong bayan ang nagkakapitalize sa atin? Nandun pa yung inventaryo eh. Ito yung problema. Ngayon, hindi nyo ginagamit yung sinasabi ng batas na in periods of emergency, kayo ang gagawa ng paraan eh. As a matter of fact, pwede nyong i-take over eh. Hindi naman yun ang sinasuggest ng committee ito eh. We're all finding solutions to this. Pero itong mga questions nito, kasimple lang, hindi nyo man kayang sagutin. Mr. Chair, we would like to clarify that we are not here to dispute the business models of our oil companies. As a matter of fact, we are thankful for their sacrifices for this country. Kaya lang, it would appear that the business models are no longer responding to the crisis kung paniniwalaan natin yung binabanggit ninyong problema kinakarap natin. But until and unless we are able to validate yung data na pinresent ko kanina, we're almost 4 hours now since 10 o'clock in the morning, pwede nga yung vessel to tank eh. Gamitin nyo siguro Panamax vessel. Ang ano niyan siguro is about 100,000 metric tons per container. Wala man nagbabalidate po, Mr. Chair. Para sana uwi na lang ako. If you prove me wrong, halimbawa, mali yung nakuha kong information, So magsosorry na lang ako, Mr. Chair. Pwede naman ako magsorry kung mali eh. Hindi na, habulin ko na lang yung tao ko, yung kaibigan ko na nagsabi sa akin ng gano'n. Bakit mo sinabi ito? Mali pala. Kasi gusto ko lang makatulong talaga eh. I wanted to be wrong kung mali talaga. But you have to prove me wrong. Government to government, hindi nga dapat mangyari yung pumunta nga. Andun nga yung tangke, yung mga tangke ng 2 refineries. Rotterdam refineries produces, I think, 1.2 billion barrels, per day. At nandun ang kanilang tangke sa Singapore. Petronas also, andun ang tangke nila. Ayun po yung kanilang presyo. No, nobody is reacting to this. Pinag-uusapan natin yung problema at ang mga measures na gagawin natin without even going back and checking whether those data are valid or not. So, paano yung replacement cost? I already told you, kung papayagan natin yon after 3 weeks or after 2 weeks, 3 billion pesos per day. Did you check this? You say?
Okay.
No, did you check that is 3 billion pesos per day ang income? Pireset ko kanina.
But the collection this week was also used to purchase the level, even higher level of products.
Kinuha mo na kagad kasi dapat sana there should be a point where the replacement cost should begin. Saan ba magsisimula? The inventory should end where the replacement cost should begin. Ang nangyayari, ito nga, binil nyo na kagad ang taong bayan, 110 kagad, 2 weeks, nandun pa ang binenta ninyo, sarili nyong inventaryo. So, it is the public, it is the poor public. Ayan si Mr. Boss, ano ang pangalan mo? Si Mr. Balbuena kanina pa naglulupasay. So,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we're not saying that that is right in the business the way it's
but
now
you are
deregulated.
not answering my question, Director. Sagutin mo muna eh. Is the 3 billion pesos per day? 1 month lang ito eh. So per day ito, 3 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If the perspective, because it's a matter of perspective, if the perspective is to ensure that the 7 days used up this week will be replaced by next week immediately, then the oil company has to collect that level of collection to be able to purchase the 7 days replacement. So we can always go back to the 45 to 50 days supply. But if the perspective, again, if the perspective is you want to use up the 53 before you replace it, and that is very dangerous, then I think we can exhaust the 53 at that lower price. But the problem is if they're gone and the collection is very low, you can no longer replace the 53 days. So it's really, that's how they're explaining also on Caltex was also explaining that in the same way.
No, but
we're not saying,
you're proceeding from the wrong premise. Ang sinasabi ko mula't mula pa, ang pinag-uusapan ninyo yung maps and indicators coming from the Argus. Okay? Yun ang basis ng replacement cost. Okay? Ito yung spot market ninyo, ito yung trading floor ninyo. Ang sinasabi ko, after 2 weeks pa lang, and considering na meron pa kayong 46 days and 53 days for diesel and gasoline respectively, kumulekta na ng 3 billion, kumita na ng 3 billion pesos per day, which was bankrolled by the people themselves. This is the irony. Ngayon, ano yung role ninyo in the period of emergency and national interest is involved already? Ba't ang pinag-uusapan pa natin replacement cost na kagad? Ito muna ang sagutin ninyo. Is it reasonable? Is this reasonable? In 2 weeks' time?
Mr. Chair, again, it's a matter of perspective. When the law says that we may direct the operation, we have to be mindful of again, on price, we have to be mindful of allowing the oil company to be able to replace it on a weekly basis.
Isara natin ang argumento. Did you check the oil companies? Kinuha nyo yung document? Kanino nila binili? Makikita nyo ba kung magkano binili? Did you check that? Have you done that?
Not in that
Paano mo sasabihin ngayon? Katungkulan nyo ngayon. If you are screening, if you are monitoring, okay, sabihin na natin replacement cost. Ali kayo mga kaibigan. Pwede nyo bandalin yung inyong mga ICPO. Tingnan natin kung saan nyo binili. Binili natin kay ganito. Ito po yung presyo. Ganito. At least chinek natin. Now I am asking you, nag-check, sabi nyo hindi. So ano yung monitoring? This is the frustration, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair.
Senator, Mr. Balbuena, you want to interject?
Ba't ka aalis kung frustrated ka? Wala kang sagot na nakuha. Ha? Bakit ayaw? Kanina pang ilang oras na tayo dito, wala pa rin
Mr.
sagot.
Chair.
So go ahead.
Opo, malinaw dun sa na inventaryo pa lang nila yung itinaas nila ayon dun sa pag-uusap po. Ibig sabihin, overprice yung 2 hanggang 3 linggo na ibinenta sa aming fuel. I-refund nila yung 100 to 120% na itinaas dito kung inventaryo pa yung ibinebenta.
With the permission ni Senator Lawrence, since we're on this topic, kasali rin to sa mga list of questions. Also a slide, Alena, slide 108. And we've been looking at the behavior ng presyo ng MOPS at presyo natin sa domestic. At makikita natin sa gasolina, pag tumataas ang MOPS, kaagad taas ang gasolina. Walang lag. Pag tumaas, next slide, ang MOPS sa diesel, kaagad tataas ang presyo ng domestic sa diesel. Wala ring lag. And ito very technical to, but we ask our economists to look at it. Slide 110. Yung changes, talagang yung changes ng MOPS at changes ng local gasoline, talagang mimics each other. Konti lang yung diferensya niya, but in terms of timing, halos parehong-pareho. Next, sa diesel, ganyan rin. Parehong-pareho rin yung timing. I don't buy the replacement cost argument. Dahil at the end of the spectrum, yung pinakadulo nito, yung mga drivers natin, hindi naman sila nagre-replacement cost eh. Hindi nga tumataas yung kanilang pasahe. Why do we allow, and I'm not accusing of any uncompetitive behavior, I'm not accusing of anyone of profiteering, I'm just saying, we allow the oil companies, the retailers, to price their oil on a replacement cost basis. Pero sa mga pinakadulo, hindi sila pwede magtaas ng pamasahe. Ipit sila. Yung nag-import, saka yung dealers, pwede silang magtaas ng presyo, pero yung nasa dulo, hindi. So I don't buy that eh. And sa mga ganitong crisis, alam nito ng maraming traders. Sa mga ganitong crisis, ang mga traders, tiba-tiba yan. Sigurado ako. Kasi nga, ang binili nila mas mura, kakataas lang ng presyo sa abroad, taas na rin ang presyo dito. No? Yung argument mo kasi, Director Rino, assumes na wala silang kapital. Kung ano yung binili nila, yun rin ang gagamitin nilang pang-kapital. Hindi nangyayari yan sa negosyo. Normally, meron kang bank loans para bumili ka ng next shipment mo. So my point of the matter here is, again, I'm not accusing anyone of profiteering. I'm not accusing anyone of hoarding. Pero kailangan ma-assure natin ang publiko na walang pang-aabusong nangyayari. Walang nagsasamantala nitong sitwasyon. Sana wala. No? Sana walang nagsasamantala nitong sitwasyon. Pero ako, I guarantee you, after this exercise, may windfall profits. Whether traders abroad, trader dito, oil companies, mayroon niyang windfall profits. And that's the sign na meron talagang nag-take advantage o nagsamantala nitong sitwasyon na ito. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, andito kasi ang we invited PCC. Nasaan ang PCC? No?
Good
Sa mga
afternoon,
ganitong
Mr. Chair.
situation, this is an abnormal situation.
Yes,
And we
Mr.
just want to make sure na hindi inaabuso ng ibang mga, again, hindi ko linalahat ha, hindi inaabuso ng mga enterprises itong abnormal situation. Are you monitoring this situation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Currently, we are conducting market monitoring, but we note that we have limited visibility on the data, and we are hoping to receive disaggregated data, particularly on gas station level data, so that we can also map out if there is
But not only gas station, but you have to go upstream.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Diba?
We have already previously sent a letter request for information from the DOE, but we are hoping to coordinate also with the DOE, Mr. Chair.
Ang
receive
problem
market
kasi,
monitoring.
Director Rinos, wala kayong visibility on the purchase price. Tama? Use the mic.
Mr. Chair, if you look at the law, because this is the very big elephant in the room, our Section 14A says that DOE shall monitor, publish daily international crude oil prices. We're doing that now with maps. As well as follow the movements of oil prices. We're doing that with the gasoline station. Yeah.
No, but
so
we're not only monitoring the prices, but monitoring abuses, possible abuses, and monitoring possible profiteering.
we're doing that extra effort, Mr. Chair. That's why Yusek Quimpi has been saying that despite this limitation,
Yeah, pero paano nyo malalaman kung hindi nyo alam purchase price?
So-
And you just take replacement cost as the
what we do,
as the accounting computation.
again, at the very limitations of the law, we are forced to do it on the ground. Kasi yun ang mayroon kaming follow the movements. Doon ang requirement na pwede kaming mag-monitor sa pump price. And we're doing that.
Kasi ako, napanood ko yung interview ng, I think si Mr. Baluena, hindi mo naman kailangan maging ekonomista o kasing galing ni Mr. Sunny Africa. Talagang, bakit kagbibili lang ng oil companies? Katataas lang ng presyo kaninang hapon, bukas iba na yung presyo. You don't need to be an economist to do that. Lumang presyo yung binili nila eh. My point of matter here is, under ito i-remind ko lang, under the excise tax law suspension, binigyan namin ng kapangyarihan ang DOE para tignan yung mga presyo. Use that power and submit to us an analysis whether enterprises are abusing the situation. Kasi base sa aking nakikitang pag-aanalisa, meron talagang magte-take advantage ng situation. At itong mga ganitong crisis, dito talaga kumikita maraming mga traders. Once in a blue moon lang to nangyayari. No? Once in a lifetime lang pwede silang kumita ng tiba-tiba eh. Bakit hindi nagagawin? Pero kawawa naman tayo. No? That is my point. So again, I don't want to belabor kasi alam ko rin yung sagot ninyo. But I'm telling you that we have now included at hindi na veto ng presidente, no? The power to DOE to look at all the pricing mechanisms, all the pricing components of oil, at least during this time of crisis. Kasi kailangan natin masabi sa taong bayan with a straight face na walang pang-aabusong nangyayari. Yun naman gusto natin mangyari. No? So binibigyan na namin kayo ng kapangyarihan na gawin yan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Department of Energy, despite these limitations, will really go the extra mile. Give us the go signal, we'll do it. Now, I think you mentioned a very important matter. We have an oil deregulation law, yet the public utility vehicles, they are regulated. That's where that disconnect is. Doon po talaga hindi siya nagtutugma. Kasi meron tayong deregulated na pagpasok ng fuel, pero yung fare is regulated. So hindi po talaga siya automatic na dapat magkaroon ng automatic mechanism as well or we have both regulated. So it's up for us to determine which is the best on the way forward.
Senator Lauren, your...
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the different agencies about the Executive Order 110. First, DOE and DEPDev. The EO established the Uplift Committee. No? I noticed parang hindi kasama ang NSC or ang DND. Kasama ba? Hindi sa Uplift Committee. Sa Uplift. Wala. Dapat kasama. Unless I'm wrong, wala kayo. Dapat nandun kayo. Lahat ng pinag-uusapan natin is a national security issue. It's our economic security. Yung problema sa Iran at sa Estados Unidos ay seguridad ng ating mundo. So it's a glaring omission for me not to include the DND. Of course, that's not for the DOE to answer. I just want to put that on the record, Mr. Chair. Pangalawa, pakisagot ng DND, ng DEPDev at ng DOE. The EO establishes the Uplift. At inamin nyo na wala pang meeting ang Crisis Committee sa Holy Week sa Tuesday. February 28 yung gera, isang buwan na mag-meeting next week. We see that the framework is not a visible, viable operating plan. It does not show the actual 7-day scenario, 30 days, 60 days, sequencing, targets. So in a fast-moving external shock, the issue is not just structure. Kasi palagi natin pinapakita in your first meeting, and even now, that's why we're expressing frustration, yung execution. Gaya nung sinabi ng chair, yung G2G, tas ang sagot nyo, okay, government, tas private sector, patingin ng plano, tas sabi nyo, sasubmit nyo pagkatapos. Ang gusto namin, maipakita natin sa taong bayan na ito yung problema at isang buwan na ito, ano ang 7-day scenario execution, 30 days, 60 days. Mr. Chair, may nakita na ba tayong ganon? Kaya naghuhulaan kami. So pakisagot po kung sino man representante dito ng DEPDev at ng DOE. So patingin, sagutin po nyo yung visible operating plan ayon sa EO 110, ayon sa Uplift. Pakisagot, hindi po motherhood. Then I'll go to the other points. DEPDev and DOE, please. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I can't see your name, sir. USEC ba kayo?
ASEC Ray Cancio po.
ASEC.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you.
So the EO was issued on Tuesday, I think, evening. Immediately yesterday, we reached out to the Office of the President, since the President is the chair of the committee, to organize, to set up the first meeting. As I mentioned, the idea is to convene the meeting, the committee this week or early next week. So we're just confirming with the OP when the President will be available to do that. We fully agree, Mr. Chair, with the points that were raised about the need for coherence in our strategy, to having a unified strategy, and that's the whole point of the EO and the committee. And this is what's going to be discussed by the committee, and we will be happy to report back to you once the committee has met, Madam Chair.
Thank you for agreeing that there must be a 7-day scenario, but 7 days starting from when? It's been 30 days. 30 days and 60 days, taking into consideration not just the cost, but also the supply of fuel. Which brings me, thank you, ASEC, to the DOE. So nakikita po natin, itong EO, may otoridad na binibigay. So that's good. It's strong on the authority given on emergency, although Senator Bam Aquino, and I agree, has stated that it is not enough to have an energy emergency, but should be a national emergency. But up to now, it does not spell out where the replacement fuel will come from, in what volumes, what timeline, what price, if this 30-day-old disruption continues, and it will. Kaya DOE, pakisagot po, nasaan yan? Yun ang hinihiling namin po para ma-assuage yung pag-aatubili or anxiety ng taong bayan. Where? Thank you.
So I just received a message from Undersecretary Sales. So, there are ongoing talks with the ministry level with the countries of Brunei, Japan, India, and South Korea. There were also contacts with Malaysia, Canada, Argentina, Colombia, and the United States, as well as private companies referred from the U.S. Embassy.
Okay. Thank you for that, Yusek Fontabella. Tayo ang chair ng ASEAN. Narinig ko, meron tayong talks with Malaysia and Brunei. Okay. Tayo ang chair ng ASEAN. Anong estado na po? Ito ba'y naisip lang dahil may hearing ngayon si Chair Win, 223, nag-text yung Yusek nyo. Ganong katagal na po ang pag-uusap nito sa Brunei? Sabi po nyo, ministry level, very good. Sino pong departamento dito ang lead? Kayo ba ho? At parang ngayon lang nyo natuklasan ito, so ibig sabihin ba, makikipag-usap pa lang dahil may Protect Committee na kinonvene at may EO na pinirmahan 110 2 days ago? Or nagaganap na ba ito? So we want specific, hindi yung press release. Kasi nga ang nangyayari, parang ang response natin sa krisis ay PowerPoint, press release, press con. Ayaw namin pong ganyan lang ang aming maiharap sa mga tao. So more details please. At ano yung status at impact sa tao? Anong volume? Anong timeline? Thank you.
Okay.
If it's not available, we understand, then say so.
Yes, ma'am. So the director has the data, yung exact na mga how many days, and ano yung breakdown po?
Siguro, yung ASEAN neighbors muna.
Okay.
Malaysia at Brunei. Sige, Paki.
Singapore.
Taking into consideration that Abril na tayo next week, sabi nyo, ang iba hanggang end of April lang, and supplies, yung iba naman, sabi ng May, sabi ng DOE hanggang mid-May. So, April na tayo next week. No, ano ba ngayon? Yeah. Next week, correct. So, for all intents and purposes, 1.5 months na lang. 1.5 months, take into consideration the negotiations and the delivery, ha? And the delivery. Sabi mo na, 30 days na lang ang supply. Dapat, strictest conservative. End of the month tayo ngayon, at sinabi nyo, last week of April, sabi ng ibang private entities. Sige, 30 days na lang ang supply. Nabagit kayo ng 10 bansa. Ito ba'y naisip lang ngayon kasi merong pinatawag si Senator Gatchalian na hearing? Or nag-uusap na kayo ng ilang araw, linggo, dahil isang buwan na yung krisis na yan? Pakisabi po. Thank you.
So, with your permission. Okay, on March 16, we had an ASEAN energy coordination on the level of the senior official for energy. So yung mga counterparts ko po, we met virtually to look into, number one, the ASEAN key developments in addressing together the risks from the Middle East situation on regional energy security. This was the basis of this is also the report from the ASEAN Secretariat that the Ministers of Foreign Affairs had a statement on togetherness in addressing the matter. Then later, also in the same meeting, the ASEAN Center for Energy, or ACE, and ASEAN Council for Petroleum and Energy, or ASCOPE, were directed to conduct the daily monitoring on their level, ASEAN Center for Energy, to conduct daily monitoring of oil, fuel, and LNG markets. Also, we have agreed that member states will coordinate through designated focal points to ensure real-time data sharing and faster decision-making.
Siguro po, i-focus nyo sa sinabi nyong Malaysia at Brunei. Anong status ng pag-uusap po ng ministerial level sa dalawang bansang yun sa ASEAN?
So we'll share the other details to the Secretariat, but the details also on that specific item can
Anong
be...
volume, anong timeline, anong commitment, and status of negotiations with Brunei and Malaysia? Aside from, I heard Japan, and you said Canada as well, pero yung ASEAN neighbors muna. Thank you.
Before you answer, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
So for the details, ma'am, Mr. Chair, Senior Brad, and Senator Legarda, Director Rina Abad.
Mr. Chair, in the week around March 16, the whole week of March 16 at that period, the Secretary scheduled meetings with the embassies. This is for the purpose of assisting the private sector procurement. So at that time, we have tabulated those contracts that are pending for deliveries. So on the second week, we've observed very few contracts that ended up with issues. And the reasons are, for example, in Singapore, congestion in load port. So for China, for example, Chinese suppliers were caught with the Strait of Hormuz. So understandably, these Middle East issues will not...
Gaya ng sinabi ng Chair, sorry sir, gaya ng sinabi ng Chair kanina, alam na natin yung problema, Strait of Hormuz. Simple po yung tanong ko, sa lahat ng 10 countries na inyong binanggit, focus tayo sa dalawang ASEAN countries, ministerial level, sabi nyo may talk, sabi nyo March 16, ano na ang status ng talks, negotiations, ano ang committed volume, ano ang timeline.
Okay.
Simple lang po. Remember, sinabi ng head ng agency nyo, run dry. Meron ng posibilidad that we will run dry. So, 30 days to go ha, run dry. O, sa 10 bansa, anong status ng talks?
Okay.
Thank you.
So clarification, ma'am, no? So we use the ASEAN framework to have this coordination on our own. Now, the specifics, yung minention ko po, that was what Yusek Sales and his team with PNOC and PNOC EC are doing. So the approach is may embassy level and then merong referred sa private sector from the embassy level.
So these are beginning talks, exploratory, no commitments yet on the volume and timeline. Meron na po?
Mr. Chair,
Oo. Kasi embassy, pag embassy, sino yung ambassador, yung consul general, yung DTI desk representative, or wala naman DOE representative sa mga embahada?
Mr. Chair, because we have to understand the situation after...
Yes, we understand the situation. Do not lecture us in understanding the situation. We know the problems.
No,
yes.
I'm illustrating how did the Department of Energy reacted. After February 2028, the week after, immediately on Monday, we conducted series of meetings with embassies to know the status of the supply, because the rumors in the reports that China, for example, Singapore, and I think Thailand has issued a statement that they will pause the exports. So what the Secretary did was to set a meeting with these embassies.
Just
with these embassies, Mr. Chair. So what we did is, right after the meetings of the Secretary, we tabulated all the submissions of the oil companies of the pending contracts with these suppliers. Almost all of them, like from China, Japan, South Korea, Brunei, Thailand, and we endorse it as directed with the DFA is to course through the Department of Foreign Affairs. And these were also endorsed to the...
Director, with all due respect, I was telling si Senator Lauren, ganitong crisis, dapat minister to minister na yan eh. Hindi na kayo dadaan pa sa embassy dito, DFA dito, DFA sa kanila. By the time maabot tayo, wala na, tapos na yung 60 days. Kung ako sa inyo, minister to minister na yan. In fact, head of state to head of state na dapat at this time.
Minister, the letter
If we
was...
go through the protocols, alam ko gagawin, kakausapin DFA kakausapin yung DFA nila, di ba? DFA nyo,
Yes, but...
Tama si Chair. Emergency ngayon, krisis. At saka yung embassy, ang dami nilang inaasikaso rin, mga bumabalik, repatriate ng mga Pilipino. Ang daming concerns at limitado din ang tao nila. Tama siya. Minister to minister. Hindi dadaan sa yung protocol in normal times. Kaya hindi ko po sinasabi, hindi pa namin sinasabing mali po kayo. Salamat po. Pero maliban dyan, dapat department to department. Ay, naku. Hindi nyo kasalanan. Kasi yun yung level na ginawa nyo. We appreciate that. But sir, I support the chair in his statement. These are not normal times. 30 days. Galing sa inyo yung statement. We will run dry soon. Oh. Through DFA? Ang dami nilang ginagawa. Makonsulado at embahada? Paano ba naman yun?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, PNOC has updates on the details on where they are as far as Brunei and Malaysia is
Ayan,
concerned.
sige. May konting good news sana ang PNOC attorney.
Actually, the first shipment of PNOC EC amounting to 142,000 barrels arrived last night. And there are another 2 batches of 300,000 barrels each that is being negotiated firmly already. Our negotiation with Brunei, unfortunately, Mr. Chair, is we were referred to the private companies that operating their oil fields, Mr. Chair. And as far as Malaysia is concerned, they already not inclined to export to the Philippines, Mr. Chair.
Yung sabi nyong dumating o parating, ilan po yun?
140,000 barrels.
Pero, 140,000 barrels.
Diesel, yes.
Kailan po yun?
According to last night.
Last night. Thank you for that. Naka-input na po yan sa ating 30 days na reserve eh. Ang tinatanong ko po, ano yung negotiations natin pagkatapos ng 30 at 45 days? Kasi ganyan ang ating planning, kumbaga wargaming. Di ba, sabi nga nyo, may possibility na mag-run dry. At alam natin yung ating inventaryo ng supply ngayon hanggang 30 days. Sagutin po nyo ako, yung sinabi nyo dumating kagabi, nakasama na yan sa inventaryo na gagamitin ng industriya ng 30 days. Hindi nga, hindi solusyon. Parang hindi tayo nakakaintindihan dito eh. Kasi ang tinatanong ko po, yung ating negotiation at firm contracts at commitments ng timeline at volume para po after the 30 o hanggang 40 days, dahil sabi nyo 1.5 months na lang, ano po, kung wala, di wala, para alam natin how to brace ourselves. Huwag nyo sasabihin yung meron na, nasa 30 days. Baka hindi kasi maliwanag yung pagtanong ko.
Madam, Mr. Chairperson, just a quick clarification. Ang consumption natin, daily consumption of fuel is how many barrels? Is it in barrels or is it in, what is the breakdown?
For gasoline, Mr. Chair, it's around 23.3 million liters per day. For diesel, it's around 32.5 million liters per day.
Yes, so you're saying what we have is up to 30 days of all of that? No?
What we have is for gasoline, we have, this is as of March 20, Mr. Secretary, every Friday we have the cutoff. So 53 days for gasoline, diesel is around 45 days. Now, Mr. Chair, if you look at the total storage capacity, as of March 20, gasoline would have a spare of 4.5 days at that time.
In other words, puno.
Puno. The diesel was around 8.45 days.
Yes, but shouldn't you be computing, including in your computation, if we release them, and therefore, how much, wala bang ganun, ano? Na, okay, 4.5 days lang ang available storage. Pero di ba, hindi nyo gagamitin yung gasolina?
Because we always monitor and the oil companies are always replenishing on a weekly basis also.
Exactly. Therefore, that 4.5 days, bababa yan. Di ba? At yung storage niya, aakyat.
Bababa on a daily basis kasi may nababawas, pero may dumadating, balik na naman.
So yun yung tinatanong, yung dumadating, kasama ba yun sa additional 30 days o hindi? Kasi sabi nyo, we could run out. So, how does that work? Bababa, aakyat. So
For this week, nagdatingan na yung confirmed, Mr. Chair. So, nababawasan kasi on a daily basis, pero may dumadating. And that, kaya lang, nung March 20, nung pre-project siya, yung in-country at that time was 36 days. May padating po na 8.43 this week. So, parang bawas, balik naman yung 8 days.
So you're not going... I think the question of Senator Legarda is, if it is now pegged at 30 days, what is your strategy to increase it? You cannot because you have no storage space. Ganun ba?
Well, kung magta 30 days po, kasi we have, in total, we will, depende sa product, Mr. Chair. Kasi,
yes.
Well, 53 days for gasoline with a 4.5, it's around 58 days. A total po yan. Opo. So, 30 days minus 58 minus 30 days, that will be 28 days na bakante ho. But because constant to ang liquid, very liquid ang flow, nababawasan, bumabalik, nababawasan. So what we're really afraid of is to make sure na on a weekly basis, bumabalik ko talaga. Because we cannot stop the consumption. Palagi hong bumababa eh. So what we're really trying to monitor is to really help them sa private side na dapat itong mga nagkakaroon ng issues, dapat ma-address ka agad with the embassies. Well, now with the ministers directly. Embassies po ng mga suppliers kasi. But this time, okay, we go for the ministries of energies. But at the same time, mayroon hong government side, which is now handled by PNOC.
I guess the question is, just one very quick follow-up question. So, are you going to make this recommendation, minister to minister, or head of state to head of state? Should not, di ba? Oo nga. What's, yes, no, maybe?
Definitely.
Okay. Well, maybe you should ask your secretary, but she's not here, no? Are we going? Is the DOE going to recommend that? I mean, you have to show, the public that we're on top of the situation and we're doing up to the government to government, head of state calls to be able to secure our oil and energy requirements.
If you want an assurance, I can assure you, Mr. Chair and the committee, the Secretary keeps on calling us and keeps on reminding us and keeps on policing us whether or not we are performing our jobs. Because...
No. Yeah, I understand that. My point is, it was raised by Senator Wynn that shouldn't this already be a head of state to head of state negotiations or calls? Because your explanation earlier is that it is still in the embassy level and it'll take. So we want to know, are you going to recommend to your secretary that to talk to the president and urge the president to do a head of state calls and negotiations to secure our energy requirements, our oil import requirements. That you know, of course, you're not in the position to say so, but as you're not the head of the agency, but can you at least assure this committee that you will take this up with the secretary and come back to us with an answer?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan, for probing that issue further. And just for the record, no, there are 14,269 gas stations, and the declared closed stations as of March 25, according to the PNP, are 415. So 415 na ang nagsara. Kung totoo ito, out of this 3% nagsara. Anyway, I go back to my analysis of the EO, and we go to the issue of affordability. So we all know that it's not a matter only about the physical fuel availability, but it's also whether the Filipinos can still afford the fuel, the food, etc. And in my view, the EO addresses conservation, okay, good, anti-hoarding, but it does not itself create a direct consumer price relief mechanism. So, who are the agencies who can answer this? Again, DOE, ERC, DTI, pwede nyong sagutin dahil hindi maliwanag sa EO kung paano i-address yung krisis ng presyo, pero ina-address lang sa aking interpretation kung ito ay available, ano ang inyong mekanismo para ang presyo ay makap ninyo ang profits, whether it's fuel or electricity or food prices, etc. Who can answer? ERC, DOE, DTI? Thank you.
Thank you, Good morning po, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. For the ERC po, yesterday we had our commission meeting, and the commission decided to issue an advisory to temporarily require all distribution utilities to inform ERC if there's a significant increase in terms of the power supply agreements already approved by the Commission, and not to immediately implement any of those increases, as the ERC will assess first whether or not it can be implemented on an installment basis and subject to our verification. So the advisory will be set to be issued probably until tomorrow po. We're just finalizing on the period of submission of the reports because there's a timeline for the billing statement from the generation companies and the billing statement to the customers.
Were you here in the first hearing, and I mentioned this in the first hearing, that VAT, pinapataw ang VAT sa mga hindi dapat patawan ng VAT. Lumapit sa akin ang ERC chair pagkatapos, sang-ayon siya. Dahil ang BIR daw sa 2 puntos, hindi na kinokolekta noong 2024. At sang-ayon siya, kailangan isabatas para, maski tapos na ng termino natin, hindi na gagawin. Pero 2 lang yun. Paano yung iba? Kamukha systems loss. Pinapatawan yata ng VAT yun eh. Diba? So, umakto na ba ang ERC mula nung pumatok yung krisis? Actually, maski walang putok ng krisis dahil it's wrongfully collected. Hindi ba? Oo, itong batang abogada, mag-agree ka naman siguro. Di ba? Hindi naman, so may mga elements ng kuryente na hindi dapat vatable, na kinokolekta natin nila. I mean, all these years na binabayad ng consumers, na na-realize ng BIR only 2024, ayon sa ERC pag-urge sa BIR. So, institutionalize natin yan at lawakan kung ano pang itemization sa kuryente na hindi naman dapat i-VAT. Okay, Attorney Buela. Thank you.
Yes po, we agree po, Your Honors. Yun pong sa VAT, yung huling coordination kasi namin with the BIR is yun nga po yung issuance nila for the Revenue Memorandum Circular na issued in 2024, which already excluded yung sa universal charge. Pero ang hindi po nila na-cover doon is yung sa senior subsidy as well as yung sa lifeline rate as discussed po during the Tuesday hearing.
Sandali. Na yung lifeline hindi dapat vinavat?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Do you agree na yung senior discount hindi dapat vinavat?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Do you agree na yung systems loss dapat hindi vinavat?
We agree po kasi pampababa po siya ng rate,
Oo,
Your Honor.
exactly. Eh yung capex expenditure of the ECs.
Yun po,
Anyway, pag-aralan nyo yon. Nag-agree ka na sa akin sa tatlo, di okay na rin yon. Maski papano ay, maski na sa mo ilang sentimo, di ba? Makaka-apekto yan. So, kung immediately, wag nyo sasabihin sa akin, kailangan ng batas. Hindi kailangan ng batas dyan. So, mag-memo lang kayo sa BIR, tapos ensure, nandito pa ang DOF. Sundin nila. Ginagawa na nila noong 2024 eh. Di gawin hanggang ngayon, i-expand lang sa pag-aaral nyo. You don't have to agree with me ha. Maaaring mali ako. Yung nag-agree lang kayo na yung tamang, wag patawan, yun. Tapos, i-report nyo sa committee, ano na ang hindi papatawan ng VAT ng BIR at i-compute nyo, just a estimate, magkano mababawas maski ba ilang sentimo. Sa kabuuan, ay makakatulong pa rin yun.
I-submit po, Your Honor.
Sige, hindi. I interrupted. May sasabihin ka, Iha.
We will submit po. We will coordinate and communicate po with BIR for the 3 items po. For the senior citizen and lifeline aid as well as the systems loss po.
Thank you for that. Okay. We go now to funding. Based on EO 110, is DBM here? Yes. Okay. Walang DBM. Walang DBM. Okay, next hearing, DBM. Sa holding room. Okay, next. DTI, nandito. So, based on the EO, maganda, private sector participation is encouraged, pero parang kulang ng pag-compel. It urges private sector cooperation on logistics, fair pricing, workforce support. But if the crisis worsens, again, gusto natin makita, siguro sa pagpatupad ng interagency committee o crisis committee, when the crisis worsens, which we hope will not, but it's lengthening, so paano yung voluntary cooperation? Parang malambot? Kailangan mas i-compel natin para mas maramdaman ng consumers. So, where are you? DTI. Who's here
Thank
from
you,
DTI?
Mr. Chair.
What is your interpretation of that portion of private sector participation where it says it's encouraged but it does not compel? Parang kulang ng ngipin?
Sa ngayon, Mr. Chair, if I may just update that sa price monitoring natin, wala pa pong reports ng excessive prices or unreasonable pricing sa mga basic necessities natin. Now, we're collecting inventory reports as we speak from the manufacturers just so to make sure the supply situation naman po. So, yun pong engagement, personally in touch po kami with our manufacturers so that we can, right now we still have their commitment that they will not increase their prices.
The points that I mentioned to the different agencies, DEPDev, PNOC, ERC, DOE, because there's limited time, can you submit it to the committee, please? Because when you interpret the EO, it's broad because it's an EO. But I feel that in some areas, kulang ng ngipin. Pero perhaps that will be done in the crisis committee or sa implementation. So, may I just put on record, let's say the transport measures as interpreted in the EO. That's very helpful, good. But it may not be enough, hindi to sapat para ma-address yung needs ng mga miyembro ng Manibela, gaya ng sinabi ni Mr. Valbuena kanina. So, the EO mentions subsidies, fair support, public transport expansion, toll at aviation fee relief. Sana, papano? It does not directly address whether the drivers operating under yung mga boundary or similar arrangements are already earning, as of now, below the sustainable levels. In short, siguro ito yung paghimay sa komite na, kasi broad strokes, naintindihan naman natin, ay sa transport sector, tignan natin na fares and relief, subsidy. Pero binibigay natin yan 1 month at by the time may fine print na ng EO na ito, 1.5 months na o 2 months, bago nabigay yung subsidy, parang panakip lang yun sa gap dahil below level na sila. So yun ang mga gusto namin marinig sa inyo. DBM, nasaan kayo? Anong level si attorney? Hindi man lang ASEC, USEC. Funding is very, very broad. The EO says implementation will be funded from existing appropriations. Okay, existing appropriations. We're on the 3rd month. Saan ang sources? May nakita kong listahan namin sa LBRMO, over 200 billion. Nandyan sa lista yung pagkukuha na ng budget, pero may pera na ba? So, saan manggagaling? Hahaba ito. Saan manggagaling? So, if you're not ready to answer that now, because I just asked, saan sa fuel buffers, saan manggagaling, in short, saan manggagaling sa GAA 2025 continuing at sa GAA 2026 ang pagbigay natin sa transport, subsidy, blah, 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 all of that.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Yes.
We have provided the list of possible funding sources to the Office of...
Kano total?
As you are correct, Madam, we have from both 2025 continuing APRO and the 2026 appropriation, we have identified a total of 230 billion, 179,424,000 pesos.
This includes continuing of...
2025 and 2026.
And this is funded?
Yes, Your Honor.
The 200 billion, wala na kayong ibang makukunan na low-hanging fruit na pwedeng magtipid? Kaya pa yun? Ang dami pang gastusin na hindi naman kailangan. Oo. Ha? Ano? Yeah. So, ito yung listahan na nakita ko sa first session, di ba? Oo.
Yes,
Marami
ma'am.
pa.
Last Tuesday, ma'am.
Yes. So, sinabi na rin yung on record yun. Maybe for our 3rd hearing, if I may, Mr. Chair, request the DBM to look into other important but not urgent na pwedeng go deeper para sa subsidy for our drivers and yes, Mr. Valbuena.
Sa DSWD po ulit. Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Makakatanggap pa po ba ulit kami ng yung mga hindi po nakakuha? Pero, Mr. Chair, balikan ko lang po kanina yung kay Yusek Wimpy. Maganda po yun eh. Doon sa oil deregulation law, yung mga malalaking negosyante ng langis, walang ceiling o sky's the limit yung pagtaas ng produktong petrolyo. Walang pangil ang presidente, walang pangil yung batas para pigilan niya ito. Pero yung pamasahe ng pobreng tsuper, nire-regulate piso. Hindi pa na-i-implement, sinuspend na. Hindi ko naman po sinisisi ang ating Pangulo. Gusto ko lamang pong tignan yung difference ng dalawang batas. Pinapasok, libre ka. Walang ceiling. Sky's the limit yung tubo. Kami, namamasada kami sa halagang piso, 2 piso na increase, hindi para yumaman, para makasurvive kami sa crisis na to. Mr. Chair. Sana ho, dapat na pong ma-abolish itong oil deregulation law po na ito. Walang saysay. Baka one step at a time, matatanggal po ito, may masusolusyonan po tayo malaki. Sana po yun yung makita natin na isa pa, nakakaangkat tayo, nakakasurvive dun sa gyera, sa gitnang silangan. Pero pagdating dito, daig pa natin yung binagsakan ng bomba sa taas po ng presyo ng mga petrolyo. Maraming salamat po.
Yeah. Also, we could also deregulate them.
Tapusin yung kwento.
Yun lang po. We can also deregulate them. Because they can also adjust. Because ang purpose ng oil deregulation law is the market will adjust. So pag And then po, pag nangyari, pag nag-a-adjust na halimbawa, kung deregulated din yung transport sector, nag-a-adjust din po kayo ng kaninyong presyo na automatic. And then, nagko-correct siya in the sense na ano naman yung magiging competition on their side. Or, we can go back to both regulated. Yung, pag regulated naman, if there's too much naman, we have already seen that there are 403 gasoline stations that are closing down. That's also an impact because it takes again the risk for the government to come in. So yung government pinasa yung risk sa private sector. Kaya lang may disconnect nga po doon sa transport sector.
Sabi ko nga, yung mga oil companies, retailers, traders, replacement cost. Meaning, kung tumaas ang presyo ngayon, pwede na sila mag-impose ng bagong presyo kahit na lumang stocks. Pinili nila 2 months before or even longer. Pero nasa dulo naman, yung ating mga PUV drivers, no? Lahat naman sila, hindi replacement cost, regulated price. No? That's what I'm saying kanina. So with that, we'll recognize Senator Kiko Pangilinan for...
Yes. Okay. I've used my time. Thank you, Chair, for your patience. I'll continue to stay.
Thank you. Yes, I apologize for my... yes, I had another hearing earlier on the onions importation, but I made sure to come back here. I have some questions for the agriculture sector. Where is the agri representative? Yes, okay. Director Estrada, that's correct. Pinag-usapan itong impact ng pagtaas ng presyo ng urea. No? I'm told that China has, if not this morning or this afternoon, announced that it's no longer going to export fertilizers except for Amosul. Is that right? How? Please put on record.
Yes, sir. We confirm that China imposed restrictions with regards to fertilizer grades except Amosul.
Yes. Okay. And earlier, nabanggit na we've already secured 80% of our fertilizer requirements. Is that correct? How does that work? In-announce ng Department of Agriculture, I think, a couple of days ago, na 80% of our fertilizer requirements has already been secured?
Our report to the Secretary is that our current inventories is, for as far as the requirements for April, we are secured.
April?
Yes, sir.
Does this include the proper distribution? And in time for the planting season?
Just for the April pa lang, sir, yun. May, pag-uusapan po namin yan bukas with industry stakeholders.
Because, yes. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Yes, sir. Kasi yun po yung, doon po yung onset po nung wet cropping season po natin. And we anticipate about 6.8 million bags na requirement for that. We barely, for now, sir, we just barely bridge yung ating March requirement.
Okay.
So,
when you say barely breach, what does that mean? Lumampas?
Halos same level pa lang po ng 2025. But the January and February, negative po yung arrivals natin for the importation, barely plainly because of some restrictions imposed by China for, I think it started, sir, hindi lang po yesterday, but for the past 6 to 7 months.
Okay. So yung announcement na may restriction was not just because of the Middle East, Israel-Iran war?
Yes, sir. When they started imposing restrictions, they started with the complete fertilizers.
Yes, yes. Okay. So, anong epekto nito sa susunod na planting season, itong pagtaas ng presyo ng urea? Mababawasan, sabi niyo, no, ng how much again yung magiging bagsak sa yields, yung estimate ninyo?
On our end po, sir, we don't compute for sa Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority po. No? We don't compute directly muna po yung sa about the yields, but relative to the cost of production, may more or less parang piso po. 4,000 to 5,000 pesos ang increase nila given the current pricing na paggalaw po na pwedeng i-incur po ng farmers, additional cost nila on top of what they are previously applying.
Okay, so you're with the Pesticide Authority. Yung DA proper, wala rito? Because I want to find out, based dun sa presentation nila, ang tatanggapin ng selected farmers is about, based on the assistance, is about 2,000 pesos plus, covering about 2,300 pesos per farmer, no? For rice, corn, and sugar farmers. So it's limited. And for fisheries, only 400,000. Obviously, hindi siya sapat. Anong gagawin anong plano ng DA para ma-address yung ibang farmers? Ang total na kung nakikinig sila, no? Ang total na 4 million ba? Of the 10 million farmers. So what happens to the 6 million? And what do they recommend? Because we're also looking at the option of creating a supplemental budget. Of course, this has not been finalized, but assuming may ganong klase intervention, we'd like to know ano ang magiging recommendation ng DA to be able to address. Una-una yung 2,000 per farmer. Di ba? Hindi naman sapat yun. 2,325. Hindi, one shot. Yeah, for the 10 billion presidential assistance for farmers and fisher folk. So yun yung pinaka-source na nabanggit nila. And then they have about 75 plus 50 million, 115 million for fisheries. But ilang fisheries na yung 15 mil? Yeah, 15,000. But there are, how many? 2.4 million fisher folk. But we'd like to get the sense of the DA, how are we going to intervene, if any, given, ang mahal na sa fisheries lang, about 80% of the fisheries cost of production is fuel. So, every other day na nga lang daw lumalabas. Ang sino-shoulder ng fishery sector is 500 per labas, dagdag. So, clearly, itong 2,000, pang 3 araw lang, o 4 na araw lang, tapos wala na. So if the DA is not here now, I know they were here the first time, we'd like to request them to submit to us, out of the box type of interventions for us to be able to address itong larger sector. Karampot lang it's a token No, malaki ang kokonti na nga lang ang makikinabang, maliit pa. Diba? And of course, in the end, this is our food security. Whatever you're eating, unless we all import whatever we need to eat, diba? But wala ata dito, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. But maybe the committee can instruct the secretary to respond to our initial inquiries as to if ganito lang, anong gagawin natin? Of course, they have the contingency fund, the quick response fund. But the problem with the quick response fund is it's limited to infrastructure repair, etc. So mukhang hindi at replenishable yon. Pero di ba baka dapat we need to tweak itong current appropriation provisions so that pwedeng yung quick response fund ay tugunan yung gaps dun sa assistance. Merong contingency fund. Also, calamity fund. Meron bang plano ang DA to source the calamity fund because there is a state of emergency to be able to add support for the farmers and fisher sector? I would like to think, and I think, recognize naman ng crisis committee yun, Mr. Chairperson, na number 2 sa priority yung food security. Pero mukhang hindi number 2 sa funding. So, paano natin itatapat yung priority dun sa appropriations? So saan nila? We identified the last time about 177 billion, pero if I'm not mistaken, sa last hearing, naging 230 billion na. No? Ang possible sources. So, kung ganun, saan pwedeng kumuha yung food security interventions natin ng DA at ng DAR, di ba? But unfortunately, wala nga rito. Yeah, umalis na. Oo. Yeah. Well, yun na nga. Baka sa next hearing, I will raise this. No? Kasi clearly, kulang. Di ba? As it is, and given more than 100% increase na yung fuel, kulang yung ating intervention. And kung kinakailangan ng we end up having a supplemental budget, we'd like to know how we will address itong kakulangan sa support and assistance sa farmers and fisherfolk. Mr. Chairman. Ayan, 500 million pala of the 1 billion quick response fund will be used for procurement of biofertilizer. You're with the Pesticide Authority. Itong 500 million na ito, ilang farmers ang makikinabang dito? Number 1. Number 2, dahil hindi siya chemical, di ba? Siya ay organic. Ano ang magiging epekto sa yield if you replace? At may capacity na bang i-absorb ng mga farmers yung biofertilizer considering ang kanilang nakakasanayan ay urea?
With regards to biofertilizer, sir, we have initially talked with the industries that these particular products belongs to. Currently, on hand, sir, they have about 1 million hectares para makover. Yung volume nila is good for 1 million hectares. And majority of them are microbial based, mostly the NPK solubilizing bacteria. Based on our record, sir, mga 20% yung kaya niyang i-complement dun sa paggamit po ng inorganic fertilizers.
So in other words, yung 500 million is parang on top of 20% additional para mabawasan yung ng 20% ang utilization ng chemical fertilizers such as urea.
Just to share lang po, sir.
How does it affect the yields?
Definitely, sir. It's going to be not as tawag dito.
Babagsak. Bababa.
Apo. Mas mababa
How
naman
much reduction in yield?
po.
And then if it's 1 million hectares, and then your per hectare yield will be affected, di ba?
Based on our 2022 experience when we have the Ukraine-Russia war, yung mga farmers natin noon, nag-reduce po sila ng 1 to 2 bags of urea. Ang ginamit natin na pangsalba po doon sa sa yield levels ay paggamit po ng mga biofertilizers.
Yeah, understood. And you're saying you will reduce the dependency in urea by 20% with the biofertilizer. Pero how much reduction in terms of yield?
Ang naging final output namin po noon, bumaba po siya na about 19.7 from previously 20 million metric tons.
19.7 million metric tons.
Opo.
In other words, bumagsak ng...
300,000.
And how much percent is that?
300,000.
300,000 of 20 million is about
Less than...
less than 1%?
Yes, sir.
So not bad. Okay. And the cost is cheaper.
Cheaper.
Okay. So this is an opportunity to redo, di ba, our mix. As a matter of policy, we reduce the cost considerably, pero maliit lang yung bagsak sa yield. Di ba? So that's one. Okay, so sa 500 million subsidy, assistance, ilang farmers ang makikinabang doon? Would you have the data? I don't know if that's enough. It's primarily rice farmers, no? Tama? O rice, corn, and and sugar. Ano ba yan? Rice lang yan, di ba?
Yes, sir. Rice po.
Oh,
Rice.
so okay. So
But sir, to put also in the record, the NPK solubilizing bacteria are also good for corn.
okay, but the 500 million is
Rice.
For rice. So ilan na makikinabang doon sa 500 million?
At a cost of 1,500, sir, nasa 300 to 400,000 farmers lang po yun.
Of the how many? 10 million total farmers, but rice farmers is
About 2.8 to 2.9.
so 10% lang. Tama? So maliit din. Di ba? Okay, so again, parang drop in the bucket, di ba? Itong 500 million to be provided to our rice farmers specifically. Okay, so we note that. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, we'll request in the next hearing to get these clarifications. Kasi clearly, parang hindi enough. Given that we were able to identify at least possibly 230 billion, di ba, worth of fund sources, then I'd like to think we put our money where our mouth is. Ilagay natin yung pera sa number 2 sa priority, food security, di ba? And yun ang gusto ko malaman sa DA, di ba? Kulang na kulang yung response based on the funding and the intervention. And anong solusyon natin? Ano yung recommendations nila? Yun lang, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I might have a few more questions later, but in the meantime, I will review first the other the transcripts, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kiko. We'll go through, we have invited a lot of resource persons, in fact, that will help us dissect the different facets of this crisis. We'll call on Mr. Sunny Africa, who's a member or who is the executive director of Ibon Foundation. We would like to hear your analysis on the situation, especially the effects of this increase in price of oil to our country. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I actually have might help a short promise, a very short presentation. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. What we would actually like to contribute is a perspective, picking up from what Senator Pangilinan actually has already pointed out, and actually Senator Lagarde have already pointed out. We think our most important message is that there is a crisis, there is a lot of burdens to be borne, but the key policy question is, what do we need to do to shift the burden upwards and away from the majority of poor and ordinary Filipinos? And in a lot of ways, there are a lot of rabbit holes to go into it. One rabbit hole is talking about prices and the oil companies and all the profits. That's one rabbit hole we've been in for the last few hours. Another rabbit hole is talking about the fiscal constraints. We don't want to go into more debt. We don't have any revenues. We don't have any money. But we argue the most important rabbit hole, or the most important fulcrum for our discussion about a response, is actually, as mentioned in the Senate resolution, we have to take a proactive stance, taking off from the significant risks to the lives, livelihood, and welfare of the poorest Filipinos. So there are a lot of numbers to talk about, but we argue that we have to have our North Star, our guiding light should be the question of current poverty and inequality. So it's a very short presentation to sort of give some context to that, with some general points at the end, which we can talk about if we have more time. One point we want to start off with is the realization that most Filipinos right now don't actually have much wiggle room to maneuver. The SWS survey that came out at the end of the 2025 noted 14.3 million Filipino families, as over half of Filipino families poor, and 4.3 million borderline, potentially vulnerable. So we're talking about 18 million Filipino families self-declared as poor or vulnerable for falling into poverty. We think that's an important starting point because the overwhelming number of these families, actually they are already on the margins of subsistence. And if you look at, again, just some numbers there, nearly 2/3 of their spending is actually in basic necessities, especially food, but also utilities and transport that are very fuel sensitive. So I think that's an important starting point. We're talking about 18 million Filipino families already in distress, who will be pushed into greater distress because of the oil price shocks. So it's one general point we want to make. They don't have any wiggle room. They're already pushed as it is. So any impact, no matter how small, no matter, in any relief, no matter how small, will be a big help to them. Next slide, please. Again, I apologize for the numbers, but the basic idea here is that we generated a picture of income and wealth classes in the Philippines, completely differently from the completely different method from the SWS, but finding some commonality. So we took that as an encouraging sign that our figures are correct. The bottom line is that we want to stress that any sort of measure we take right now to respond to the crisis doesn't just have to recognize that the poorest half of the population is already self-assessing as poor, and another 4 million almost borderline. We also have to consider that the very richest are actually quite rich and they're actually quite wealthy. The top 2% there, you'll notice they have wealth in the tens of millions of pesos. They have income levels in the hundreds of thousands of pesos monthly. And we think that's an important point to bear in mind because we will be running around in circles if we don't realize that there are resources to be had. At the same time, the burden of adjustment shouldn't be put on the majority. So I've shared that slide, but I think the basic message is there. Most Filipinos are poor, and even among the middle class, there's actually a big chunk of the middle class who are lower middle class who are also vulnerable. Other extreme, you do have a fair slice of the population, maybe at most 10%, but definitely a very wealthy 2%. Next slide, please. Okay. This is to give in very broad strokes what we think is happening here right now. It's very hard to get a single number to highlight the extent of the shock, but again, just to sort of give a sense of the magnitude of the problem, if we had, we understand about a 1 trillion peso oil import bill in last year, I don't think there are any final results yet that DOE might have. But if you're working with a roughly 1 trillion peso oil import bill in 2025, if we assume a more or less 430, 490 billion oil import shock, that is basically a rough idea of the economic impact, of the economic burden that has to be borne. We want to sort of simplify it that way because, of course, this is abstracting from any sort of disruptions, further pass-through effects, exploitation, abuses. But just to give a sense of the problem, we're talking about roughly 500 billion pesos because of simply increasing the cost of production. That burden has to be borne by someone. And we argue beyond the details that is the first of all the most important policy question: who will bear the burden of adjusting? Who will bear this roughly 500 billion, half a trillion pesos in additional costs? And if you break it down, it's actually quite straightforward. The main channel of transmission of the oil price shock is the oil firms. Oil pricing as set by the oil firms. So that already points to one intervention, as the Senator was talking about earlier, a bit more transparency, not just in the purchase cost, but refining, blending. There was some talk already about that early this morning. Freight storage costs, wholesale, retail margins, and the like. Clearly, more transparency on that would be quite useful, which also highlights, I think, a limitation with the current framework. If the current emergency, weird creature, energy emergency, if that committee doesn't actually it has a DOE, but if it doesn't have the PCC, for instance, and if the DOE is apparently unwilling to push the boundaries of using emergency powers to be more compelling, greater transparency, that actually shuts out and makes whatever quote-unquote market-determined prices as a given. And we do disagree with that because market-determined prices is also a code word for preserving profits as defined by the market player. And in the spirit of spreading the burden, we should not take that as a given, that the profits are given, the market price to support those profits is a given, therefore we can't touch that. So I think there's a big problem there, but that points to one area of intervention already. Two other points of intervention just on the oil price side. Of course, the first line of attack has been the transport groups. So of course, an automatic support mechanism there should be for the government to take up a lot of the slack to moderate the production costs. But that cuts across all the other producers mentioned, whether it's the fisherfolk or farmers, or as mentioned by the PCCI earlier, even the delivery groups. Bottom line, who will bear the additional cost of the expense of the transport? If it's borne by the producer, it will be borne badly by the transport groups, or if it's borne by a service provider or a manufacturer, it will be passed on to the consumer, and that would be a problem there. So second mechanism for support obviously has to be some kind of fuel subsidies to lower the cost of mobility and transport. Third general area of intervention, of course, there will be inflation, and I think the estimates of DEPDev, it's very surprising for us that the DEPDev had a very coherent presentation here in the Senate, but it didn't seem to inform the emergency declaration. The DEPDev estimated in the best case scenario a more than doubling of inflation in March 2026. In the worst case scenario, an incredible tripling, even quadrupling of inflation the next couple of months. It doesn't seem right to not operate on the assumption that the worst case scenario will happen, because if that is the operating assumption, it means the difficult steps to be taken, setting up mechanisms, setting up processes, talking to people, mobilizing funds, that can be put off just for when the inflation hits. That has to be prepared for right now. So we agree very strongly with Senator Legarda's earlier interventions you're not actually seeing any price interventions in the emergency declaration. So because we're not seeing any price interventions in the declaration, that means the burden of adjustment, as a matter of policy, will be put on poor and ordinary Filipinos who don't have any pockets to draw from. So third intervention has to be and cannot be avoided, has to be substantial cash transfers to make up for the cost push inflation. And again, the simple distribution of benefits. Who bears the additional cost? The government, the transport groups, corporations, or the consumer? We argue, the numbers will say, it cannot be the consumers because they're already distressed to begin with. Last area of intervention, of course, tax relief. In the context of prices, the cost of production increasing, there's cost push inflation. Of course, there's a trade-off, but immediate tax relief, not just with the oil excise, but also with the VAT on oil, that will automatically not lower the cost, but they'll take out something that's already directly in the control of the government. In all of this, the main concern is always, where will the government get the funds? And again, we also argue, as we did actually in 2020, in 2020, when the government was saying we can't afford contact tracing for everyone, we can't afford better quarantine measures, we can't afford quick response. The Ibon and the Makabayan bloc actually proposed a billionaire wealth tax. If that had been implemented then, we would actually be able to roll it out much quicker now. And our rough estimates then were about 400 billion pesos. At current levels of wealth right now, we estimate, coincidentally, about 500 billion pesos just from the 3,000 Filipino billionaires. Some argument could be raised, yeah, but it's going to take so long to push that. But we would argue, if the government embraces it as a crisis situation, the president can declare it as urgent. Any sort of legal challenges can be softened by saying it is a point of emergency. We do need to mobilize funds for transport subsidies, for cash subsidies, for agriculture subsidies. So there are ways to actually come out with not the best wealth tax, but an imprecise wealth tax, relying on readily available information about wealth from the PSE, from SEC declarations, from the Banco Central, that could potentially be done, that could be justified under the rubric of emergency powers, and that would generate quite a lot of funds to support everything that needs to be done. Last slide, please. Last point. Of course, our initial reaction should be to provide immediate relief and support to distressed Filipino families. But there's actually a very strong macroeconomic argument for that kind of stimulus. That chart there on the top shows growth in household consumption. The chart on the bottom shows economic growth. Because household consumption accounts for 73% of GDP, whatever happens to household spending strongly determines GDP growth. So even on that narrow framework of let's do something to avert an even worse slowdown, we argue that very meaningful subsidies and ayuda and actually tax relief will be putting purchasing power in the hands of the poorest Filipinos who actually also have the highest propensity to consume. And if it's financed by getting income and wealth from the wealthy, who actually, on the contrary, have a higher propensity to save, we argue actually that is not just a just measure, that actually is a significant stimulus measure to at least moderate the certain slowdown from the squeezing of household spending. That's it, po. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Africa. We'll do the presentations first, and then later on I have some questions about stagflation, because that was mentioned in the resolution. So we'll talk about that and the effects, of course, to our constituents, especially to the poor. We'll call on Ms. Sara Bales of the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, PICAF.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, we are an attached agency of the Department of Agriculture. And at this time of crisis, we play a critical role in ensuring that agriculture and fisheries policies are inclusive, evidence-based, and responsive to the needs of stakeholders across the value chain. This is through our consultative bodies, the national sectoral committees, and the local agricultural and fishery councils. These are all private sector-led consultative bodies of the Department of Agriculture operating under the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries. And it helps bridge government and the private sector, enabling meaningful dialogue, consensus building, and coordinated action toward a sustainable sector development. So, Mr. Chair, consistent with our mandate, PICAF is well positioned to support the DA in implementing timely and effective mitigating measures through the following core functions. First, in institutionalizing stakeholders' consultation for policy development. So PICAF provides structured platform through our national sectoral committees. These are all private sector-led, and the local agricultural and fishery councils from the regional, provincial, municipal, up to the barangay levels for inclusive consultations, so enabling stakeholders to directly inform the development of responsive policies and programs. This ensures that interventions are grounded in the field and in field realities and aligned with sectoral needs. So the second, we are also implementing a monitoring and tracking. This is participatory monitoring and tracking of DA-funded projects. So through these private sector-led consultative bodies, we help facilitate the monitoring, tracking, or validation of DA-funded projects. This participatory approach enhances transparency, promote accountability, and also our consultative bodies help identify implementation gaps in the implementation of the DA-funded projects. And the third is we facilitate strategic partnerships and value chain linkages. PICAF actively coordinates collaboration between and among government agencies, farmers, fisherfolk, and the private sector. By fostering partnerships across the value chain, it supports market access, investment mobilization, and innovation, which are considered key drivers of sector resilience. So we are, our consultative bodies, we are conducting regular consultations, Mr. Chair. And the private sector in our recent consultations view this crisis not only to respond immediate disruptions, but also to accelerate the transformation of the agriculture and fishery sector towards a more resilient, efficient, and reliant agricultural fishery sector. So this would give us also opportunity na talagang ma-improve. This crisis would also parang enhance our ability to improve the sector. So in this regard, PICAF stands ready to work with the Senate, with the DA, and all other concerned agencies in crafting and implementing a forward-looking integrated national contingency plan that safeguards food security, stabilizes livelihoods, and strengthens the country's adapted capacity on the face of global uncertainties. So we closely coordinate with the Department of Agriculture. We align all our efforts to improve the implementation of the DA policies, plans, and programs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next will be Ms. Estelle Ople Osorio of the Blas Ople Policy Center and Training Institute. Of course, our priority will be the welfare of our OFWs, especially those who are in the conflict areas. Na marami tayong mga kababayan na apektado dito sa conflict na ito. At continuously to be affected as we speak. Dahil na makita ko this morning sa balita, marami pang mga tinatamaan na facilities and even civilian areas ng mga missiles and drones. No? So we want to hear a briefing from your center and also suggestions on how to help our OFWs.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Based on DMW 2025 data, there are over 1.1 million land-based OFWs in the Middle East. But if you include the dependents, it will be closer to 2.4 million. And the DMW, according to news reports, they're monitoring a total of 7,313 affected also Filipino seafarers within that area. That does not include, of course, their families that they support in the Philippines and their effect as well on our economy, because 18% of global remittances come from OFWs in the Middle East, equivalent to around 6.48 billion in global remittances. From our experience in the OWWA Center in crises like these, usually it results in some of the following, especially if the crisis were to escalate further. Job displacements, delayed or unpaid wages, limited mobility and access to assistance, especially if kalat-kalat po sila and if mag-escalate nga po yung hostilities in that area, increased vulnerability to exploitation, and repatriation and reintegration concerns. The reintegration is also a very big issue. The parallel example to this is in COVID. During COVID, there were an estimated 400,000 OFWs that were displaced and needed to return home. The good news is that the current secretary of the DMW was the one who was in charge of the COVID efforts. But I think there are very big differences then between the two crises, which I'll discuss. So what are the points from the OWWA Center that we think have to be brought up, and maybe suggestions as well for our government? The first is clear communication of plans, similar to what Senator Legarda was saying a while ago, like she was saying something about 7 days, 30 days. In my case, in our case, for example, the President has mentioned the possibility of grounding of planes. And we know that there is an existing conflict ongoing. There are already some buildings that are being hit. A lot of OFWs are reporting being scared of staying in the area. Ang kwento po nila is mahulog lang yung takip ng kaldero, kinakabahan na sila na bomba yung nahulog. They are already in a distressed mental state, but they're also scared to come home because they don't know what's the plan. When they come home, ang tinitimbang po nila is takot sila doon, pero takot din sila magutom dito. And so a lot of them make the choice to stay in the conflict area. So I think it would help a lot with the OFW decision making if there is a clear answer to that question. Okay, what is the plan kung umuwi kami? And if the crisis escalates, kung kunyari takot na talaga sila for their security, ang isa pang challenge doon is, kunyari kung may problema talaga sa jet fuel, paano sila maiuuwi? Kung hihintayin natin na talagang grabe na yung problema, paano kung doon mismo sa area nila yung bombahan, di ba? Mas mahirap silang i-extract. So clear communication of plans, I think, would soothe a lot of anxiety, especially for OFWs and their families who are still deciding, do I go for voluntary repatriation or do I stay here? Another is, number 2, once they come home, do we have enough funds for financial assistance for them? Assuming that it's 400,000, so let's pray that it doesn't escalate, right? But assuming it's the same amount in case of escalation that would want to come home or would need to come home, and they all need some sort of financial assistance, where will the funds be coming from? Let's assume the 400,000 OFWs that came home during COVID. If we were to give them 50,000 cash assistance each, that's 20 billion. And the OWWA fund is only 21.8 21.3 billion in March 2026. So maybe like a source of where that would come from. I think in COVID, DOLE helped with TUPAD for OFWs that were displaced. But a communication of that would be really appreciated, especially by OFW groups and the CSOs. Third is action fund release should be timely, especially in regions. Even without the crisis, so we really appreciate DMW and the Action Fund. We appreciate that the fund is available. But based on reports, especially from regions, it can take anywhere from 2 to 7 months to receive the cash assistance from the time of application. And the reason for this usually is supposedly the downloading of funds from the central office to the regions takes time. So maybe a clear plan on how to make this faster kasi kaya nga po siya Action Fund, dapat mabilisan ito at agaran. Fourth is expansion of beneficiaries for Action Fund. We are suggesting that this be considered kasi yung iba po na nagbakasyon dito na OFW at hindi na makabalik sa Middle East, so effectively, a lot of them also lost their jobs or cannot continue to earn a living. Hindi po daw sila maka-access ng Action Fund because wala sila dun sa categories. So maybe just a review and an updating of the beneficiaries for Action Fund to include those na dapat ida-deploy pero hindi na ma-deploy. Or those na nagbakasyon dito tapos hindi na rin makabalik to their previous jobs. Lastly, a request to protect OFW rights to refuse deployments without penalty to conflict-affected areas because we have at least one case where an OFW didn't want to go to Kuwait, but basically she had to make a choice. Magbabayad ba ako dun sa agency ng 11,000 pesos kasi yun yung hiningi sa kanya kasi pumirma ka na ng kontrata, or pupunta ako sa Middle East. And apparently, they asked help from the DMW. I'm still confirming this. But during mediation, I think basically walang hindi man lang na nasabihan yung agency na uy, bawal yan. So I don't know if there are more scenarios of this, but to give our OFWs or aspiring OFWs the freedom of choice, especially since wala pa pong total deployment ban naman in those areas, sana may freedom of choice sila to back out kasi buhay naman nila yung nakataya doon. At the end of the day, kung magkaroon ng problema or crisis in that situation at may endanger ang buhay nila, sila lang naman yung makakaramdam ng consequence yun. So sana very clear yung policy on that.
Just to clarify, that incident happened after the bombings already? After
Ano po sila, dapat po ide-deploy pa lang siya.
Kaya nga.
So yes
Pero
po.
pumutok na yung...
Yes po. So dahil po yung reason kung ba't ayaw niya nang pumunta is because the family decided na they don't want to take that risk.
Exactly.
Oo. So, yun po, parang sa mediation, I'm verifying, I'm trying to check sino yung kinausap sa DMW because for me, it's a no-brainer, right? Like, it's a no-brainer. If they don't wanna go, they shouldn't have to pay. But apparently, during mediation, ang feedback po sa akin is, parang hindi naman sa pinanigan yung agency, but also hindi na pagsabihan yung agency na, no, you can't hold that OFW's passport hostage. And you also cannot demand that you be repaid for whatever business cost was borne to you.
Force majeure is already a ground to, to rescind contracts. Ba't ka pupunta ron? Binobomba na nga. Di ba binomba na yung Kuwait? Yes. Okay.
Yun po. Salamat po.
Nandito ba yung DM? How do you respond to that?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee and to my dear colleagues. Yes, the DMW employs a whole-of-government approach in adapting to the situation, especially addressing all the concerns of our beloved OFWs in the Middle East. No? In fact, at the very start of this crisis, our secretary already contacted all the GCC MWOs. No? We had a Zoom meeting and we responded immediately to the plight of our OFWs. first things first is of course their safety. So ang sinabi po natin, we have to hear what the host government advises. And if the host government says shelter in place, then we do that. We implement that. The direction of the policy now is to take them away from harm's way. No? Kailangan po mailayo natin sila sa disgrasya at yung gusto pong umuwi, especially those who are stranded, kinakailangan tulungan. So yun po ang ginagawa natin. On-site country assistance is very important. So we give food, shelter to those who need, and syempre yung cash assistance pag kinakailangan po. No? And in addition to this, yung ating efforts to evacuate those who needs to be evacuated and to be repatriated back to the Philippines, yan po yung inuuna natin. In fact, because of airspace closure and non-availability of commercial flights, yung aming MWO po adopted a ground cross-boarding para makapunta doon sa mga lugar na merong available na air flights. Kung wala naman, we already did some chartered flights. No? So yun po yung mga ginawa ng DMW. In fact, sa data po namin, allow me to read, no? Meron na po tayong 1,900 repatriates. We successfully brought them here to the Philippines. At 1,439 po yung OFWs doon and 461 yung dependents. These are the government-led efforts, no? Out of the total 2,651 with all the efforts exerted by other agencies like DFA.
But what about this particular case na yung DMW ini-expatriate, inuuwi na rito, yun namang isa, hindi, kailangan mong pumunta ron. Ba't nagkaganon? And how does that work?
The advice that the DMW gave to our deploying agencies is that they should at best not deploy their workers. No, yun po yung ating ibinigay advice. Kahit na walang alert level, no, we depend on the alert level imposed by the DFA, but kahit po walang alert level, our advice is that do not deploy our workers until the situation normalizes. No, yun po yung ginagawa po natin.
Apparently, something fell, through the cracks and pinadala pa rin. Maybe, Yusek, you can look into that situation.
Yes.
And yung mediation, which is under the DMW, di ba? Dapat siguro i-check ninyo ba't nagkaganon, no?
Yes, we will do that. We will do that, no? Pagdating naman po sa seafarers po natin, we already issued the right policy, no? We adopted the IBF policy that some areas in the Gulf and the Oman Gulf are declared warlike and high-risk areas. And because of this, the right to refuse to sail of our seafarers are observed and respected. No? Hindi po natin pinapayagan na mag-crew change doon sa mga ports where their safety will be compromised. So ang ating pong suggestion and advice is that i-effect ang crew change doon sa safe na port. So as of now po, marami po tayong minomonitor, 7,000, right? The figure is right, but we are in close coordination with all our manning and recruitment agencies to ensure the safety and guarantee the well-being of our workers.
Yusek, just to continue the questions of Senator Panglinan, anong official policy natin ngayon insofar as deployment is concerned? Meron ba tayong deployment ban to those conflict areas? Ano ba yung mga conflict areas? And then meron ba tayong deployment ban to the greater Middle East? Kasi I agree with Senator Kiko, nagpapabalik tayo ng tao o mayroon tayong repatriation. And alam ko, napakahirap yung repatriation. Logistically, financially, of course, organizing it is a challenge. But at the same time, we're deploying at mayroon mga balita na pinapuwersa pa i-deploy or else babayaran ng magbabayad yung pamilya ng 11,000. So parang dinideploy mo siya sa war zone. No? So what is the official policy of DMW insofar as deployment is concerned?
We always implement what the DFA alert level crisis is. Sa ngayon po, ang alert level crisis lang ay Israel, which is alert level 2. Iran is also alert level 2. Lebanon is alert level 3. And the rest, yung sa GCC po natin, wala pong alert level. And therefore, kahit wala siyang alert level, we do not encourage the deployment of our OFWs there. First, because may stranded lang po sila. Wala pong flights ngayon doon. Pangalawa, yung safety nila. And number three, we ensure that their employment is there just waiting for the right time para mag-normalize po lahat. So tumutulong po yung mga agencies natin to contact the foreign employers and inform them that the OFWs are willing to join the employment, kaya lang po wala po talagang masasakyan.
In this case, yung kababayan natin is pupunta siya sa Kuwait. Since Kuwait is not in that list of high alert levels, pwede siyang i-deploy technically, tama?
Yes, but we do not encourage that, Mr. Chair.
When you say do not encourage, who will decide whether you do not encourage pero merong that's not a strict policy. It's only do not encourage. It's not a deployment ban, no?
Yeah.
So in other words, it's to the option pa rin of the
Passive.
Oo, parang passive siya. At it's to the option pa rin nung manning agency to deploy or not deploy. Kasi wala namang ban eh. You're not encouraging, but wala namang ban. No?
Yeah. Technically, that's right po, Mr. Chair. No? Sa seafarers po natin, walang problema. Because they can fly out, hindi po pupunta sa Middle East, and then join their crew kung saan mag-e-effect ng crew change. Ang problema lang natin, yung land-based sa GCC.
But is there a, sabi nga ni Senator Kiko, force majeure na eh. No? Kuwait might not be in that list, but of course, the greater region is at risk right now. Nakikita ko nakita naman natin yung first day, even Dubai, di ba? Binagsakan ng bomba. So, sa ganun, ayaw na pumunta ng kababayan natin, pero pinapabayad pa siya ng 11,000. Dapat hindi ganun. Kasi nga, yung buong greater region is at risk right now. Wala man lang siya doon sa list, pero alam natin that can escalate anytime soon.
And there are publicly declared threats of attack. Diba? Wherever the U.S. facilities are, they are now, targets, potential targets, and this has been publicly pronounced. So with such public pronouncements, should not the DMW be proactive and more active and more aggressive and just say, in these areas where Iran has threatened the attack. Of course, di ba? Hindi na pwede. Kung mangyari bukas, di ba? Mag-escalate. We don't know. It's so fluid.
Mr. Chair, we do not allow the deployment and we do not issue OEC now. Yun po ang policy namin. Very clear po. We do not issue OEC for our HSWs, for example, going to the Middle East.
So ngayon wala.
Wala po talaga.
For example, yung kababayan natin pupunta sa Kuwait, in that case, since hindi naman kayo mag-issue ng OEC, force majeure rin siya.
Exactly.
So dapat hindi niya siya singilin nung kanyang yung 11,000 and I heard yung passport yata maho-hostage. Pwede ba yun i-hostage? Dapat bawal
Exactly.
That's a human rights violation to hostage a passport.
Ito po siguro, Mr. Chair, ito yung before the crisis erupts, meron pong mga OEC na na-issue eh. So na-stranded lang po sila because the effectivity of the OEC is 60 days, no? So nakapag-issue po noon prior to the crisis, kaya na-stranded. Kaya yung mga na-stranded po na tilungan natin, mahigit 1,000 po yan, inuwi na po natin sa kanilang probinsya through the intervention of the OWWA. No? Tinulungan na po natin at ang sabi natin sa kanila, huwag muna silang pupunta mag-join doon sa employment nila sa GCC. And we informed the employers already.
Clear that right now, I don't know if I'm going to use the right term, but there is a deployment ban including Kuwait because you're not issuing OEC, diba? And that is the document that they need before they can leave the country, tama?
Yeah.
So
Unofficially po, yeah.
So
Correct.
unofficially, you're not.
Yeah.
Officially there's no ban, but you're not issuing OEC.
Exactly.
So hindi rin sila makakalabas.
Hindi po. Tama
So in
po.
the case of yung kababayan natin, dapat very clear ang policy na kung hindi naman mag-i-issue ng OEC, that's tantamount to force majeure. Wag nang pabalikin wag naman isingilin yung 11,000. No, baka pwedeng i-delay na lang until, hindi naman natin sinasabi na forever yan eh. No, para humupa lang yung sitwasyon, and pag humupa na yung sitwasyon, then pwede na siyang i-deploy. But ang punto ko, wag puwersahin i-deploy, wag rin puwersahin na ibalik yung ibinayad na. No? And that should be communicated very clearly. Kasi ngayon, times of confusion eh. Maraming, lalo na ang mga OFWs natin, punta, balik, and then nagbabago yung sitwasyon on the ground. Dapat very clear ang communication ng DMW to our OFWs. No? I think there's a communication gap in that sense. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will get the details and we will assist the OFW and inform the agency that it is to the best interest of the worker to stay in the Philippines at wag pong pagbayarin talaga.
Go ahead, Ms. Oplen. Maganda yung mga information sinishare mo. Kasi this is the objective of the committee to improve communication, find solutions, lalo na communication. Ngayon, ang bilis kasi ng pagbabago on the ground. No? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to thank Yusek Olalia for at least the clarification of the policy. I agree with you po, Mr. Chair, na sana ma-communicate not just to the DMW regional offices na yun yung policy, but also to the agencies na yun din yung policy so that they will not feel the need, kumbaga yung case na to remains isolated. Yun po. Tapos po, Yusek Olalia, I'll approach you for the details. Thank you so much.
Okay na, ma'am. But thank you. Thank you for giving us a preview or a view of the plight of our OFWs. Yun kasi ang napaka-taas sa agenda ng committee to make sure that our OFWs are safe coming back home and hindi natin papadala sila sa mga areas na alam natin delikado. Katulad nga ng sinabi ni Senator Kiko, identified naman yung mga areas lalo na kung may US base doon. Diba? Yun ang tina-target. And I don't think it's a good idea right now to deploy massively OFWs in that area kasi the situation is really very fluid and changing every hour. No? Kaya maging prudent and conservative. No? Buhay kasi ang pinag-uusapan natin dyan. So next will be TUCP, Mr. Luis Coral.
Ako po si Carlo Oñate, spokesperson po ng TUCP. On behalf po ng Trade Union Congress of the Philippines, meron lang po kaming munting presentation na pinrovide po sa committee para makatulong. So ang context lang po habang siniseta po siguro yung presentation, no? Last week pa po, no, isa yung TUCP sa mga unang nanawagan ho na magdeklara ng national emergency to the point na actually minasama yun nga ni Yusek Claire Castro na tinawag niyang pananakot yun. Gayunpaman, no, ngayong meron na tayong national energy emergency, kaisa kami nung mga nagsasabing bakit parang bitin pa? Bakit hindi na lang state of national emergency para may mga available na kapangyarihan na pwedeng i-exercise ang gobyerno, lalo na speaking from the part ng mga manggagawa, lalo yung higit natin 5 milyon na minimum wage earners. Kasi mula noon, sinabi na natin kulang ang sweldo, lalo hong kulang ngayon. Biruin nyo, no, yung minimum wage, mamaya makita natin, ngayon, dahil sa taas ng presyo ng diesel, ang halaga nyo nasa 3 hanggang 5 litro na lamang ng diesel ang arawang sweldo ng ating mga minimum wage earners. Kaya ito po yung hinihingi sana namin na 5-point response, especially para sa mga manggagawa. Tinatawag nga naming kapit. Kasi wala nang magawa yung ating mga kabayan kundi talagang kumapit. And then it is so disappointing lang. 4 weeks na po tayo dito sa Middle East conflict. The Department of Labor and Employment has not conducted a single consultation with the labor sector. And then, pagdating ho dun sa Executive Order number 110, Uplift Committee, ang unang letra nga dun, L, livelihood, hindi rin ho member ang Department of Labor and Employment sa Uplift Committee. At kahit kung ano pa mong crisis committee, parang wala hong sectoral representation para sa mga manggagawa. Ngayon po, no, isa-isain ko lang po yung sa kapit. No, letter K ho namin talaga, next slide, ay talaga pong kanselahin muna yung buwis sa langis, kuryente at pagkain. Ayaw po namin na i-reduce lang yung sa excise tax kasi 10 piso sa gasolina, 6 na piso sa diesel. Kung tatapyasin pa ho natin yan, 2 piso, 3 piso na lang sa diesel. Para ho magkaroon ng impact yan, kailangan suspendin muna ho natin yung excise tax. Pagdating po sa kuryente, matagal na po kami nagpapanukala na tanggalin na natin yung 12% VAT sa electricity. Ang 2001, merong EPIRA, Affordable, Reliable Energy. Pagdating ho ng 2005, sinama sa VAT yung kuryente. Ngayon kung tatanggalin ho natin yung VAT sa kuryente, ang matitipid doon ang kumukonsumo ng 200 kilowatts per hour, nasa 300 pesos. Ang amin pong pag-aaral, sinusuportahan din ho ito ng business community. Ngayon narinig ho namin yung Energy Regulatory Commission. Sabi niya, pagdating ng April, 4 to 5 pesos ang dagdag per kilowatt hour. Sa 200 kilowatt per hour naglalaro sa 800 to 1,000 pesos na dagdag po sa monthly bill. Kaya kaisa po kami lahat na nag-urge, tanggalin po yung VAT sa kuryente, pati na ho yung sa pagkain. Wala kaming nakikita hong rason. Nagbubuwis buhay na yung ating mga kababayang manggagawa para makabiyahe, makatrabaho, may mauwi sa pamilya, binubuwisan pa ng pamahalaan lalo sa panahon ho ngayon. Yung sumunod yung letter A namin, yung agapan ang presyo. Ito ho sana yung hiningi nga namin dun sa State of National Emergency. Kasi kung State of National Emergency ang idineklara, automatic, kagaya yung Price Act, automatic yung price control, price ceiling mechanisms na meron ho tayo. Ngayon, kahit basahin ho natin yung sa Executive Order number 110, wala hong malinaw kasi doon ano ho yung magiging management ng price. Ganun din ho yung sa Oil Deregulation Law nga ho, yung Section 14E. Hindi naman ho kailangan diretso na take over, pwede ho i-direct yung operations. So, i-direct operations, pwede mag-request ng more information from the gas companies and then to limit, to set a price ceiling. Dahil karamihan nun, lalo yung malalaking gas companies, just February, bago nagkaroon ng Middle East crisis, pinagmamalaki yung double-digit earnings growth, halos doblado ang kita ng ibang malalaking gas corporation. Ngayon ho na may krisis, sana ho, sumama rin ho sila, may ambag din sila dito sa sakripisyo na ito. Yung sumunod yung patasin yung sweldo, ito ho yung numero ngayon. Ang ating mga manggagawang minimum ho sa BARM ay nasa 411 pesos lang po ang sweldo nila kada araw. Pinakamataas na ho sa NCR na 695 pesos. Sa amin nung tansya, halos lahat ng region except lang sa Metro Manila ang nasa below poverty threshold. So kung wala ho tayong mabibigay na aumento dahil tingin ho namin parang natutulog pa yung ating regional wage board na yun yung existing mechanism natin, kahit yata may emergency na malinaw na supervening event, wala rin hong pinapatawag na public consultations kasi nagtatago sila dun sa barya-baryang wage order na hindi pwedeng magalaw na 1 taon unless may supervening event. Kaya isa rin sa panawagan namin, baka napapanahon kung sakaling magkaroon ng special session ang Kongreso at Senado, ay matignan na option, special session, maisama yung legislated wage increase na ipinasa rin ho, kagaya ho ng Senado, last year din ho. Kung kinakailangan ho noon, lalong kinakailangan ngayon ng aumento sa sweldo. Next slide. Gayun pa man po, batid ho namin na siyempre may mga deliberasyon pa hong magaganap dyan. Kaya ang sinasabi ho naming proposal in the meantime ay sana ho mabigyan ho natin ng ayuda, subsidy, yung ating higit 5 milyon na minimum wage earners. Kahit na po 5,000 na lamang po, ipantay na lang ho natin sa fuel subsidy kasi yun ho ay equivalent sa, kasi kung 100 piso ho yung pinasa ng Senado na arawan, kung 22 work days, so that's 2,200 pesos. Yung 5,000 po medyo equivalent sa 2 buwan na merong 100 pesos na daily wage increase. At nagpapatulong po kami sa Protect Committee na sana ho mahanapan din ho ng pondo kahit yung 25 billion ho kasi yung computation namin para dun sa initial implementation. Narinig naman ho natin yung 230 billion na available sa DBM, so roughly mga 10% ho ito. At kung kailangan hong mag-sustain, nagpo-propose din ho kami, kahit executive order mula sa Pangulo na ginawa ho noon nung 1997 financial crisis, yung across the board cost savings sa mga non-essential expenditures ng lahat ng ahensya para makapool po tayo ng savings. Yung panghuli po namin ay yung pigilan muna ho yung bayad utang kasi ho yung SSS, GSIS, Pag-ibig, no? Every year naririnig ho natin yan, mga trillion peso government financial institutions, malinaw naman na pong may kalamidad, no? Hindi lamang yung buong bansa, kundi bawat tahanan. So sana po mag-offer ulit ng mga lower interest o zero interest calamity loans. And then yung loan, monthly amortization payment, sana po wag munang singilin ngayong mga buwan na nasa loob tayo ng krisis. At kung sakaling magbalik na kailangan na magbayad, staggered. At sana itong mga ino-offer ng GFIs natin na sana magkaroon nga ng moratorium, sana sumunod yung mga ibang financial institutions kasi nagawa naman po ito nung pandemya. Sana po makonsidera rin at lalo pong kinakailangan ngayon. Yun po, no? Yung final point lang namin is that merong kapangyarihan, merong pondo, maraming option, and then every day po kasi na nag-aatubili tayo, na nagde-delay tayo ng action, napakarami hong manggagawa, napakarami hong pamilya ang lumulubog sa utang at nagugutom. No? Kaya sabi namin, kapit yung pangalan ng aming 5-point proposal, pero syempre sa gobyerno, kailangan kumilos po kasi hindi ho natin alam kung hanggang kailan makakakapit yung ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po sa Senate Protect Committee. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for that. sa gobyerno, kilos. Sa manggagawa, kapits. Iba naman yung sinabi mo.
Iba naman yung kabig.
We also have the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, represented by Mr. Rob Maronilia, or Attorney Rob.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Pangilinan. So, as an introduction, the Employers Confederation of the Philippines is the voice of the private sector, particularly on labor and employment issues. So today we live in uncertainty as to the far-reaching economic consequences of this conflict, such as causing inflation, raising production, and transport costs, all mentioned earlier. We respectfully urge that in addressing these pressures, policy responses must not place further burden on employers through mandated minimum wage hikes or additional labor costs.
Piktad yata yung...
Yun nga po, medyo natawa nga ako. Doing so will only aggravate business closures, job losses, and informalization of work. Precisely the outcomes we all seek to avoid, especially knowing that 99% of our enterprises belong to the MSMEs. So to put it into perspective, 9 out of 10 of our enterprises belong to micro in itself. So yung 9 out of 10 na yun, may hirapan na yun. In as much as we share the government's objective of protecting our workers, what we need today are measures that stabilize energy prices, reduce operating overhead, and sustain enterprise recovery so that businesses can survive and employment can be preserved. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. I know we're pressed for time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly, we call on the Philippine Institute for Development Study, PIDS, Dr. Philip Tuano.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We earlier submitted research studies of 2 of our fellows. Well, one actually, Dr. Adoran of Arab to you. And we will submit to you and also to the Uplift committee. Another study, another policy note written by Dr. Jose Ramon Albert, looking at the welfare effects of the crisis. And I think for Dr. Navarro's paper, I think we've discussed already several of the effects of the crisis. And let me just go through them. We discussed also earlier the issue of consumption squeeze, rising prices, reducing disposable income, leading to lower household consumption, which is amplified by the fact that consumption is still the primary driver of the Philippine GDP. We also discussed cost push effects on firm. And earlier this morning, we also looked at the issues, the effects on different energy-intensive sectors, manufacturing, logistics, transport, reducing input costs, reduce output, lower profitability, and impacts on layoffs and hiring freezes. The vulnerability also of micro, small, and medium enterprises are very particularly vulnerable, especially transport and retail that are highly sensitive to fuel costs. The impacts on the OWW's external labor, which also has a downside risk to remittances and account a significant share of an external inflows. On the paper of Dr. Albert, he looked at some of the estimates of what the increases in oil prices will be on our poverty incidence, and that's what we want to submit. And according to his, which we'll submit to the committee, an 80% increase in oil prices will actually roll back any improvements that we've had, progress that we've had in terms of poverty reduction since in the past decade. So there are some estimates here, and I think there are certain points that we just want the committee. He wants the committee to consider. So first, the poverty impact of any sustained petroleum price shock is potentially large. So an 80% increase in petroleum input costs adds 3.7 percentage points in the National Poverty Headcount Index, using a simulation of current survey data. The burden falls hardest on rural households and the poorest income groups. So any assistance should actually be provided to those most affected regions, especially BARM, Region 9, Region 8, and also Region 12. Existing social protection programs actually provide the most efficient first line of defense. There are some suggestions on how to provide this assistance, and I think he's already working with DSWD already in discussing this. So the 4-piece delivery system could also provide a system to which how affected households will be could be provided assistance, and policy responses should be well targeted and time limited as well. So that is the submissions.
Thank you, Dr. Tuano. Senator Pangilinan, any questions? Or I'll start off with Dr. Tuano and also kay Mr. Sani Africa. We all know the effects of these oil prices. Dr. Tuano, you said 80% increase in oil prices will increase.
No, this is just looking at scenarios. So, what if there's a 20% increase? So what is the effect on poverty incidence, 40, 60?
So yung kaninang sinabi, 20% increase in oil prices will increase poverty by
from 15.5 to 16.5, according to the paper of Dr. Albert.
3.7%.
No, if it's 80% increase in oil, if oil prices eventually increase.
But it's already increased by 115%.
Yes, tama.
Okay, so we expect more.
So kung 80% you said is
3.7.
Yeah,
3.7. And what will be the most efficient policy response? I'll throw this to Dr. Tuano and Mr. Africa. What do you suggest to government as a policy response which is efficient and I would say the most cost effective? Because policy response transfers are costly also, considering that our population is big. So based on your analysis and also on your research, what will be the most efficient and cost effective?
Well, according to Dr. Albert, it's really the existing social protection programs. We have already 4-piece already in place, and that can be used as a delivery mechanism for providing cash assistance. So he has also some estimates, the peso estimates of how much this cash assistance will be if you want to cover only, for example, the food needs, the shortfall in food expenses of this household. There's some amount that he noted in his note. If it's going to be food plus transport assistance, there's also a certain amount. That's also he did look at. And also a comprehensive welfare restoration package for all.
Have you computed how much do we need at this point? And first of all, are we at the point na kailangan na natin magbigay nitong mga interventions? Kasi if you notice, the policy response of government is to what they call petroleum-affected segments of our population. Ang DSWD at ang DOTr binibigyan ng mga POV drivers, binibigyan ng mga TNV drivers natin, but hindi pa tayo umaabot sa greater population natin, especially to the poor. Are we in that stage already na dapat na tayo magbigay ng transfers?
Parang of course, parang the estimates that he has in the study, no, parang looks at what will be happen, no, if eventually the petroleum price effects will also already kick in, no, I mean, in terms of food prices, no. So ito yung parang estimate in terms of what is the magnitude, no, in terms of food, no, and so on. No. So these numbers, no, are based on what if the full effect na of these increases, no, are being faced by the consumers.
I'm looking at policy, the government's responses. Parang ano tayo, we're trying to put a lid on inflation, di ba? Nagbigay tayo ng discount sa tollways, nagbigay tayo ng discount sa port areas natin for logistics, nagbigay tayo ng ng subsidy to logistics drivers, also to TNVS drivers, trying para hindi siya kumalat to other products, no, or to other basic commodities. So ang gusto kong matanong is hanggang kailan natin kayang isuppress itong inflation, no? Because we're trying to suppress it, no? And how long can we do that? And then yun na nga, no? I want to ask also si Mr. Africa, nasa point na ba tayo, Mr. Africa, that we need to give broader subsidies to the general population? Are we in that point already, or kaya pa natin isuppress, no? I think the government is suppressing it. Hopefully na everything will be okay in the Middle East and everything will go back to normal and it will not spread through the other basic commodities, no? So tanong ko, are we in that point already that we need to give broader transfers or broader assistance to our population?
Kaya actually sinimplify namin yung presentation. Wala na pong magagawa eh. It's so straightforward. Half our energy consumption comes from oil. 99% of our oil is imported. Kung mag-increase na ng 50% or 80%, it's there na. So para sa amin, kaya natatawa ako kayo noong umaga nung bine-berate yung nagko-comment na isang linggo pa bago magpulo yung uplift. It is time na. At sa amin, that's why it's so important to start from, you're talking about almost 18 million Filipino families. Wala pa yung crisis. Distressed na sila. So sa amin, kaya ganun ka straightforward yung presentation namin. There's so many things to talk about in pricing, the profits, transmission channels, so many things to talk about yung revenue implications, etc. Pero huwag tayo maligaw. The most important thing is 18 million Filipinos were in difficult circumstances before the attack. And they're the 18 million Filipinos right now in difficult circumstances na. Of course, yung spear tip niyan, yung transport groups. It's about 2.2 million, counting the tricycle drivers, etc., etc. Next round dyan, syempre yung mga mangisda or whoever else na nakasalali sa bangka, yung hanap buhay. Third round, sabi nga ng NEDA, yung consumers na. So there's no point thinking we can stop the inflation. Imposible because super rough figure lang yung 500 billion estimate namin. That's there, that will be passed through. So yung policy choice ng government is not stop the inflation. Ang policy choice ng government, who will bear the burden of adjusting. At hindi pwedeng market-determined adjustment. Kaya medyo masakit sa tenga namin pinag-usapan, the market dictates ganito. Ang problema, the market dictated na mahirap at naghihirap ang 18 million Filipino families. Kung market na magdidikta, kung paano mag-a-adjust dyan, ibig sabihin dyan, papabayaan ng gobyerno yung mayorya ng pamilyang Pilipino, mag-adjust kayo, resilient naman kayo eh. So para sa amin, it's that straightforward talaga. You have a 500 billion peso burden. Who bears it? And we argue, part of the burden should be borne by the oil companies, lalo na hindi binanggit na nagyabang ng record profits noong January lamang. Dumoble daw ang tubo niya. Kami, may key point kami doon. Gusto ko tanongin sa DOE. Baka mali ang datos namin. Dubai crude was $82 per barrel in January 2025. It dropped 25% to $62 per barrel in December. Yung diesel stayed at 58 pesos. So mag-isip ka, yung nabanggit ni Senator Marcoleta, yung feather, para yung rocket feather. Sa amin last year lamang, super feather. 25% drop in Dubai crude, no change in diesel from the only refiner, well, Petron, obviously, the only firm refining products. Magtataka ka. So sa amin, first line of adjusting to the burden, yung mga kumikita na malaki, which is the oil firms. But yun nga, what is reasonable? Yun ang problema eh. If reasonable is defined as standard profitability, that means they will price passing on yung burden. At yun ang point eh. Ang kalaban natin dito, hindi lang yung abusive, profiteering, hoarding. Yun talaga super nakakainis yung mga galit tayo doon. Pero even taking away the hoarding, profiteering, may problema kung iti-take as a given yung profits. So sa amin, we argue that's where the price control, the price fees comes in. Doon pwede mag-negotiate. O sige, how much of a cut in profits can you take? Kasi this is part of your nation building. Carry some of the burden. Don't pass it through. So dun sa tanong, is it time to intervene? Definitely. Kaya ang laki ng problema namin dun sa EO 110. Lalo yung provision na sinabi, will rely on existing appropriations. That budget was drawn up in 2025. That budget will have been spent anyway in 2026. So, ang kailangan ngayon, new and additional funding. So kung tatlaliin ng EO, because nga, ngayon ko lang nalaman, hindi pala totoong national emergency ang national energy emergency. Kung tataliin ng EO, yung kami ng gobyerno, to pursue other revenue sources, like it did nung COVID, mobilize dividends, declare savings, at iba pa, if the government says, as a matter of principle, hindi, existing appropriations lang tayo, yung nabanggit ni Senator Pangilinan kanina, multiply the problem sa 500 million pesos, kulang yon. Multiply the problem, anong bigay sa transport groups, kulang yan. Multiply the problem, anong support sa mga isda, kulang yan. Multiply the problem, anong bigay na support sa mga naghihirap ng mga pamilya, maging kulang yan. And yung pinaka-biggest danger sa atin dito ngayon, marami sa publiko, hindi alam yung context. Alam nila yung kahirapan nila, hindi nila alam yung context. Kung mag-a-announce yung government, may tutulungan kaming ganito. Ang pinakatulong sa amin, tinutulungan ba ang lahat na nangangailangan? Hindi. Binibigyan ba ng sapat na tulong na kinakailangan ng mga yan? Even yung kakarampot na tinutulungan? Hindi din. Binibigyan ba sila ng tulong sa buong panahon na kailangan nila? Hindi din. At kung hindi gawin ng gobyerno, magbigay ng sapat na ayuda sa lahat na nangangailangan, sa buong panahon na kailangan nila, ang de facto policy choice doon is hinayaan yung mayorya na umangkop sa bigat ng krisis habang pinipreserba yung pricing and the reasonable profits and all of that ng mga large firms. At sa amin, pet peeve talaga namin, yung billionaire wealth tax that is so reasonable. Barya lang yon. Small example lang of how it's so reasonable. Mas malaki pa yung binagsak ng stock market in the last 3 weeks than makukuha from the billionaire wealth tax in 1 year. So sa amin, it's a no-brainer. It's such a small 1-3% on wealth over 1-3 billion. Even for the richest Filipino na halos trilyonaryo niya, he'll end up paying less than 6% kasi naka-stagger nga yun. Kung may investment siya sa stock market, he would have lost 10% in just the last 3 weeks. So sa amin, it's just, the government can decide who bears the burden. If it doesn't decide to give ample support, subsidies, including tax relief, habang financing that with a tax on those who can afford it. Kaya ang stress namin in 2 slides yung inequality. Ang de facto choice doon, hindi mo sinasabi, ang praktika nun, bahala na umangkop sa bigat ng krisis ng ordinaryong Pilipino na walang-wala na to begin with. Ngayon na po yung panahon sa amin.
Thank you for those responses. I've been reading about in other jurisdictions, I think primarily sa UK, they're talking about windfall tax. No? Because definitely may mga malalaking kikita dito sa situation na ito. In any crisis naman may kumikita, lalo na commodities. No? And like I said, commodity traders know that situations like this, ano ito once in a blue moon, and you take advantage of that. No? But of course, in taking advantage, maraming humihirap, lalo na sa bansa natin. So, do you think a policy response later on, no, from the legislature can be in a form of a windfall tax, no, that can be reallocated to, let's say, sa mga constituents natin, sa mga cash transfers na ibibigay natin? Is that something that can be explored? Si Dr. Tuano or si Mr. Africa, any? Go ahead. Any of our resource persons?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we haven't yet looked into that.
Nabasa ko lang to
studying
when I was going
research,
through the
But
news.
yeah, certainly, parang you also, parang given this crisis, we have to also think about, not only in short term but also medium and long term. So yeah, that can be one of the policy options that can be parang considered. Yeah.
Si Chair, ang limitation sa windfall tax, dadaan ka sa audit cycle yung pag-declare and everything. Matagal na din namin pinopropose, kailangan may windfall property tax actually ng gobyerno. If the government builds a road, a railway, a station, tapos nakita na yan yung binili na lupa na 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 pesos per square meter, dahil may kasada na, dahil may stasyon na, maging 15, 20, 25,000, kailangan talaga sa amin yung windfall property tax standing requirement yun. In this particular case, makakatulong din yun, but of course, without waiting for the cycle na next year pa yan masisingil when all the money comes in. Kaya para sa amin, yung kailangan medyo pilitin talaga yung notion ng billionaire wealth tax. Kahit i-package siya as a one-off emergency measure, kasi unang-una, maraming readily available information na we know actually who the billionaires are. We know their investments. We know what may beneficial ownership na Ni-report na sa SEC. We know ano yung mga corporations na may controlling stakes sila. We should know through the Bangko Sentral, MLC, gaano kalaki yung mga bank deposits nila. Theoretically, we should also know, parang ginawa kay Zaldico, ano yung mga high-value assets, property nila. So yun, without creating a new system to identify wealth, hindi pa siya perfect, it won't capture all the wealth yet, pero even sa unang pasada, makakalikha yung kaagad Ang problem doon, yung the legislative cycle syempre. But yun sa amin, ito yung moment Grabe talaga yung crisis. Grabe talaga yung pangailangan ng marami. At grabe din yung potential na pwedeng likain from 3,000 billionaires. Kung gusto nga maging mas mahigpit, di sabihin mo, hindi lang pwedeng billionaire, dapat 2 billion na meron or 3 billion. I mean, you can narrow the target. Pero the information is readily available. Kahit sino mag-Google, madili ma-generate yan or may access sa Bloomberg. Ikalawa, it is an emergency. It can help overcome any legal challenges because ka emergency Kasi earmark na lang. Dapat sa magasaka mga isda, dapat sa labor groups, dapat sa transport groups, dapat sa cash support. Tapos, well, yung medyo makunat na cycle sa Congress, the President can give a political push to it kasi kailangan ngayon So, I mean, it's something that should be considered more. At if anything, yung nangyayari ngayon, just 6 years after COVID, it affirms. Dati pa dapat may ganyan. Ngayon, okay, naghahabol tayo uli, but let's push for it now kasi for sure magkaka-crisis uli. Hopefully not in another 5 years. But, di ba, magsusubi na tayo ng mga mekanismo ngayon So we think medyo kailangan din pag-isipan kasi yung biggest shift na kinakailangan tingin namin, kung mawala yung gobyerno sa pag-iisip na ang gagawin natin yung madali gawin. Ang dapat starting point natin, hindi ano yung madali gawin, kundi ano yung dapat gawin. Tapos, work downwards from there, di ba? So at least medyo kung mataas yung ambition, sana mas marami magagawa imbis na start from, ay, may limitation dito, walang pondo, walang hirap, walang kahirapan, etc. Medyo, we want to sort of shift that narrative on its head.
Thank you for that. I'll jump to another topic, the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries. Meron ba tayong computation on the effect of this rising fuel cost to our mga basic agricultural products? No? Do we have a computation on that? Because of the delay in the cropping season, but
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, we don't have that data. We only conduct consultations and we only receive reports. Currently, we are conducting consultations on various commodities, and yung nauuna pong nag-raise na mga issues are the rice sectors and the poultry and livestock sectors. So for the rice and the meat sector, ito po yung kanilang mga concern na wag naman po yung babaan, especially yung mga tariffs imposed on the importation of these products. Yun po yung mga concern. But for the exact figures, we can report that next meeting. We can include
you share
that.
with us yung mga consultation nyo with?
Yes, we will report that.
Yeah.
on
Do you have?
the
Can you
next-
share with us?
Now,
yung mga ano nyo, consultations,
yeah.
ano yung mga feedbacks from the different sectors so that we can include that in our report?
Yes po. The output of our consultations are policy resolutions po. So we can provide a report on that next meeting. Thank you. We can submit that sa Senate then. Siguro next week na po.
Ngayon, do you have anything that you can share with the committee so that we can discuss it? Your group conducts consultations, no,
Yes.
with different. Ano yung mga naririnig yung?
Especially yung mga issues that also raised by the different agencies. We have 13 national sectoral committees, such as the fisheries and aquaculture, poultry, livestock, corn, and feed crops. So we conduct quarterly consultations. So ano lang po, pwede pong next meeting we can submit, or we can submit in next week po a report on the output of our consultations.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you po.
Si Danny Fausto is PICAF president, is that right?
CAFI po,
That's the,
an
another,
organization.
yeah. No, well, we were conferring with a number of stakeholders sa agri sector. No? Immediately, I think what government should be able to do in terms of support for our food producers is to buy from them. They have, yung Sagip Saka Act na if you want to secure the incomes of your farmers and fisherfolk and that they keep planting and that they may tide over itong challenge ng economic hardship, no, and the fuel prices, etc., is to have a market for their produce. Apart from yung subsidy, diba, fuel subsidy, etc., na dapat dagdagan, yung huli nila, yung ani nila, dapat ang gobyerno, lahat ng ahensya ng pamahalaan, bumili direkta through the Republic Act 11321 na walang public bidding. That way, and these are already appropriated amounts. For DEPDev has 25 billion pesos worth of school feeding programs. uh, both the purchase of rice, whether retail or food, whether raw materials, meaning bigas, or packed, ang DSWD is about 17 billion. That doesn't include their hot meals program, which is about 9 billion. The milk feeding program is about almost 3 billion. So all these are government appropriations. The jails, the hospitals. So baka pwede nyong in your consultations and then with the various stakeholders, agri and fishery sector, and get, of course, and I will do my share as chairman of the Committee on Agriculture as to how to tweak, itong programang ito, yung batas, to address itong ang current crisis natin.
Mr. Chair, we are expanding also our targets for consultations. Actually, we are part in the implementation of the Sagip Saka program.
In fact, LGUs, for example, yung rice subsidy, yung rice LGSF, 23 billion worth of financial assistance to LGUs directly. Each LGU has about 10 million pesos worth of budget to buy rice. And we relayed, and it was incorporated by the Secretary of, Executive Secretary, na yung 10 million na yun, ang first crack dapat dun, where supply is available by rice farmers, bilhin direkta sa kanila. Secondary na lang yung mga trader. So that's 23 billion na mababalik direkta at tamang presyo para sa mga rice farmer. So that's income immediately. And hopefully, the increase in their incomes will help tide them over given itong inflation, given itong challenges of fuel costs rising. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Provide us information, and I understand your organization's in charge of doing consultations. Kailangan namin ng suggestions on how to address the impact of this rising fuel cost to the different agricultural industries. No?
Noted po, sir. We will submit next week. Thank you.
Thank you. And to ECOP, the Employers Confederation of the Philippines, aling mga business sectors or business industries ang tinamaan as we speak, because of this rising fuel cost? Kanina narinig ko sa DTI that some of the manufacturers are holding off yung kanilang increase. Pero ano bang mga business sectors ang talagang immediately na feel nila itong pagtaas ng presyo and immediately nagkaroon ng problema sa kanilang operations? I was sharing to Senator Kiko kanina. This morning I was talking to some real estate developers, and they were telling me na yung delivery ng aggregates, delivery ng hollow block, semento, kaagad na feel nila yung increase doon sa presyo. No? So nakikita na natin na mayroon ng ganitong spillover to some of the business industries. So based on your consultation with your members, ano na ba yung mga industries na kaagad tinamaan itong pagtaas ng presyo?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we've conducted a survey, and the survey is not yet final, but we can submit that to you maybe within the next 2 days. But
Initial consultation na ba kayong ginawa?
just a survey.
Okay.
With that survey, we have a few main questions. Kasi po mahirap nahirapan kami mag-consult with everyone. So what we did was conduct a survey with major and general questions that from there we would already know what to report to you, Mr. Chair.
Ano na bang mga businesses na may threat of, let's say, closure or suspension of operations because of this increase in prices of oil? Meron na bang ganun kayong nakikita or hindi muna mag-expand? May mga ganyan na bang
Yeah,
conversation in your group?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's why our position was focused on the minimum wage hike because all of our members, as of now, yun lang po ang number one concern nila. It's the minimum wage hike. That's the
Yeah, but
number one
hindi sila
concern.
concerned sa pagtaas ng presyo ng langis?
No, they are, but for the policy response
Kasi
of the
minimum wage
government.
hike, medyo matagal na usapan pa yan. No?
Yeah.
I know TUCP is lobbying, but of course, maraming push and pull yan sa tug of war. But the price of oil, walang tug of war yan. Talagang papasa sa atin eh. No? So I just want to understand from the business sector, kung meron na bang, let's say, their operations are affected, they had to downscale, they have to retrench, may mga ganun na bang...
So Mr. Chairman, to make it easier, if the battle cry of the UCP is cap it, maybe I'll put it into maybe the battle cry of the employers is status quo. Yun po ang gusto ng employers for now.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll jump to back to government, to ERC, to Attorney Buela. I saw this press release of ERC. ERC declares market suspension, rolls out modified pricing mechanism amid energy crisis, and this is a proactive approach. No? In layman's term, medyo technical to eh. In layman's term, can you explain to the committee and of course to the public kung ano ba itong ginawa niyong market suspension at paano makakatulong to sa ating consumers?
Your Honors, bale, dalawa po kasi yung ginawa ni Commission. We understand that electricity rates would be affected since considering most of the suppliers have relies on imported fuel. So it's either coal, nat gas, or fuel po. For fuel, it's the off-grid. For nat gas, mostly it's Meralco as well as spot market. And then for the coal is mostly power supply agreements and then the spot market po. So we targeted two po, yung approved na power supply agreements as well as yung sa spot market. For that announcement po, yan po yung sa spot market. Since affected po yung fuel tsaka yung at least yung nat gas na prices, while coal is nag-i-increase din po siya internationally pero hindi pa siya ganun kataas. So following din po yung coordination with the Department of Energy, we declared yung market suspension and then we'll implement sana yung administered pricing instead po na market-driven pricing siya. So yung market pricing po, may cap yon for one of the largest na supply mix natin which is coal at 6 pesos po.
Anticipate nyo tataas yung presyo?
Yes po, kasi may nagpipick up na po kasi yung prices ngayon.
So ina-anticipate nyo magtataas yung presyo, lalo na summer,
yes po.
wala tayong hydro, tataas yung demand.
Tama po.
Ina-anticipate nyo, so sinuspend nyo muna itong market trading, in other words, no, para hindi sumipa yung presyo. So it's a proactive approach. No, I just want to put that on record para makita rin ng ating mga consumers na may ginagawa rin naman ng gobyerno to anticipate itong pagtaas ng presyo. And when is this
yung suspension po is effective last night at 12:05.
Alright.
Well, on the other hand, yung pricing mechanism po, we issued pa a notice for rulemaking. We will have a commission meeting next week po on April 1 para po finalize and issue the resolution po.
Alright.
We're just seeking for consultation with the stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions. Ang request namin sa inyo, especially from our stakeholders, nagko-conduct ng survey, nagko-conduct ng consultation. There are also researches being conducted by PIDS submitted to the committee. And we take this very seriously. Ang objective ng committee is to analyze and find solutions as well as prod government to come up with a unified, coordinated national contingency plan. Tingin ko yun naman na magiging output ng yung Uplift Committee. And we expect that the Uplift Committee will come up with this national contingency plan. And we will look at that as well sana mas maaga yung meeting. I think the meeting is when? Next Tuesday. No? Kung pwedeng bukas na umaga o mamayang gabi, baka mas maganda yon. No? But we'll leave it to the executive to do so. But my sense of urgency right now, things are very fluid. What is not fluid is the price of oil. Kasi ito nakita natin tumataas siya constantly and we don't know when is it going to go down. And because of that, na-appreciate ko yung presentation ni Mr. Africa na even prior to the crisis, apektado na yung ating mga kababayan, lalo na in the lower income bracket. Ngayon, mas stressful sa kanila. No? Dahil sa transportation, sa kuryente, sa tubig, lahat ito ay konektado sa presyo ng langis. No? So with that, please submit to us your position papers, solutions, and also analysis of the situation. And with that, we will suspend this hearing. I would like to thank Senator Kiko Pangilinan for his participation and contribution and also his suggestion. Ang advice ko lang kay Director Rino, huwag ka na matulog, mag-Red Bull ka. No? Para makahanap tayo ng supply ng langis. Kaya kay Attorney Bienvaje rin, mag-Red Bull kayo, no, para makahanap tayo ng supply ng langis. And we will be conducting regular monitoring and coordination with DOE as to the supply situation. No? Because that's ultimately our goal is to make sure that, to assure the public na meron tayong supply. All right, so maraming salamat. This hearing is hereby suspended.